The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The queens of the chess world are shining like diamonds at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. Following the rest day, players put on their hard hats and quickly went to work, searching for any advantage they could find. Alexandra Kosteniuk went straight for the heart, fiercely dismantling Irina Krush with the white pieces to remain in the hunt for the crown. Zatonskih won a gem of a game, continuing her incredible performance and extending her lead. Will a rival poison her chances for a fairy tale ending, or will her moves over the board continue to be the fairest of them all? Day 7 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round 7 of the Cairns Cup. We are here in the Central West End in a beautiful location. I have the feeling the games of today's round are gonna be just as beautiful. Let's go to the studio and get the action started.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, and the 3rd edition of the Cairns Cup, one of the richest women's tournaments in chess. We come to you live from the St. Louis Chess Club. Good morning and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my brilliant co-host, Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, it's so much fun calling the action with you and Almira. I tell you, I've just been enjoying it all, so thank you very much for that.
Oh, thank you too.
Absolutely. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Anna Zatonskih show. It sure feels that way as Anna is putting together an absolutely sterling performance. Will she turn it into a Grandmaster, Norm? Well, to borrow an expression, only time will tell. Nasi, do the honors, please, and tell us about the standings after 6 rounds of play.
Let's take a look. In the clear first is Anna Zatonskih leading the tournament with 4.5 points. In the clear second, following closely, Elisabeth Paehtz with 3.5 points.
And you see some of the players have played 5 games, some of the players have played 6 games, and that is because Humpy Koneru, our defending champion, dropped out. So some players are going to have a bye.
That's right, and in sharing 3rd place, Alexandra Kosteniuk and Khotenashvili.
For example, right here, with players who've only played 5 games. And our format, Nasi.
We have a 9-player round robin, where no draws are allowed. No draw offers are allowed.
Right, no draw. It feels like no draws have been allowed.
And the time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, 30 minutes rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1.
And our remaining schedule.
The players will play a total of 9 rounds, and today begins round 7. However, on June 13th, we may have playoffs.
Exactly, a special day in case there's a tie for first. And we're very happy to have in studio Almira, who's going to tell us about these amazing number of decisive games. Bonjour, Almira.
Hello, Yasser. Hello, Nazi. We had so many decisive games in this round, and even though we had a few draws, there have been fighting draws, as Nazi has told you that draws are not allowed in this tournament draws. So let's have a look how does it break down round by round. So it started with a bang, 75% of decisive games, then even a better score, 100%. I don't know, how can we have something more? Then the ladies slowed down a little bit, 50% in the round 3, the same in the round 4. And then the fatigue the players started to feel the fatigue, so 25% in the round 5. And then in the round 6, once again, we had an astonishing number, 75% of decisive games, which brings it to the overall number of 63% of decisive games, which for classical chess is an amazing number. Sometimes the organizer would be happy if there is like 33% up to 40% of decisive games. So the number speaks for themselves. Anna Zatonskih is leading the tournament so far. Let's have a look at her score. She won all 3 games with the black pieces, and she scored 4.5 points out of 6 in this tournament. She drew all her games with white pieces, and today she actually has a bye. I wanted to tell you that Anna is writing her own history, because she might become the first American player to win this event, and also she's on the verge of scoring her first Grandmaster norm and on the verge of winning the strongest tournament of her life. How important it is for her. Today she gets a bye, and let's have a look at her road ahead. So bye in today's round, round 7. In the round 8, she will face Zhansaya Abdumalik, which she doesn't do so great in this tournament, so Anna has a real chance of winning this game. And in the round 9, we will have an absolute clash of American heavyweights. Anna will face Irina Krush. Your thoughts about the last round, Yasser?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, what an irony that these 2 legendary players of women's chess in the United States should clash in the last round. That's something to look forward to.
Very exciting match.
But lay the table for our audience, Nazi, and tell them what they can expect in today's round 7 pairings.
Let's take a look. We have Zhansaya Abdumalik playing Gunay Mammadzada.
The clash of the youngsters, I would say.
Irina Krush playing Harika Dronavalli. Nana Dzagnidze against Alexandra Kosteniuk. And Bella Khotenashvili playing Elisabeth Paehtz.
A very important game there on table 4.
And bye round for Anna Zatonskih.
We've seen the clash of the decisive games. What are they all fighting for?
They're fighting for a lot of money. There is a total of $180,000 in prizes. The first place winner is going to win $45,000. Second place, $35,000. Third, $25,000.
Prizes all the way down to the 10th and final place of $6,000. I don't want to jinx Anna, but boy, how meaningful would that be to get the Grandmaster norm? She's got a bye today, but then she's going to need to score 2 draws, or basically 50% in her 2 remaining games. As we see Bella, talk about a player who doesn't like to draw. She started with 2 losses.
2 losses and then 3 wins in a row.
Right. Can she keep her streak alive? Almira, what are you expecting for that very big game between Elisabeth and Bella?
Well, both players have been playing very uncompromising chess, so I think that this is going to be a real fight. And Bella is playing with the white pieces, so she does not play solidly in the opening, actually. She takes chances, so it might be also a very good chance for Elisabeth to seize the initiative and catch Anna in the lead.
We saw a picture there of Alexandra. Again, she adjusts the pieces. I do the same. I do the pieces first, then the pawns, and I put my knights forward, just as Alexandra does. So she's very well trained, I would say.
And talk about the heavyweights clash.
Yes.
You have them in front of you. Nana
Exactly.
Dzagnidze with white pieces against the former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk. This is going to be tough.
I'm sure they've played each other many times.
Yep, their
We'll
head-to-head
see
must
later.
be amazing.
What the head-to-head is.
Yeah,
And the 2 youngest players in the tournament.
exactly. I wonder how many times they've played with each other, because again, they're just so young. They couldn't have that much experience.
Depends how young they started.
Right.
Yeah.
And also, I think that you forget that they started so young that they've probably played a lot of games in the World Youth Chess Championship.
That's a good point. Yes.
When we were talking, I remember about Sergei Karyakin and Magnus Carlsen. I think their first game they played when they were 10. That was their first encounter.
And maybe also was for the gold medals too, because they were so successful as young players. Harika at the board. filling out the score sheet. Good time to once again remind our viewers, we love it when you join the conversation. We had some wonderful questions, queries, and from the social media. And Sabina is the one handling the questions.
Yes, you can join the conversation on Twitter using hashtag Cairns Cup, and on every other social media platform. You can reach us at the St. Louis Chess Club channels.
I love those questions, so keep them coming. There you see Irina. Everybody's
last, as always.
Yeah, a late arrival. But everybody gets wanded, so sometimes there is a little line up there. So we hear Judith in the background, the chief arbiter.
I think today we have a special guest ringing the bell.
Oh, okay. Do you know who it is? I don't.
Alexandra. I can't pronounce his last name that well.
Okay.
Crawford, I think.
Okay.
But we're gonna see him on the screen shortly. Oh, actually, that's his daughter ringing the bell.
I was about to say, is the bell bigger? I don't know. Well done, Alex.
Very cute. And we have first moves on the board.
So,
And
which game?
which one?
I was
Since
about
our
to.
tournament leader has a bye today,
Exactly.
we have to pick the key match.
Absolutely. Well, for me, it's got to be the Bella versus Elisabeth, because if you look at the point totals between them, they're sporting the most points. So the fight for second and potentially first, you mentioned that if Elisabeth could win while Anna has a bye today and can't score, obviously, when you have the bye, Elisabeth could go to 4.5, and she's playing this A6, H6.
So it's interesting. Just 2 days ago, opponent played knight c3, and she responded with h6.
H6, right?
Now Bella plays knight f3, and Elisabeth goes a6.
Exactly. And again, this is kind of like a modern style, and I want to say that Magnus Carlsen kind of responsible, I think, in many ways for popularizing a move that, well, the classical players would suggest is not that good. But okay, D takes c4, and the potential of b7, b5 exists. So you might say black is threatening to capture a pawn and to keep it.
I think the most common response is just taking on d5, just to avoid d takes c4 completely.
C takes d4, E takes d5, knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5. Lots and lots of games have been going in this fashion, yes. We'll see what Bella's choice is. You think a7, a6 is a surprise?
If Elisabeth hasn't played it before, then I'm sure Bella
Slightly.
was not expecting it.
Slight surprise. Again, I'm thinking if the threat is to take, and if I don't want to play e3 to stop the threat, queen c2, you know, getting ready to transpose it to a Catalan might be an interesting choice. And let's see, as we go around.
In the youngsters game, we have Najdorf with bishop g5.
Wow, okay. Now, this is a real party here. I mean, you played the bishop g5 Najdorf, and you're looking at variations that are easily 20, 25, and 30 moves deep. And I remember getting caught in a terrible, terrible trap ages ago with my dear friend Jim Tarjan. Jim and I were preparing him for a competition, the interzonal, and in the field was one Lev Polygaevsky. And Lev played what was called the Polygaevsky defense to the Najdorf.
Is it named after him?
Yes. And we spent the better part of half a month seriously studying this position, queen c7. And we couldn't refute the variation, we couldn't refute his variation, and many players tried, and I could say that this was actually the Tabia position. And you just look at the position, you go, it's a chaotic mess. I must say that I miss Lev because nobody plays his variation today.
I think it's funny you mentioned because chess openings before the engines were so much more interesting.
Right?
Now you put that position on the engine, it will tell you 000 or 10, and you can't play it anymore.
Exactly. Bishop g5. Again, e7, e6, f2, f4. And there was Bobby Fischer's favorite, the poison pawn. Today, a lot of the players I see are playing the poison pawn with the inclusion of h7, h6, and they do it for very, very, very specific reasons, I can assure you. But you really, really need to know your stuff.
So much theory here.
Yes.
I was studying this opening like 15 years ago, and even back then there was so much theory.
Exactly, and it just keeps exploding too.
Players keep adding more and more to this, and
right. See, that was my problem actually. I started out as an e4 player, but then there would be people who specialized in the Najdorf, or Marshall Gambit, or Dragon. And I felt when I was playing e4, I had to be prepared for all of these. No, it was just an overwhelming amount of work.
Is that when you switched to c4?
Exactly.
Makes sense.
It was this. My only way of surviving the opening was to, and I wanted to say, along with e7, e6, knight b8 to d7. This was a variation I want to say Boris Gelfand, more than other players, kind of champion bishop to d7. The reason I always thought it was a little bit suspicious was because of bishop c4. A lot of these variations, white is looking to sacrifice a piece on the e6 square. But, well, nothing new under the sun here as the players, thousands of games in these variations. And Almira, I'll toss the ball over to you. What game has caught your fancy?
Yes, sir. Please have a look at this position. A very unusual opening occurred, first of all. Here, Nana Dzagnidze, who is playing with the white pieces against Alexandra Kosteniuk after an invitation to play Nemtsu, Indian. So she played bishop f4. And here I was expecting Alexandra to play a very classical move d5 because I happened to study also her husband's games because it's very important in order to understand professionals' opening repertoire. And Alexandra went for a more aggressive c5, and after d5 it is another invitation to play the move b5 in style of Volga Gambit or the Benko. And here the position is already very complicated on the move 4. So let's say, how should white react in this position? They would play knight f3, then e takes d5, e takes d5, and I was looking at a very natural move, bishop b7, attacking the pawn on d5, so you cannot play knight c3 because b4 simply wins the central pawn. And how do you defend it, actually? That you give away another central pawn. You play e4, and after knight f4, an amazing move, knight c3. So I think that Nana actually, is hoping to get this position. So because computer evaluates this position already as, well, much better, I think, for white, even though it's slightly better, it changes its opinion, but white's initiative is simply tremendous. So let's have a look what happens if black doesn't play bishop b7 here. There are a few games played by the professionals, so you transpose in the type of Benoni position here after d6. So how can it continue here? e4 once again. But now the b5 pawn is hanging, so the bishop on f1 can actually take it, and black plays a6. So with a very complicated game, but computer favors white already here at the move 6. So after a4, he claims that white has a huge advantage.
Oh, like some echoes of a Blumenfeld gambit with bishop f4. And we were interested in their head-to-heads matchup. Here we have it.
Well, they've played a lot of games, and Alexandra has quite a lead. She She won 11 times, lost only 4 times, and they have 12 draws as well.
Yeah, a lot of games. Help me out here, Almira, because you know me, I'm a pawn grubber. After knight f3, if I take the pawn on c4, just taking the pawn on c4, I'm assuming the move knight c3.
Yes.
Yes.
B takes c4, and of course, a very important move in this position is knight c3,
Right.
because knight is very stable now on c3. There is no more
d5,
ideas.
d4,
Yes, of
yeah.
course.
Okay, but
d5,
then
d4.
I want to follow up with, I would love to take twice on d5 and play bishop b7, but my bishop's not going to be
Yes.
protected on b7. So I'll start with the move queen b6. And in my mind's eye, I want to take twice on d5 so I can go bishop b7, but also I'm hoping to distract you and attack the pawn on b2. So queen b6. I assume it's all gambit style from here. You continue e4.
You are absolutely right, and queen b6 is a novelty, which is not a good sign yet.
Well,
So e4, let's try.
yes, people aren't. They don't understand my fearless attacking style. I'm underappreciated, but historians will correct the record. E2, e4.
Yes, e2, e4, of course.
And I grab, because that's what I do. Queen takes b2.
Queens take, well, there are a few moves. I don't know which I prefer most
Right.
here, but a very calm bishop d2.
Bishop d2. And by the way, once you play the move bishop d2, then we actually transpose. I saw some games suddenly and rather
Appear.
remarkably popped up in the database the moment you play.
has played this with the black pieces in 1988.
See, he used to be fearless.
He used to be
At one
fearless.
time in his career. I suppose it was because he was playing in an open tournament, and in those open tournaments, you have to score so much. Okay, I'm 2 pawns up. I want to maintain the pawns. I'll go bishop a6 to maintain the pawn. And I agree. I'm taking a very big risk as black, but I'm thinking if my opponent hasn't prepared it, maybe my
can
opponent
work.
gets nervous
Yeah.
that they're 2 pawns down and could it work? What's the evaluation?
After rook b1, the evaluation is almost +3.
+3.
Yes. This
Why?
is,
What am I missing? Queen a3?
It's just that I think that you will be having a lot of troubles finishing your development.
And
so
getting out
let's
of
say
dodge?
yes, after queen a3.
Yep.
Well, the
only
computer
move.
suggests knight e5 or queen c2. He gradually takes the pawn on c4, solidifies the center, and then simply plays on. Let's say, what do you do after knight e5?
Knight b5.
No, knight e5 because
Oh, knight e5. I'm
yes,
sorry.
threatening to win your queen.
Well, that sounds
If you give
very
up your
serious. And when you said threatening to win my queen, that is, yeah, okay. And the 2 bishops, that's, so if I start running backwards, I'm going to be chased into oblivion, huh?
Yes,
Okay.
run for your life, I
Run
think.
for
yes.
my life.
Queen a5 and knight c4, you know, you will have to give up one of those bishops, I think, and also
Right.
have a look at this threat. If you will play bishop b7, let's say, I will always play d6 and e5, and this
That's
position is
very
absolute.
powerful.
Okay, I can even play bishop b4 back here.
Yes, that's very, very powerful. Once you played the move knight e5, I was even considering a little bit desperado, knight takes e4.
Okay, let's
And if
try.
knight takes e4 takes on d5, but I stopped myself. I saw knight e4, queen f3, and I thought, Roro, something has really gone wrong here for black after knight e4, queen f3.
But even after knight e4, I think that e d5 doesn't work at all, because here you have a more useful move, queen h5. Yeah.
Oops.
Yes, and then knight f6 is coming, you know, there's, well, you're in dire straits here.
Totally,
so.
totally. Well, this is, let's say, sometimes I got caught with my hand in the cookie jar going pawn hunting, and that looks like an example of some debacles, let's just say. that I've had. So at this moment, after knight f3, Alexandra has actually been thinking, which may not be the best sign. She was the one who played b5 after all herself, and the fact that she doesn't have a quick follow-up to the very common knight f3 is a little bit of a bad sign, Almira.
Yes, and maybe she's considering the alternative, because we analyzed the line with e takes d5, e takes d5. Let's have a look at queen a5 check.
Right,
So,
a very typical Blumenfeld
yes, this could be
move.
a very sound alternative in this position,
Sure.
but then simply knight c3 in this position. So if you take on c4, we'll get to the same position, and you didn't make a very useful move, queen a5 here.
Exactly.
So here maybe you will take on d5 because you provoked knight c3 already, so maybe you will have to play b4 here. So cd5. This was a game played by David Navarra quite a while ago, but against a much lower opponent. So that's why I suspect this is not a very precise play for by white. So after b4, computer still thinks that white is better here. So he suggests knight a4, and even if black plays d6, you know, after e4, he claims that white has quite a big advantage. So let's have a look what happens actually after knight e4, because I think that we are going to see a lot of the positions where white sacrifices the central pawn for long-term initiative. And what can you do here? Bishop d3. Once again, it's very surprising that computer makes those quiet moves. Of course, it wins the tempo. You attack the knight, but you finish your development, and after bishop d3, if you go knight f6, then simply castle. And after bishop b7, you play rook e1, and the computer evaluates this position as completely winning for white, even though black is a pawn up.
Wow.
But way behind in the development, and it is, well, I cannot give a very useful advice here. After queen c7,
knight takes c5.
knight takes c5, even rook c1, yes. What a move, knight takes c5. It's a brilliant idea here.
Right. Yeah, no, this is an example of great development in the gambits overwhelming the materialist. So b5, I'm not sure this is really paying dividends for black, because all the lines that you've been showing, Almira, are pretty one-sided. White keeps sacrificing material and keeps winning the lines you're showing.
And what is, I think, the most important, the important factor to consider is that Nana Dzagnidze is in her element in those types of position, as this is very dangerous.
Yeah. If I can ask also another question is, okay, after knight, if Alexandra captures on d5, takes on d5, and we've been seeing her fall behind in development when she's playing moves like queen a5 check. What about bishop b7 and trying to lasso the pawn on d5? Is it simply d5, d6 is the issue, or?
No, that's the line I showed at the very beginning. Yes, you still play e4 here.
Nonetheless.
Yes. e4. Let's have a look once
e4.
again. Yes, what happens after knight e4? And I showed you this very surprising move, knight c3.
That's right.
So knight takes c3.
Yep.
Yes, b takes c3, and then black makes this move to protect the pawn on a6, and this is already a novelty. Let's say I have only 2 games here where humans played queen a5,
defending b5 and
attacking
c3.
the c3 pawn, which is a very logical move to me. So queen d2 was played.
Yep.
I like this move, but now when you develop your bishop on e7, you have a lot of options. You can play rook b1, attacking the b5 pawn, d6 at some point, bishop d3, and no one is actually defending the monarch.
Yeah. Very, very double-edged stuff. I wouldn't want to walk into it with the black pieces especially. without some serious preparation. And I don't like this position for black. I think that it's too. I'm too far behind in development. I'm too risky. Yeah.
And I'm really surprised that Alexandra is still thinking, because normally when you go for this line, you're supposed to blitz out the moves.
Exactly. That's exactly right. The move knight f3 has completely frozen her. Let's jump to the game of Bella. Again, this was going to be our marquee matchup game because of the number of points between these two. Against a7, a6. Yeah, Nazi,
I think she already made a novelty, queen b3.
Queen b3.
So I don't see any games coming up.
I suspect it might transpose once we put some moves into the position. So clearly, Bella is eyeballing the b7 as well as the d5 pawns and seeking to provoke maybe c7, c6 in the near future. So if we played a move like, for example, knight f6, and we played bishop g5, we played bishop e7, I suspect in a very near future we could have some games pop up, and that's exactly what's happened. Yeah.
But why play queen b3 so early?
That is a very good question, and I don't even have a very good answer for you, because the only reason I could imagine the queen comes out very early is that you get some lateral pursuit, you know, with the bishop on g5.
But she doesn't want maybe black as white squared bishop to develop, right?
Maybe, imagine this. Imagine we were to play bishop g5, and we were going to play knight here, pawn here, bishop to d6. Okay. Bishop to d6. And if our queen was already on b3, that bishop wouldn't be going to d6. Otherwise, I just don't see a major difference why queen b3 should be preferred over minor pieces. Normally speaking, we develop the minor piece early, and then we decide where our queen is going. Maybe our queen is going to a4, maybe it's going to d2. So we'll keep an eye on that. And Almira, you have a different position on your board.
Yes, I'm analyzing the game between Irina Krush and Harika Dronavalli, and I was actually surprised by Irina's last move, a4, because I know this position a little bit, and I thought that you were supposed to trade those knights. And actually now I had to look at the database, and that a4 has been played a few times, and it's the second best move in this position. So I was not familiar with this idea. So Irina, instead of knight a4 here, which trades the knights, and well, if you take knight a4, queen f4, you win a tempo, attacking the pawn on a7, so king b8, and then you can improve your rook. You can play rook c1 with a very positional play, but here Irina made a very aggressive move, a4. So let's have a look. What is the difference between knight a4, of course, trades knight, and a4? Because when the knight jumps to c4, you still can play, let's say I just want to demonstrate it, b3 because of knight a3, of course. So this is a very important tactical motive for black. So I suspect that after a5, the black will always play knight c4. So here you had a few games where black played queen b4.
Natural move.
Yes, because now this square is becoming available. So how can white continue? They still follow the path which was paved by a few players. So bishop e2, king b8, and now knight e5. So it's a bit mysterious to me. Then you want to play knight d3, knight c5, you know, kick the queen away, and knight c5 and a5. Okay, this is a very interesting plan.
And we do have queen b4 on the board as you were speaking. Harika just played queen b4. Interesting move, bishop d3. When I saw the move a4 for the first time, I played this position in my practice as black. Nobody played a4 against me, by the way. I thought the idea was going to be king a2 and queen b3, but if you imagine that the knight jumps quickly to d3, f3. That's a tempo. And the knight on c5 will be excellent.
And that actually explains the move bishop b2. Because I've seen this position for the first time in my life.
As
and
well, yeah.
This is such a mysterious move, bishop b2 after queen b4.
Right.
And then everything becomes crystal clear. The mysteries of the position
Unravel.
yes, unraveled in front of us
revealed,
is
yeah.
knight e5 and knight d3.
Right. So again, from my perception, the knight on g7 is doing nothing. So I would be trying to get the knight into the game, knight d6, knight to c4, and then after the move knight e5, I don't have the time for knight to d6 because of knight d3. I'd start to look at knight c4 with the idea of knight a3 check.
Now maybe king a2.
Or do you want to try to win the pawn? I'm wondering, like you lured the pawn to c4,
Yes.
knight takes
Might as
c4,
well.
or do you like king a2? Yeah, king a2, I
Well,
was going to
king
go.
a2 might be a blunder because there's knight e5 and d4 check.
Oops, you are right. King a2 does look like we walked right into a discovered check. Oops. So right, so we no king a2 in that case. So maybe knight, bishop takes or knight takes. Knight takes, let's say, right? Interesting. Has there been games? What does the theory suggest, Almira?
It is not a recent theory because, for example, I tried knight c4 here. And I
Right.
think that white's idea is to take on c4. Well, if you take with queen c4, then you simply
That's your tempo.
so many tempos in the opening that it can't be justified simply. So
Right.
where do you go here? Queen a6. But if you take d takes c4 here, then white has such a powerful center, and this bishop is actually quite passive, even though that white has weakened a lot of light squares. So I think that this is a very good option here to take on c4, and there have been 4 games which were played like this.
Right.
And let's have a look. So queen b4, yes, bishop b2. I think that there was one game played with your move, Yasser, knight e8 here. But this was the game played between on the amateur level, and it continued like knight e5. Then let's try knight c4 here.
Right.
So this would be already the novelty. But actually here the computer changes her mind, and takes with a knight. So knight c4, d takes c4, and even f4. While I will be cautious about making this move immediately, so yes, I would actually make a more human move, e4 here.
E4.
Because you can follow up with f4, of course, but
Sure.
e4 looks very harmonious in this position to me.
Well, I like the big center as well. We'll keep an eye on this one. Alexandra, after a long think, by the way, she really wasn't sure how she was going to continue the position after knight f3, did play bishop b7, one of the theoretical moves. And we've been seeing our chess engine just happily sacrificing pawns with moves like
engines
e4.
just hate Benoni and Benko opponents.
Yes,
They do.
exactly. Benonis, Benkos, and Kings Indians
Yes.
really get a negative.
Always +1 immediately.
Always, yes. So bishop b7, and I wanted to check in with the youths. The youths with their Najdorf. So after
G6 is
after knight
the main
b8 to
move.
d7, queen e2. Queen e2. Okay. Already a little bit for me off the beaten track. h6. Whoa. h6, bishop
is the main move in
h4.
this line.
Yeah, I was thinking that the natural follow-up for me would have been g5, bishop here, e7, e6, and there's probably, tons and tons of theory.
But actually, black does something quite similar, but the opposite in a sense. They play e5 and g6 instead of g5 and e6.
Okay, so g7, g6, and Dragon Najdorf, or what do they call it? The Dragendorf? Even?
Dragendorf.
Yeah, g7, g6, f2, f4, and wow. Let me put it this way. This seems to be in the razor-sharp, modern stuff. It's not in the dusty part of my chess library. What's going on in this crazy
Still
game?
a lot of games played here,
Yeah?
hundreds and hundreds.
Really?
One
How
that-
does we take, I assume?
Yes, and then after d takes e, can you guess the next move? We're leaving the knight hanging on d4.
We're not castling, are we?
We are castle.
We are
Long
castle.
castle, yes.
Okay, we're living life on the edge. I can
Yeah.
feel this. So the idea in this case is that any captures will be met by e5, and black has issues. Okay, fair. So you
Soft
can't castle. Oh, you can't capture. Sorry.
After long castle, I think queen c7 is the main move.
Queen c7. And now, do we move our knight? Move our no. I like
Knight
that bishop.
d5 is an option, but I think
Knight d5 takes.
I think knight
takes.
b3 is more common.
Wow, great stuff. Knight b3 is more common.
Yeah.
Now I'm assuming we've got to develop, right? Bishop b4,
Can play
bishop.
b5. Just forget about the king side for now.
Wow. Whoa, I see b5, and I don't ask me why, but rook takes d7, knight takes d7, knight d5 is with a purpose there, isn't it? Oh boy. So lots and lots of games even here, yeah?
Yes.
And let's see how these two perform head to head.
Well, they've played 10 times already. 4 wins for Zhansaya, 1 for Gunay, and 5 draws.
4 wins, that's pretty impressive actually. Big advantage, Zhansaya. So f2, f4, e5 on the board, and takes castles. If I'm not worried about your taking my knight, could I castle right away? I mean, for reasons that aren't apparent to me, I'd like to keep f4 takes e5 in reserve.
Good question.
Is this still? Yeah, I think I see some games have pop up. So castles is also completely playable as well. The reason why I might want to defer, I'm always one of those players that I don't like giving my opponent options. So when I play the move takes, castles, I'm giving my opponent an option, bishop b4, that if the pawns remain on the board, there's no bishop b4. So I try to cut down the possibilities that my opponent has. Castles. I don't know.
I agree with you. I think in this line, most of the time, bishop's going to be fianchetto on g7.
Right.
So black's not concerned about having bishop b4 option.
Exactly. Razor sharp stuff, I must say,
Should
going
jump
on.
to Nana's game, actually.
Okay.
After bishop b7, she played e4.
And
So now Nana's the one sacrificing the pawn instead of accepting a free pawn on b5.
exactly, e to e4, knight takes e4 on the board, and I assume she's going to follow up with the very natural move, bishop d3, give me the knight. And if you take, this is where the computer has actually been just simply destroying me. The threat of rook e1 and very, very bad things happening seems to be overwhelming, right? Like these positions, the computer is going to give me a +3 advantage or something absolutely crazy.
But it's still not that easy to play at the board, even if
No.
computer says +3.
Right. Oftentimes it's by walking a very narrow path. Speaking of the narrow path, Almira, it's one of those games that is one of those positions that's so sharp, neither player can really deviate. But how does the engine evaluate, how does the oracle evaluate e4?
Yes, we saw that e4 is the typical idea in this opening, but somehow the computer suggests it's in a very precise situation. Sometimes if black takes on d5 or queen a5 and then knight c3. But here, have a look. Nana Dzagnidze has already played this position. She deviates from her own game. In the previous game, she did play knight c3. Here. Doesn't want. Yes, knight c3. She played this game against Anna Muzychuk, one of the top players in the world. So after e d5, Nana took on d5, knight d5. But here you have a very interesting possibility, which is the top line of the computer, is to take on b5. So you threaten knight d6, knight c7 with a very complicated play. So I'm actually thinking what happened so that Nana played here e4, which is a novelty according to the database.
Novelty.
Yes. And after knight e4, okay, computer thinks that if you don't include the move e d5, c d5, and you do not open the e file, that black is slightly better. Of course, this might change a few moves later when it will understand that the initiative, there will be enough compensation of it for the pawn, and that the initiative, white's initiative is too strong. And even now, as you can see, he decided to propose the move knight c3, and a very surprising bishop d6.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm. So let's see who analyzed this position better.
Right. So the big difference is by not opening up the e file, by not including the move e6 takes d5, black is justified in grabbing the pawn on e4. You can go back and, let's say, after castles, just avoid opening up the e file with e6 takes d5. I guess you also got to be concerned that that second pawn can be lost. c4 takes d, b5 takes c4.
Quite behind in development.
Right.
But he's considering bishop d6 first.
Yeah, bishop d6 was a very nice move.
Yeah, it's a touch, right?
So bishop e3, and now knight f6, I think.
Well, you get the bishop to d6 with
With a tempo.
a tempo.
So on bishop d6 is...
Still coming to grips with this position. You know, I'm a pawn grabber, but, you know, I'm very, very, very reluctant to fall so significantly behind in development. Very double-edged position, I feel.
Yes. It doesn't even look like black's that far behind, like one move away from castling.
Yeah, after the move...
Bishop d6 is the key, though.
So, and how is that different from knight c3? Bishop d6.
So here I thought white could play knight takes e4 and then take on c5, maybe?
I see. That's
Yes.
a big difference. That's a tempo, yeah. Queen a5
However, there's
check.
some queen a5 check.
Still some variations to analyze.
Not sure which one's better,
I
knight d2
know.
or king a2.
Yeah, knight on knight d2 is not that much fun. Good stuff. We'll definitely keep an eye on this one. I just wanted to check in on Bella and how that game developed from. Oops, that's the wrong game. Yes, it was just. That's what. I thought that we would just see knight f6, knight c3, and a kind of a transposition. So that game is actually unfolding very, very slowly. The Irina game, that was the queen b3, and check it
Maybe
out.
played this interesting move, king a1, instead of bishop e2 that we're looking at.
Well,
After queen b4, king a1.
Wow, and now bishop e2. Okay, I can imagine that the reason for, in this position, king a1 is she's anticipating knight c4. So she goes king a1. Knight c4 would actually be just a bad move now. Go away with the queen, and I will play b2, b3, and go away with the knight. So king a1 stops knight c4, king b8, very, very useful move, I must say. Bishop e2, and again,
Maybe also on knight c4, maybe Irina wants to play b3, maybe that's why she played king
also,
a1.
yeah, again, just to
Yeah.
sidestep this threat.
And also ask knight,
What are you
what are you
doing?
doing on c4?
Exactly. Kind of like asking also the queen, what are you doing on b4, and then following it up with b3. Intriguing. Is king a1 a novelty, by the way? What is a novelty here?
I think so. After king a1, games in the database disappear.
Disappear.
There have only been four games, and they're all bishop e2.
I must say, I like the inclusion of king a1 because of this. This knight c4 was bothering me oftentimes as I was capturing it on c4, but I do like this idea of just kicking black's pieces back with knight a2 and b2, b3. And, Harika, What's our clock situations, by the way?
Harika has hour and 15 minutes, and Irina has hour and 23. So I think Irina has seen this position before, and she's quite well prepared.
And it sure feels that way. Bishop e2. Nice. So games are developing really, really enjoyable. And Almira, which one caught your attention?
Well, actually, I wanted to show you a lovely idea from this opening. Now that, while we start to grasp all the nuances of this position, I'm thinking, was the a4 the invitation to play queen b4? You know, we started to like the Irina's positions more and more. But let's say we play knight e8 here, and we actually allow white to play a5.
Sure.
So king a1, of course, was the novelty in this position. So let's say a5, knight d7. White's idea actually is to play a6, and that's why black plays queen b4, not to allow this plan with a5, a6. And if you play b6 here, well, you can play knight b5. You know, and the computer thinks that
You're just winning
yes,
a pawn.
white is completely winning because you're threatened to take the pawn on a7 and the pawn on c6. So that's the whole idea of the move a4, and that's why black played queen b4. So king a1 is an actual novelty in this position, and I thought maybe h5 was a useful move in this position, and we'll try to create a little pressure on the king side, but knight e5 is still very good for white here.
Yeah, defends g4 in a nice way.
Oh, but here maybe you should consider knight d7 once again. You have to trade the most active piece, which is the knight on e5, and while the bishop is still on d3, you don't have this d3 square. So let's have a look. But Harika played king b8, and now Irina proceeds with the original plan, bishop e2, and now we know that she's going to play knight e5 and knight d3.
Right.
So let's see, what do you actually do after knight c4 here? He still considers bishop c4, d takes c4, and e4. So, and can you play, if you played king a1, can you actually play b3 in this position? That was my question. So maybe this is also Irina's idea, because after queen a3, you have queen a2.
Sure.
So, of course, but then I'm not sure. Okay, so let's say knight d6 here and knight a2. A tricky move. So white is definitely better in every line. And maybe Irina also has the psychological edge in this game, because she probably out-prepared her opponent.
Exactly.
No, it feels wrong to have knight on g7. It's like bishop should be on g7.
Exactly. And they were head-to-head. I'm sure they played each other. Yeah, there you have it.
13 draws. 5 wins for Irina, 3 for Harika. But 13 draws stand out.
They certainly do. Nice, good contests, I must say, between the two. For me, it's strange that the computer, after bishop e2, would consider capturing the knight, because I really like just driving the pieces away. Knight a2, if the queen dropped back, b3, and it's sort of like, well, you've helped me get in my whole a5, a6, a concept previously shown to us by Almira, just weakening or softening
and all with
the
tempo,
c6.
tempi.
And all with tempi, absolutely. So yeah, this looks good. I wanted to ask about Alexandra's game again. Nana.
I think Nana's still thinking after knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4 and a stop, huh? It does seem strange to me that knight c3.
Between knight c3 and bishop d3, yes.
Exactly. So, but in both cases, knight c3, bishop d3 are both being met by bishop d6, yes?
I actually think knight bd2 seems more logical than knight c3.
Okay.
But it's the same idea. Black can still play bishop d6.
Somehow it's the universal panacea, cures everything. You just play bishop d6. You attack my knight, I attack your bishop.
Yeah.
funny
White could also
stuff.
play maybe queen d3 instead of... Just to not allow bishop d6. I was trying to think of a
Move that stops.
that wouldn't welcome bishop d6.
Yeah, well, I grab the pawn and I retreat. Maybe the queen is actually in the way
Maybe I can take
on...
e6 and then on b5 now. Allow d5 and let's play that position.
Yeah, but this is like a Blumenfeld gambit where black really is pleased because they're not even a pawn down, and you do get this massive center.
But
First we play bishop e7 and
I
castle.
can also castle long very quickly.
Wow, that's taking your life into your hands because with the pawn on b5, I do have ways of opening up your king's position with the pawn.
Yeah, this is a super double-edged.
I would be scared if I was white on the white side of this. Queen d3. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Nasi. You're looking for a way of avoiding this move, bishop d6. But if you were going to go for that, let's just put this on the board for a sec, because somehow this is logical. I would say takes. Yeah. And at least in this particular position, I'm not material behind.
Why not take... So I know typically black takes with the f-pawn just so they can play d5. But here, let's take with the d-pawn.
Fair. Okay, and
Just
still
so I don't
missing.
have exposed...
Right. Bishop takes
Yeah.
h7, cheapos.
Yeah.
You know who you're sitting next to, right?
Yes.
I will take that pawn and I'll take your knight with a discovered check. I think black's
Kind
okay.
of like knight on d6 here, yeah.
It does. It looks okay, and you always have
Yeah,
c4
C4
as a way of neutralizing and trading. I don't see any real problems for Alexandra in this case. Over to you, Almira. What have you discerned about this position?
Well, we are still debating.
Yes.
We haven't reached the state of technological singularity yet, but I have a few funny positions for you because I'm smiling myself when analyzing it simply. So knight e4, and I started to analyze the move knight c3 first because I think it's one of the most critical moves in this position. So what if bishop d6, then knight e4, Bishop f4, everything is quite forced. So after knight c5, attacking this bishop on b7, the computer suggests this move, and of course, king e2 here.
Of course.
Yes, of course, this is very obvious.
Natural.
And as you can see, the evaluation changes, perfect zeros, and the position is incredibly complicated at the move 10 already. So this is one option. So what if black doesn't play bishop d6 here, as it suggests before? What if I take on c3? And I think that Nana is trying to calculate everything in this position and to evaluate where she's going to into, like after b takes c3. So here, bishop b7, I think that you want to castle. Bishop d3, and another critical position after e takes d5, and c takes d5, bishop d5. Here, the computer suggests another very logical move. So you're simply sacrificing everything here. And after knight e5, it hesitates. The evaluation changes once again. So this is the move 11 here. So it's in between equal and equal. And so let's say, what is the idea? After knight e5, and let's say if you don't play knight c6, knight e5, knight c6, let's say you play like a move which passes here. So this move is suggested.
What?
Yes, a lot of tactics in this position.
G6.
Yes, and it is really very interesting. But the key to this position is that you will have to sacrifice another pawn. So it's not only the pawn on e4, it's you have to come up with the follow it and sacrifice the pawn on d5 as well.
Right. One after the other after the other. I'm just charmed as we have standings reminder.
Right, we have Anna Zatonskih leading the tournament. Today she has a bye round, that's why we don't have her game.
So her score is going to be frozen today.
Elisabeth Paehtz in the clear second. Her bye round's coming up.
So Elisabeth with a victory would be tied with Anna.
Right, and sharing third, Alexandra Kosteniuk and Khotenashvili. Those two players already had their best.
Right. I was just charmed by the position that Almira was showing us. If I had looked at games or collection of games or annotated games from, let's say, the time that I started playing chess, if the annotator had written knight c3, bishop d6, knight takes e4, bishop takes f4, knight takes c5, queen a5 check, king e2, with crazy complications, we would all agree.
Mm-hmm.
But today, they would say, in completely equal position, triple zeros. You're like, who is this annotator? Get this guy out of here, you know. But no, king e2, triple zeros, as opposed to absolute chaos on the board. That's crazy. By the way, we did have bishop to d3 by Nana, and this is the moment where we're expecting bishop d6 by Alexandra. I'm assuming that there's something terribly bad about the move knight f6, Almira, because at the moment I don't see it myself.
Well, there is nothing immediate, but the computer thinks that after knight c3, actually, white is already much better. So you can see the evaluation changes dramatically. So I think that this possibility of developing the knight on c3 immediately and while you're still stuck there. And one important point is that when your bishop is on e7 and your knight is on f6, you will always lose your bishop after castle. And I think this is the element, the key element, why the computer evaluates this position as much better for black, because you have to find a way to finish the development here. And I'm not sure that you want to take on c4 and to have this position after bishop c4. Yes, you might as well take on d5. So knight d5, exchange a few pieces. So bishop d5. Queen a5, let's try b4 for fun.
Wow.
Yes.
Action.
Queen b4. What is the idea I wanted to show you? So like this, of course, you're
That's why we opened the
losing
d file.
the
Right.
queen, so you will have to sacrifice. Yes, that's
The
why you
queen.
need to play b4. Otherwise, so here, what happens if you take on d5? It reminds me of a line of a Volga gambit. So a lot of pieces are exchanged, but here, after knight c6, well, do you castle here, or what? Well, he even suggests knight g5, but I think what happens after castle?
Again, it just feels like great compensation. Alexandra agrees with the computer. Bishop d3 was met by bishop d6. And it didn't take her long to find bishop d6 either. I think she just recognized that the position after knight f6, knight c3, white's got great compensation and, in fact, an advantage. So bishop d6 kind of came pretty quickly.
She was probably also thinking during Nana's time.
Absolutely, bishop d6. So one of the things that I like to do, and I've kind of trained myself to do that, is while I'm thinking, I'm looking at tactics. I'm looking at sharp forcing tactics. When my opponent is thinking, I'm trying to think strategically. I'm trying to think, what are the good pieces, what are the bad pieces? I'm coming up with general conceptions, but when my clock is ticking, I want to look at the sharp tactical things. So when you were just talking, well, when Nana was thinking, maybe she was coming up with a bishop d6. Keeping our eye on that one, we're getting close to our first break of the day. Just wanted to go again to the youths. To the youths in the tournament. Did you ever see the movie My Cousin Vinny?
No.
Oh, brilliant comedy. Make an effort. It's really good. The youths. Castles, queen c7, knight b3, a position that you anticipated, b7, b5 on the board. And statistically speaking, how do the players fare from this position?
I don't know the statistics. I just know that most common move here is knight d5.
Okay, and well, that's pretty forcing. Nothing to say, but I got to take it, and I'm assuming I take with the
back
pawn.
with the pawn.
And now
Bishop actually goes to d6, yes.
Right.
But I don't know the results. I think anything can happen. Playing for 3 results.
With all 3 results possible, fair enough. All right, and Irina Krush bishop e2, and Harika is thinking.
Still thinking.
And that was the Zhansaya
Oh, I
game.
like what Bella has achieved.
What did Bella achieve?
The way she
Oh, she
pushed
got an
e4
e4.
and e5.
So knight f6, knight c3, c7, c6, e2, e4. Now we understand queen b3 a lot better. If, for example, you take on e4, then knight to g5 and bishop c4 is Bella's idea.
On each move, we're discovering more ideas behind queen b3.
Queen b3, yeah. But maybe the move c7, c6 was a little bit too compliant. First, invite bishop g5, c6, because Bella, e2, e4, that's a great achievement for white, by the way. Sorry.
Could black just take, is it possible to take knight takes e4?
Knight takes e4.
Knight e4 and queen e7?
Oops,
Just
sorry.
to avoid, no, I'm not taking on e4, going
Oh,
queen e7 here.
I apologize, yes,
Just
queen
to protect
e7.
f7 at the same time.
Let's stop and think about this one. So you've also got a thought that was crossing my mind. You've got h6 here as well as other moves, but the thought that was crossing my mind is that you do have queen b4 check as a potential bailout as well. So queen e7. Let's stop and think about this, because, oh my.
You have bishop g5 maybe.
Right, I was about to say, in for a penny, in for a pound. Bishop g5? If you take,
Yeah.
then
King d2.
I'm
Yeah.
kind of happy. I'm not sure I'm ecstatic about my position.
Yeah, I'll play f6 and take with the pawn on e4.
Wow, and take with a pawn on e4. And
Wait, are you losing a piece now maybe?
yeah, well, of course, but I'm probably losing.
I'll take your bishop on g5.
I feel like I'm playing in some kind of romantic era Paul Morphy, where just please take all my
everything.
pieces and I'm going to win an evergreen game. Maybe not. E4, by the way, Elisabeth shied away from any of the captures, and she's just allowed her opponent a very nice, I want to say, positional advantage. I've got my pawn on e5, and after, for example, a knight e4, bishop d3. Almira, this is a question for you. What about this move, queen e7, as Nazi proposed?
Well, Yasser, I wanted to tell you that I'm actually so happy that we can still have a discussion with the
Right.
computer and players can be creative. So knight e4, I think, is the best move in this position, but Bella has caught Elisabeth by surprise. So knight e4, queen e7,
Right.
a very important move to follow it. So I think that knight g5 can be played here. So I
Okay.
protect the knight. Then f6, attacking the knight. Queen e3, if take g5, knight takes g5, so you get your pawn
Wow.
back. So this is a bit equal, but I don't think that black has any problems whatsoever in this position.
Okay.
And also here, I was surprised that Elisabeth didn't take d takes c4, because things are not so simple here. Knight g5, knight d5. I tried all the human moves. Bishop c4. Bishop e7, and the key to this position, I think, is the move h4.
Wow.
Because if you take on e4, you know, there's nothing really very dangerous going on for black. But after h4, white is slightly better and, well, keeping the pieces very active on the board. So, but Nazi was absolutely right. Knight e4 is the best move in this position, followed by Queen e7. And bishop g5, of course,
Yeah.
you can start with f6, maybe bishop e3 here, so d takes e4, then knight d2, and maybe f5, or bishop starts to, you can start with bishop e6 here.
Quite the computer-generated line. You really need to be prepared to go into these variations. As we get ready for a break, it's always a good time to stop in and shop with our friends at Q Boutique and see what their specials are for today. Today, we have the 2023 Cairns Cup check it out. Men's jacket. Cairns Cup men's jacket doesn't go hand in glove, but here you have it. This is the official men's jacket of the Cairns Cup chess tournament. It is crafted from 100% polyester, features the Cairns Cup logo on the left breast and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back of the collar. Stay comfortable, stay stylish, while making your next move available exclusively at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. Check it out for all your shopping needs, and we're going to see you on the other side of this break.
How does it feel to be here in St. Louis for the third edition of the Cairns Cup?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I played first one, and after a break, we're playing like third one, and very happy to be part of it. It's the strongest tournament in the world with huge prize fund, and I'm really glad to be invited.
It feels good. It's my first time in US and in St. Louis, so I really love the atmosphere and I really love the venue. So I do look forward to play as soon as possible.
Well, it's great. I was actually surprised when I got the invitation because for the second tournament I didn't, and I was really upset. So when I saw the email, I was very happy, and I told my parents like, okay, we're going to someplace again.
Yeah, I'm very excited, and I think this time it's quite a different field with a lot of mix of young players as well. And definitely this is one of the strongest women tournaments and also with the highest prize fund ever. So I think it's going to be quite tough for everyone.
I'm so happy to be back here. I mean, I'm so happy that the Cairns Cup has resumed after a couple of years, of a break for the pandemic. And yeah, it's a very special tournament. I mean, it was kind of formulated to be one of the strongest tournaments for women in the world, and I think it's going to be super exciting.
I'm always very excited when I'm getting invitation from St. Louis, and I'm really very glad that I'm still here after 3 years of break. And yeah, I'm looking forward for a wonderful tournament.
I'm really excited because after 3 years we all are here, and we understood the value of it after pandemic, and to give importance that we are here all healthy and playing the tournament. So definitely I'm really excited that the strongest tournament, Cairns Cup, is back with the third edition, and yeah, I'm looking forward to be part of it.
So it's a long time I have not been here. It was 2018, my first visit to St. Louis. And I had very good memories despite of my playing. So I hope that this year will be more interesting games for me. And I think very well here. I'm delighted that I'm here because I like this club very much, and this atmosphere, everything. It's really nice to be here again.
First of all, I was very happy to receive the invitation almost in the last moment, because I think I was one of the last participants to join the event. But yes, I remember my time in 2019, even so I think back this time I got the last place, not sure, but I think so. This time I hope I will do a lot better. I mean, at least to get somewhere in the middle would be nice. And yes, I am very happy that when I came here today, that I could recognize so many things. So nothing really changed, and it's still the same spirit, looking at the Hall of Fame. So I'm really excited to start, actually.
I'm very, very happy and very excited. I was very looking forward to coming back because we had this 3-year-long gap. And every single year we got emails about the possibility to be back, and then somebody didn't quite work our way. So I'm very relieved to be back, and I'm very looking forward to playing again.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Grandmaster Nana Dzagnidze, who just won her game. Congratulations, Nana. Very nice game today. How do you feel being back at the Cairns Cup and in the US in St. Louis?
Yeah, I really love this place, and whenever I get the invitation, I always feel very happy. So yeah, this is my third time, and so far I think everything is good. So I hope to continue like this.
I know you've played a lot of tournaments before coming here. I was watching the broadcast earlier. How do you train for these tournaments? How do you stay in shape, like work on chess, and do you have time to analyze your games in between the tournaments? Do you analyze after?
Yeah, actually it is not that easy because I played a very important tournament like Grand Prix last step before this tournament, and before that I played Armageddon in Berlin.
Yes.
Yeah, and yeah, you really need a lot of energy, but
yes,
I'm trying to stay focused and show my best. I mean, I don't have a choice because all these tournaments which I play, I love this tournament, so I cannot
say no to. I see. Is your family supportive of your travels?
Yeah, my family is very supportive. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for me. I mean, I have 2 kids, so yeah, they support me a lot.
That is great to hear. Last question. I don't want to keep you. I want you to have enough time to rest for tomorrow. You're probably still jet-lagged from Europe. People wanted to find out on Instagram about what is like a meal, the kind of meal that you eat during tournaments, or what kind of things do you enjoy to eat that give you the energy either as you're playing or during a tournament, things that you enjoy to eat, if possible.
I would say avocado.
Avocado, that's a great one. What about during the games? Do you take any?
Yeah, I take some snacks. We have various choice here during the game, so maybe I tried some sushi today.
Sushi is great.
Yeah, and some sweets.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Nana. I wish you good luck in the next rounds, and we'll see you again soon.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act. Single tickets are now on sale at muni.org.
The Muni in Forest Park.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our standings after round 6. Anna Zatonskih's in the lead, 4.5 points out of 6 games, but Elisabeth Paehtz could catch her because Anna has a bye today.
Right, and sharing third are Alexandra Kosteniuk and Khotenashvili, and those players are...
I apologize, your mic's not plugged in, but I will tell you that in a tie for third is Alexandra, Bella, Harika, and, Alexandra and Bella are tied for third, and Harika and Irina tied for fifth. Pairings for this round 7 underway, by the way.
Zhansaya Abdumalik playing Gunay Mammadzada.
Nice, the all-youth matchup there.
Irina Krush against Harika Dronavalli. Dzagnidze against Alexandra Kosteniuk. And Bella Khotenashvili against Elisabeth Paehtz.
And in this round 7, there are some cutthroat chess being played. Let's just jump into the game because there was this Najdorf game. I'd mentioned rook takes d7, like that crossed my mind, and that was actually played. And it was like, yeah, rook takes d7, sacrificing an exchange. Zhansaya played rook takes d7, knight takes d7, and we're about to catch up with the players. Knight d5, tempo against the queen. Queen drop back to b8. Apparently, this is all theory. It really strikes me as cutthroat chess. Bishop f6. Give me the rook. Well, give me your bishop. Knight takes, king d8, queen d2 check. And I'm being told that this is actually going towards a draw. What's the draw, by the way?
Queen d6.
Queen d6, blocking the check. Queen a5 check, yep. Attacking, and I guess I'm blocking that one too.
Queen c7.
Yep.
Queen d2 and queen d6.
And that's how we get the perpet. Black shouldn't avoid the perpetual because bishop d6 was bad. Probably knight d5 or some crazy,
that's a good question.
Crazy variation. And by the way, queen d6 just played on the board here as step 1. The players might be heading for a draw. It's one of those crazy things about the modern chess is some of the sharpest, most double-edged games somehow always seem to get to triple zeros and perpets.
If both players know how to play correctly, it always ends in a draw.
It's crazy stuff. So that's an incredible game. Also for me is the game of, and there we have a queen a5 check. We might be seeing a draw coming up on the board.
We jump to, okay, I think they're about to repeat for the second or third time.
Yeah. Queen a5 check. And again, queen c7 looks forced. Queen back to d2 check. And let's see if we can't figure it out for ourselves. Bishop d6 is probably a very bad move. Isn't knight d5? That looks the most obvious.
So what's the threat with knight d5? Let's say I move the queen. Oh, you want to go back to a5?
Yes, exactly. And it's not so easy for you to find a good
Right,
square
let's say
for your
queen
queen.
c6.
Queen c6.
We can make the
pardon me,
moves on the board.
Knight to d5, queen. Yeah, I was making the wrong move for white though. Queen c6.
Queen a5 check. And,
Bishop c7.
King. Oh, I can do bishop c7 maybe.
I'm trying to trade.
Is there bishop takes?
I'm
No.
thinking, yeah, bishop takes b5,
Unfortunately,
right?
it doesn't work. Pawn takes.
A takes b5, right. Okay, just a second.
Maybe knight b4 here.
Knight b4.
It's a one move cheaper.
There's also queen e7, right? Pardon me,
Queen
queen
E3.
a3.
Could we
And
draw
if-
here as well?
As well, exactly. It might be just another one of those repetitions. We do have queen c7 on the board. After queen a5, queen d2 check. Zhansaya saying, okay, I think it's a draw by repetition.
Yeah. And these two players, Zhansaya actually hasn't won a game yet in this tournament.
Which is very rare for her because she's one of those really, really sharp players. You do expect her to have a loss or two, but you also expect her to have 2 or 3 wins.
She's a big fighter and quite an aggressive player, yes.
Exactly. Queen to d6. And we are going to, the repetitions pretty much in the bag now. Queen d6, queen a5 on the board. Tom loves the handshakes. Our producer loves to see the two players making peace.
I think now Gunay could already claim.
It's already been that fast? And queen c7?
In situations like this, I always repeat another time, and I want
To
my
be sure,
opponent
to be sure?
claim.
Oh, you want your opponent to claim. Queen
Yes.
I'm sure the arbiters are ready to step in and accept the claim. By the way, disappointing so far, 7 rounds for both players.
Yes.
They haven't, they came into the tournament with very high hopes. I saw them at the opening, or the players' meeting, I want to say, and they were very pleased to see one another. And we're expecting a draw here. And let's just jump to a marquee matchup game between Bella and Elisabeth, because when we left it, Bella got in a very important break, e2, e4, and Elisabeth played bishop e7, acquiescing to a considerable space disadvantage after the move e5. It was actually incredibly critical that she played knight takes e4, and there's our handshake and draw in this game. It was actually
These two
critical
players
that she
will
played knight e4 and queen e7.
Probably try to finish well since they didn't start well. They had 2 rounds to go, and
Yes.
they'll try to get some wins at the end.
For their sake, absolutely. So this was actually the key moment in the game, or the key moment in the opening is after e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, queen e7 was what Elisabeth had to essay, because what she has right now, I wouldn't recommend to anybody. She played bishop e7, e5, knight d7, and you already see the center is incredibly imposing.
Question, after e5, could she still try knight e4?
I thought, again, that was also quite a critical move.
I mean, it might already be quite bad, but
Right.
just knight d7 looks so much worse.
Exactly. At least you could trade and deal with the cramp position by exchanging off a pair of knights. Instead, Elisabeth played knight to d7, and then again, after bishop d3, knight to f8, she is really under a great deal of duress. I want to say this pawn on e5, pawn on d4, very, very disruptive. And everything, I like everything about White's position.
Do you like the next move, h4?
I do. I do. I like this move, in fact, very much, because it basically says, I'm going to be hunting your king. If you even think of ever stepping over onto the king side, I'm ready to meet you. H2, H4,
You
ideas.
also prepare some jumps to G5 with knight or the bishop.
Precisely so. And that is why Elisabeth played the move H7, H6. I would be, as white V, very happy to play the move Bishop E3, which, as I was speaking, Bella played. She's looking at castling. By the way, this queen on B3 is irritating for another reason, the pawn.
I mean, all black piece, only the bishop is on the 7th rank. Every other piece is on the last rank.
Yeah, with a Fischer random, if we could put the queen on G8 and the bishop on D8, we would have shuffled.
Perfect position, yes.
We would have shuffled the pieces. Yeah, an indication that terrible things have happened in the opening.
But I was going to ask, is it for sure better for white to castle alongside? Because I think white could still castle short.
Well, the move H2, H4 doesn't go hand in glove with castling.
Typically,
I understand. I understand. Yeah, I wouldn't say the door is closed to such a concept of castling short.
I actually like it in the sense that a long castle allows more counterplay on the queen side.
Are you going to play?
I think black will have to throw the pawns.
You're right.
B5, C5, whatever they can do.
Right. If this F pawn were, let's say, doubled for whatever reasons, F2 takes G3, castling short would certainly have my attention, the half-open F file. Castling short, if you could get an F4, yeah. By the way, knight E6, also, once again, Elisabeth intimates that she's going to castle short. I don't know. I don't think that's going to work very well. Like, if you castle short, another reason why I really like H4.
Oh, nice.
The old battery, right? Bishop will drop back, and when you play G6, I've got, well,
H5.
Bishop takes H6, but H5 is what I really wanted to suggest
But what
I
if
have.
black waits and doesn't castle, leaves the king in the center? So after a long castle, just play A5 with the plan to play knight A6, knight B4, and A4 as soon as possible.
Do your best to unravel. Makes a lot of sense to me. You're squeezed for space, so you've got to figure out a way. And the move A6 is actually in the way of the knight. So I like this. I just like it so much more for white that I think black has got a lot of repair work to do. I want to invite Almira to join the. Oops, sorry, I didn't
Let's
know
go
we
to
have a
Nana's
guest
game. Actually, we have
coming in.
we have some new moves. After bishop D6 is where we left off, right?
Right, knight C3. Actually, yeah, that's right. We actually left off here. Nana played bishop E3. Knight drop back to F6. Knight to C3. Go ahead, make my day. Capture, capture. And instead, knight takes B5. We just caught up with the players. Bishop E7 on the board.
I'm starting to like black's position because knight on B5 feels like it's going to waste a tempo to come back. And the center, black is controlling the center with the pawns.
Exactly.
Or will be at least very soon after we exchange one pair of pawns and the other pawn comes to D5.
Well, it's kind of funny because there's been some toing and froing. Could I throw in the move bishop F4 just to eyeball the D6 and would you take on C4 or?
I think I'm going to castle and let you take the exchange.
Ah, nice.
Because I should have enough, more than enough compensation.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that so wholeheartedly. I'd be reluctant now, especially when you're inviting me to take the exchange. It's sort of like,
Now I don't want it.
Now I don't want it. Now I'm having doubts. So bishop E7. But on the other hand, if I capture and you capture, I don't have time for the desired bishop E4 move. E3 is hanging. This looks like it could rebound against white. I mean, at one moment I thought I was ahead in development, and now I'm no longer sure. But we're ready, Almira, with a very special guest, Alex.
We can get in.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, I'm joined in the studio by Alex Kerford and his kids. Yes, you have to put your daughter on your lap.
A little bit higher there.
Yes,
There we go.
Oh.
This little lady has ring the bell tonight.
Yes. How did you enjoy that? Oh, thumbs up.
So, Alex, you are this senior financial advisor at Edward Jones. And I've learned a lot of things about you, that if you made a lot of contributions to the world of chess and especially the community in St. Louis, but you're also the founder of a very important chess program and chess tournament, the St. Louis Corporate Chess League. Please tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, thank you. I'll talk about the Corporate League. I do just want to say first and foremost that my relationship with chess is definitely as a fan, and so seeing the Cairns Cup back here again, every year I bring my kids and we really have a good time being here. So what Dr. Jeannie and Rex have done to bring in the best talent is really exciting here in St. Louis. And it really is amazing to see the connections that chess can have. And so my idea around having chess and corporations come together about 7 years ago has really taken off. It's been amazing to see here in St. Louis how much interest that people love networking, competing, having fun over the game of chess. And so it was kind of an idea that came up with a friend of mine, and we were talking about like corporate softball leagues, and I just kind of had the idea, well, what about a corporate chess league? And from there was able to share with the St. Louis Chess Club, and they've taken it certainly to amazing heights where we have great competition, great organization of the tournament, and it's been a lot of fun.
Well, you're the captain emeritus of your own team, so who actually won the last season? And tell us a little bit about the next season and what businesses participated before and then.
Sure. So this season, I have to tip my hat to our friends over at Enterprise. They won the 2023 Spring League, and Edward Jones came in second place. And then some of our other competitors were Ascension Healthcare, Enterprise Worldwide Technology. We had Charles Schwab making their debut, Reuben Brown, and then also the St. Louis Chess Club actually fielded a team this year. So 8 teams participated in all, and it was a great competition, but Enterprise wound up taking the top honors for the spring season.
Thank you. And then if other businesses want to join, what do they have to do?
It's really easy to go onto the St. Louis Chess Club website and look under the Corporate Chess League logo, be able to sign up. And next season already, we're bringing on Boeing. I think 2 other teams have already contacted me and interested in it. And so if you're interested in competing, get a team together of 5 or 6 people and come out. It's a great opportunity to not just the networking side, but the relationship that chess can have with strategic thinking, problem solving, pattern recognition can really be something that goes across any company, that is going to be something that will be good for your corporation. And so encourage you to sign up and come out and compete.
I also thought maybe bonding, because it can help. It could be a team building event.
Absolutely. I mean, being able to have some of those fierce battles, encouraging your colleague makes it a lot of fun.
Yes, and let's have a look at the upcoming events. Right on your screen, you have the dates of the next events, 2023, fall dates.
So we're on a little bit of a break right now over the summertime, but yes, get online, sign up before September 28th when the pieces will be flying again. We'd love to have more teams, more competitors, the cross-industry idea sharing that just naturally and organically comes out of the Corporate Chess League time. And there's a few refreshments, a few beverages that we share as well. And so it really makes it for a good time overall at the Corporate Chess League.
And I think that we are going to have a replay of a very beautiful moment where your daughter rang the bell. But how did you choose actually who is going to ring the bell?
Oh, that's great. Well, I mean,
I was
it
about to
being
say,
the
is it
Cairns Cup and getting to be here with our family, I thought it'd be appropriate and fun for my daughter to get to step up there, which they're both excited that next week they will be here at chess camp all week. So they'll both be here participating with that. So for those parents that are out there, if you're still looking for something for your young kids to do that's going to benefit them over the summertime, the St. Louis Chess Club camps are going to be a lot of fun.
So I assume they both play who is stronger. We won't reveal this.
I think I'll stay out of that one. Next question.
Well, I have one last question for you, Alex. I also know that you are involved in the Cairns Chess Club. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. My wife and I have been involved with the Cairns Club for a number of years now, and it is for those that are interested in supporting the educational benefits as well as the cultural exhibitions that we see here in St. Louis, where it's an annual gift of $1,000 a year, and as a result of that gift, you're really able to support the massive amount of student education curriculum that the St. Louis Chess Club provides, and there are some really, really cool things that you get to do as well, being able to go to some of the opening exhibitions, getting to go to certain tournaments, getting some behind-the-scenes access at times. And so it's a great way to support St. Louis chess and everything that we're involved with here. And we've really loved being a part of it and getting to bring our family as well to various events. And Cairns being, I believe, the goddess of chess, and so historical chess, it's kind of a nice connection, really cool.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. So, looking forward to play a game of chess against you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And indeed, I'm happy to join you also at the Cairns Chess Club. It's really, really wonderful. We have a Cairns dinner for all of the members here in St. Louis. And like you said, I mean, supporting all the programs that take place here in St. Louis is fantastic, including all of these summer camps. And there are a lot of them, and including Garry Kasparov, too. Okay? The Kasparov Chess Foundation supports children in chess. I was about to say, Bishop F4 was played by Nana during the.
Yasser.
Well, yeah, but it's about to rebound because I really like your answer, castles. I think that this invitation to go knight c7. Sure, it just feels like this is the type of position that it could actually just be incredibly good for black. Takes, whether it's d5, I'm just not a happy camper here.
Maybe white has something else instead of knight c7?
I certainly hope so, for Nana's sake, because this is not looking good. Could you make us offer a move?
Maybe castle.
Castle.
Yes.
Okay.
Although that question comes, why did we play bishop f4?
Exactly, because black's now a proud possessor of the center, and dare I say it, yes, she's got a pawn in hand as well. Initiative, center, pawn in hand. Something's gone
Let's try
seriously
one
wrong
more attempt.
for
Maybe
Nana.
bishop c7.
Bishop c7, and you're forcing me to move my queen. I'll pick a square.
Right, if you went to e8, I would have castled.
If I go to e8, you would have castled, and maybe the reason I didn't want to go to e8
96,
because I was
yeah.
really a little reluctant to allow the move knight d6, and I wanted to give my rook that square, please.
I guess I can still castle here because on a6, I have bishop d6. I don't think I'm losing a piece.
That's about all the good news
Yeah.
that you could possibly share, right? But if I just go for the conventional stuff, too, like takes.
I think white's hanging here by a thread.
Very, very, very slim thread indeed. Looks like Alexandra's, I want to say, risky opening is paying off. And the move bishop f4 may have set the tone for the rest of the game. But did she have a better move? Because the move that I was looking at wasn't really that attractive for me either. Should she have taken and, I don't know, played some Alexandra just castled, by the way, inviting knight c7. Yeah, that's really a good move by Alexandra, who, by the way, won yesterday. You talk about fierce competitors. Check out that interview with Alexandra after she was told that Humpy withdrew. There goes my point, she complained. She's still in the mix. Still very
she
much
defeated
in the mix.
U.S. #1 Irina yesterday, and she's trying to defeat Georgia's #1 today.
Exactly, with 3 points, a victory today would give her 4. But what I wanted to ask you, Nazi, Bishop f4, maybe that was mistimed by Nana, but could you
The alternatives are not that pretty either.
They aren't, okay, yeah, because I didn't really like what option she had, and if we go, shall we go down this rabbit hole a little bit? If I go knight c7, I'm assuming you're taking, by the way. I mean, you
might have other options.
Yeah, you do. Developing a knight.
Do you have knight h5? I might just
the bishop.
not even give you any material.
Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm coming to grips with the idea bishop h7 doesn't work, right?
Unless you have bishop g3 here, welcoming knight g3, opening up h5.
That's a nice one. Thank you very much. Yummy.
I thought you were going to take on g3 first.
Exactly. I was. It's my fearless, aggressive style. You see, I just can't help but sacrifice other people's pieces. But you're absolutely right that I could have captured, and in this case, I've got at least a draw. And Almira, knight h5, bishop g3. Maybe knight h5 isn't the way to go. What does the oracle say is happening in this game?
Knight h5 is on my board, and I analyzed this position actually. I think that after knight h5, if you want to keep your bishop and to win an exchange, you have this move, queen d2. So then, well, you could have taken on f4, but you can also take on c4. So then bishop b2, knight f4, queen f4, and then d5. White, of course, can take the rook on a8, but after bishop a8, black has such a powerful center, the pair of bishops, and the position is close to winning, as you can see the evaluation. I actually wanted to show you where Anna went wrong, because she was facing a very important decision, a tough decision here. And that was the only way where she could actually exploit the bishop's position on d6, because after c takes d5, I think that Nana had to capture back on d5. Why can't you take on d5? Because after bishop d5, you can simply play bishop e2, and white is winning because both bishops are hanging, and if you take on f3, bishop f3 is attacking the rook on a8 and the bishop on d6. So this line will not work. Then if knight d5 doesn't work, knight b5 will come with a tempo, and I will win back the pawn. So what can you consider here for black? I think c4 is a very human move. So here you can play bishop c2 and keep the bishop on the long diagonal as well. So the computer actually evaluates this position as close to equal, but I think this was a much better than to what actually happened at the game, because white's pieces are incredibly active. The bishop looks very strange now that black, yes, has taken on d5. So, and the knight is still on b8. You cannot develop it to c6, and the bishop and the pawn on b5 is still hanging.
Absolutely. That it was a much better decision than the current position, because I'm looking at the current position after bishop f4, and I'm just seeing very, very clear advantage for Alexandra, especially these lines where you just allow knight c7 and the loss of an exchange, but such a powerful center. I really like black's position a great deal. I just want to go through around the tournament hall for just a moment. Bella decided, by the way, intriguingly, after including the move h2, h4 in her earlier decision, she decided that she's not going to go long with her king, castle long, that is. She played the move rook c1, trying to do her best to discourage c5, a5, a3, knight a6. Again, I really like white's space advantage, and if I'm in white shoes, this knight on c3 is not really working as well as I would like, and maybe on a good day I would look to try to play knight e2 to g3 to f5. Knight on f5 looks splendid to my eyes. So I really like Bella's position, I like Alexandra's position, and then finally we go to Irina and her Harika. When we left it, we had just left it these parts where knight e5 to d3 was on Irina's agenda. She achieved what she wanted, including as well a5. Maybe looking at outposts on c5, a5 takes, h5, okay. I really like what Irina's done. Everything looks to be in white's favor at the moment, passive bishop, and I also like the c5 square. I really like this idea of playing knight to a4 to c5, queen b3, and the fact that I always have a5, a6 in the pocket to, I want to say loosen, weaken the square c6. I like what Irina has done. What about you, Almira?
Indeed, and I was just puzzled by the computer evaluation because it's really severe, almost +2. Yes.
Okay.
Let's say if Irina plays a6 here, this is a very useful move anyway, because in some lines the c6 pawns will become a very important target, so b6. And now this pawn is quite weak, so I think rook d g1, attacking the pawn, yes, of course. And a very important move after bishop f5, I think, is to play bishop g4. You have to exchange this defender, and then this pawn will fall. And that's why I think the computer has such a high evaluation of this position, because he thinks that white is much, much better. So what do you do here? You will have to play knight g7.
Right.
You certainly can't take on g4, because then you will simply double your rooks, and that's it. So knight g7 here.
Right.
So bishop f5. But here, as you can see, after knight g7, you can no longer take like this. And so you have to take with the knight on f5. And then, well, I was thinking what to do here, because now you cannot double on the g file, and that's why it was important to play knight g7, because black is controlling the h file as well. So what do you do here, Yasser? Actually, I think that here you're in need of a human move.
Right. I'm looking at the pawn. I'm looking at rook h8 and knight f4.
So rook h8,
rook h8, knight
and
f4.
Knight f4. Ah, yes, that was the tactical actually shot. Yes, that exists in this position.
Queen takes g6.
Like if
takes,
you take on f4. So knight d4. There is a small tactical shot. I still think that maybe you should go for e takes d4, because what happens after exchanging on g6, knight g6? Can I play rook g8?
Take advantage of the pin.
Yes, and if you take, maybe, I'm not sure at all, because I haven't been able to calculate. Yes, I think that it works. And you simply take back the knight, and it's around equal.
Wow.
So maybe you shouldn't rush with things here. And what computer is suggesting something like queen e2. Maybe he wants to bring the queen on g4. So let's say something like this.
That looks very nice.
Let's say knight e7 and then queen g4. I like this very much. And here you go. You have your knight f4. And, well, white is clearly better here.
Yeah, in this game, this whole variation, I'm questioning whether or not the move a5, a6 is so completely necessary. I understand we're softening up a c6 square, but for reasons that, just my experience tells me, I like the fact that the knight doesn't have the b6 square. So the fact that the pawn is on a5 already, maybe I'm reluctant to play a6, but I think the engine really wants Irina to play a6.
Yes, he wants her to play a6 for several reasons. Of course, he softens the pawn on c6, but I also think that in some lines the back rank may be a problem as well, because you no longer have this b7 square. So if you can combine the strategic ideas with some back rank mating ideas.
Right.
So, yes, I think it could be useful. But for example, if you don't play a6 here,
rook g1.
Yes, rook g1. Which rook once again?
Rook on d1
yes,
to g1.
G1 and bishop f5 once again. So we can have a look at the difference.
Bishop to g4, because
bishop g4.
It's funny to play a move like bishop g4, trading off the passive bishop, but the bishop on f5 is doing a great job at defending as very weak, tender target on g6. So bishop g4 with understanding, I want to say.
That's actually interesting, because here the computer doesn't play knight g7, and he suggests something like queen c7 first, attacking the pawn on a5, and here you don't actually have the time to play a6, because this pawn can be captured. Yes, queen a5 check, so let's say king b1. That's not the end of the world, but I think that's why it's quite logical to include the move a6, and you take away not only the square on b6, but also a lot of possibilities.
Of queen c7.
Queen c7, yes, queen a5, so let's wait and see. I think that this position is rather critical. We have the knight h5 on the board.
Right. Nazi, join the conversation here for a second. So imagine that you were in Irina's shoes. You've got this nice position. You've built up, I want to say, a better pawn structure. And you've got this outpost for the taking, knight a4, knight c5.
Knight a4 is very tempting.
Exactly, right?
And I think she just made that move as well.
She did? Okay, so that was what... And what came to my mind was I want to post up my knight on c5. And the crazy part was the engine really likes a6, b6, which takes away my natural outpost. But for other very concrete reasons, the engine calculates this as a very big advantage for white.
Yeah, but here, pawn on a6 looks overpushed.
Right?
It even looks like I'm going to lose that pawn.
It could be a potential liability, right?
So I understand why Irina didn't think about a6 and went knight a4.
Went knight a4. And that was my question to you. Would you have played a6, or would you have played the natural... For me, the natural move was knight a4.
a6 just looks like it's too early to push a6. So no, I wouldn't have played it. Not without seeing the engine first.
Right. I mean, it makes fools of us at times, because we feel like knight a4, knight c5, we think that the queen can go to b3
and keep an a6 option available for later.
Right.
That also looks good.
Intriguing. And Alma...
By the way, Nana did play bishop c7, so absolutely
bishop
crazy
c7.
Position there too. We might have 3 decisive results coming.
Well, that would only be typical for our event. I mean, it's 63% at the start. Almira was explaining to us the overall result.
Yeah, overall total decisive results after 6 rounds is 63%. But if we take a look at round 2,
yes,
100%, and twice it was already 75%.
So yeah, we could be looking at one of those days with a lot more decisive results. And bishop c7, did Alexandra already play queen c8?
She's thinking.
Okay.
Queen c8 does seem more
the
natural.
most logical, right? Absolutely. And I think this is an indication that Nana's realizing it didn't go well. I mean, this is just
I think
an opening.
She's hoping to equalize now.
Yes, very much so. She's sacrificed a pawn for gambit play, but...
Should she castle here?
Well, indeed, castles, a6, bishop d6, right?
That's my only idea.
Indeed, and I like sacrificing exchanges for massive pawn structures.
But here
like
I'm going to take on f6.
That's
on
what I'm
f8.
thinking, that you probably should not be reaching for the rook. But on the other hand, check this out. I've got rook a6 as a potential
nice.
Defense.
Rover.
Yes.
It's the word I learned from you.
Yeah, rook up and over. I got it from Jennifer, but Jennifer Shahadi, but I'm going to claim credit for it as something original. Don't have much. But that already is an indication of something going wrong. But even without the move a6, I could take on c4 and played the move d5. And here, I'm really liking everything that I'm seeing from Black's point of view. Ready for rook, and okay.
I think Black's only problem in this position is that they have too many options.
Too many good options. Yes, exactly. So a very nice position for Alexandra, to be sure. And then let's go to Bella and Elisabeth. And once again, boldly stating the obvious, Bella started with short castling, losing her first two opening games. She wasn't a happy camper, but boy, did she come storming back. She won 3 in a row. She got her bye. That was the only way we could stop her streak. And she's looking to make it 4 in a row. And she's just played the move knight e2. And I think this is a very clear indication of what she's looking for.
By the way, she played rook c1, so no long castle.
No long
but
castle.
Maybe she's not even rushing to castle short either.
Right. At the moment, especially with a pawn on a5, there's no, let's say, disruptions. Bishop b4 check or queen a5 check.
It's interesting. Usually when you have an advantage this early,
Yep.
in the game you have an advantage on one side or in the center on one side.
Right.
But I think she's playing on all three sides of the board, and she has advantage on the queen side, center, and the king side.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I once had a game with Victor Korchnoi. It was black, and it was annotated by Raymond Keane in the tournament bulletin. Black is winning on the queen side, better in the center, and winning on the king side. And that's kind of what I feel like has happened in this game with Bella. She's much better, winning in the center, better on the king side, and, well, better on the queen side. So across the whole board. And this
Do you see the last move on the board?
King f8.
King f8. That just shows how desperate Black's position is.
Exactly. I think that Elisabeth understood that if she put her king safely away on the king side, the moment you see this move bishop b1 and queen c2, there's nothing safe about that king on the king side. So she didn't want to castle.
But do you think she's planning to play g6, king g7, or just leave the king on f8?
I
It's
think
not
she's
safe
trying
anywhere.
to survive.
Yeah.
Really, I do. I think she's just actually looking in survival mode at the moment. She would like to play c5, but I think she is understandably worried that any opening of the position is going to benefit white, that the white's pieces will flood in. So she really didn't want to move her bishop, potentially just lose the pawn on b7 for nothing. She didn't want a castle. King f8 is a kind of a temporarizing move. And the real question for me is, what will she do after knight g3?
I was also thinking maybe h5, just to not allow g6, in case that's her idea.
Indeed. And I'm sitting there saying, I would like you to play the move g6.
Oh, you're provoking.
Yeah, I would be very happy, because now, after h5, you've got an issue. Do you want to play king g7?
I think I have to.
Yeah, and potentially allow... Again, as a commentator, I will play fearlessly. I will sacrifice all the pieces that Bella has.
You volunteer all the pieces to be sacrificed.
But
this is a very good sacrifice.
Yeah, but this looks really, really, really good and tempting. So we don't see it, Almira. We just think that Elisabeth, from the opening, found herself in a lot of trouble, and her position... Nothing good to be said at the moment for her position.
And she's in a lot of trouble indeed, because the computer evaluation is
overwhelming.
Yes, overwhelming. It's plus 3.4. But I was looking actually at a very simple move, because I think that if you castle, black cannot take on h4, and of course Elisabeth will not take on h4, but just a simple variation illustrates how strong white's initiative is after the move f4. So what are your options after king f8 and castle? And as you suggested, g6. But now that the move g6 appeared on the board, you can play your move h5. So and after knight g5, I really like the move knight h2, and then you can play f4. And black's position is going to collapse in a few moves here.
Yeah, it's almost a dream position, I would say, for white.
So after castle, can you start, now that I'm anticipating all these ideas, with the move h5, then g6, and maybe knight g7, and try to hold in this way? Let's say we will make a pass move, maybe g3. So maybe you can play g6 here, some move just to illustrate the idea, king g2, and knight g7. As you can see, the advantage is no longer that impressive. So maybe this is the idea to stay in the game. She definitely has to consider h5 after castle.
I see, h5 indeed.
And then g5 square.
Were the chess informant books important for you as you were, how do you say, climbing the ranks? Did you study the chess informant?
Yes, I love those books.
You did?
Yes, whenever the new version would come out,
you were eager to get
I would tell my
later.
parents, I'm going to my room and don't bother me.
Right.
Yes, I loved studying those.
And did you memorize the code, like what a triangle meant and what a square meant? You knew all of that good stuff?
And my books were always highlighted, so I could go back and revisit what I learned. And those are very important books.
For me too, especially for me. I studied them not religiously, but you get the idea. But we thought there should have been an emoji, a figure, and we wanted a pillow. A pillow, like there was the triangle, better was a square, a force move, and then a pillow. What was the purpose of the pillow? Dream position. And I'm looking at Bella's game, and I'm thinking of a pillow. This is almost a dream position for white. She's got the space in the center. She's got the better development. She's going to have the safer king. A dream position. I guess the only thing she doesn't have is an advantage on the clock. That's the one thing she's missing. And Almira, what's caught your eye?
I was actually analyzing the game between Anna Dzagnidze and Alexandra Kosteniuk, because I wanted to draw your attention that Alexandra has just played queen e8 and not queen c8, as you suggested. Queen c8, of course, is a stronger move, but from a human perspective, after queen e8, you know, the computer indicates that the best move is c takes d5, but there are so many variations that you have to calculate where there is, when maybe a check on d6, you know. This is not very easy for white to simply to say, okay, hey, I will take the pawn on d5 and let's see what happens.
And leave a discover check possible,
yes. And also, I think that here, and especially Nana's state clearly indicates that she's completely on tilt, because I'm not afraid to use this term, and that's why she's playing in such a chivalresque way, if I might say. But as you can see, the computer indicates that this position is already winning for black. But let's see what can happen, could happen after queen e8. So if you don't take on d5, and if you castle, but then you can take on c4, so bishop c4, and simply play d5.
Exactly.
I think that you've analyzed a few positions with a similar structure and the center, so here there is nothing much that you can do. Bishop e2, you can play a6, then drive the knight away. and white is a pawn down. Black has a powerful center, so there is not much that you can do here. And then after queen e8, c takes d5 actually has to be considered, and that's the only move to stay in the game. So here I was thinking that the computer was proposing c4, because after bishop c4 you actually, because I was thinking at the beginning that you have this powerful double check, but this is not it, and the computer suggests a6, and here now he thinks that, and very rightfully so, that black is completely winning, because now the bishop is not protected, so you can easily win this with a discovered check, let's say queen e2, and you simply take the bishop. So after c4, you cannot take on c4.
You have to drop back with the
Yes,
bishop.
you have to go bishop e2, but then bishop b4 check. And here, you cannot play knight d2, because the computer suggests that the best move is king f1 once again. So those are very, very complicated variations. But let's say what happens after knight d2, and then, well, a very unusual move, but queen e4, attacking everything. And I think that after castle, there is queen d5, and you're attacking the mate and the knight on d2.
You complete collapse, for sure.
Yes.
On the other hand, I am so loath to play after queen e8 castles. I think that this position is just horrible, horrible. Pawn down, my opponent has the center, better development. I hate it. So I'm thinking that Nana has got to realize she's got to play the chaotic move, captures on d5, because she can't allow the alternative. I'm with you 100%. c4, bishop e2, bishop b4 check. King yes, F1. I have to compromise my king. But after I play the move king f1, I think I can fight in this position better than maybe those other positions. I mean, I still feel like I've got some
Position's
control.
Still complicated,
yeah,
so some chances here to fight back.
Right. Whereas the other position, I think it's too easy for black. So I've got to make black's life as difficult as possible, and I can fight in this position. I just wanted to check with Irina, and just before we go on break, she did play knight a4, by the way, and bishop f5. Okay, this for me, it's such an easy move. For those of you who've watched our broadcast, I must say I'm so predictable. I hate being pinned. It just I feel this almost physical restraint, and let me out. So queen b3, Irina prepares knight c5, and we understand what Harika was thinking. She sees that outpost, and she wants to fight for control of that outpost, and so she eliminates the knight, and after knight f6, we're up to date with the players. There's a trick.
But now we have minor piece imbalance, bishop versus knight.
Right.
And that pawn on g6 is just...
It's weak, but there is I can't grab it.
Not yet.
Not yet. There's a double attack, knight g4, and the bishop's hanging, pawn on f2. So it's going to take some care still. I do like white's position, but it's not over, and we're going to
It's very pleasant, though, for white.
Definitely. We're going to take a short break, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
See you soon.
In 2019, the Missouri Bicentennial Commission, along with Governor Mike Parson, approved the building of a life-size chessboard to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the state of Missouri. Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, a lifelong patron of Scouting and Great Rivers Council Board member, proposed that the project be built as an Eagle Scout project. Jeannie invited 16-year-old Andrew Dowden of Troop 6, Jefferson City, to take on this incredibly important project.
My name is Andrew Dowden, and I belong to Troop 6 in Jefferson City, Missouri. So my troop We were down camping down at the Sing Fields, and Jeannie came down and asked, is anyone close to getting their Eagle or needing a project? She had this idea of the Eagle Scout project chessboard, and she wanted somebody to kind of work with her to see what we could come up with. At the time, I kind of had a project in line, but when she brought up this idea, obviously I wanted to choose it because it was a lot better idea than what I had started. Prior to this project, I did not really know anything about chess. Once I got into this project, I downloaded an app on my phone and started playing chess, and I took the chess merit badge down at Scout Camp. This was a bicentennial chessboard for the Historical Society of Missouri. There were a lot of people that helped me with this project because whenever I got the pictures from the Historical Society to engrave onto the granite, I wasn't very familiar with the technology needed to engrave on there, so I needed some assistance with that and learning how to do it. And after all that, I'm pretty sure I know how to do it now. So to engrave those edge pieces, I went down to the Lake of the Ozarks Scout Reservation, and we used the Epilogue laser, me and Thomas Yang did. I wasn't really expecting it to end out this big, but as me and Jeannie were working, it just kind of got bigger and bigger and bigger, which I didn't have a problem with. I thought, I can take on a little bit more and a little bit more, and it ended out to be a really, really cool project. So we had a ribbon cutting of the chessboard, and there were a whole bunch of people there, including the governor, the St. Louis Chess Club, the World Chess Hall of Fame, the State Historical Society, which all helped out during this entire project. Jeannie was there. I had to give a little speech that I didn't really know I had to do, but that kind of has taught me a little bit about speaking too, so I think that has helped me too. This project, it's made me real proud that everyone is enjoying it. Like every time I go down there, somebody's playing, and then they're taking care of it, which really makes me proud because me sinking all that time and everyone else that's helped me sinking in all that time, I like to see people use it, but I also like to see people appreciate it.
Okay, hi everyone. So I often get this mixed up, and I always feel badly when people mess up my name. I call Grandmaster Irina Krush Irina, but I've heard some people call her Irina. So now we're gonna get Irina or Irina's answer as to how she prefers to be called.
Yeah, well, the answer to that, Sabina, is that I like all the pronunciations of my name in every language, every accent. It's all good. So in the US, you definitely hear Irina, but the way you say it is very nice. And Irina or Irina, it's all good, So yeah, you can keep doing what you like, Sabina.
All right. Well, you know how to call now, Irina. I will keep calling you Irina, and hopefully you're rooting for her in this tournament and others. Good luck to everything, and we'll see you guys soon.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premier season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act. Single tickets are now on sale at muni.org.
The Muni in Forest Park.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzha Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premier season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
Hello, everyone. This is WGM and former U.S. Women's Champion Sabina Feuscher. I'm very excited to be here in St. Louis at the 3rd edition of the Cairns Cup. I'll be taking over St. Louis Chess Club's social media accounts, so please, if you want to interact with me and see more behind-the-scenes actions and videos of the players, be sure to follow St. Louis Chess Club's social media accounts.
The Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th, sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 7. We have one result in the history books.
All right, we have a draw between Abdumalik and Mammadzada.
But the 3 remaining games, I have to say, all look very, very, promising and going for the result. Most especially in the game between Nana and Alexandra. Nana just got a bad position and is really struggling as Alexandra's a pawn to the good, and the last move was bishop e2. Not a move you want to play when you're a pawn down. You hope to be able to castle and on a good day utilize the e file. She's not getting that opportunity.
The idea if black just takes on c4?
I think her plan is close your eyes and play knight d6. Bishop takes d6, bishop takes d6, and again, you know, I'm hoping, yes, you can take on f3, and everything's wrong. I agree, everything's wrong. But okay, maybe, you know, rook c1, rook takes c4. I'm not anxious to take the rook. I'm just keeping my bishop on d6. I just don't want to see d5.
That's the only good piece white has, bishop on d6, so want to keep it as long as we can.
Leverage it into something wonderful, but I agree. It's just bad. Material down. I'm just hoping that I'm not busted. Actually, that's the way I feel about that. Irina's position, we left it. I really liked what she had done against Harika. The last move of Harika was knight f6. Well, weak pawn on g6, we can't capture it right away because knight g4 would be hurtful, hurt my feelings. But rook g1, on the other hand, this move, really nice. Now, when we crash through with rook takes g6, we're not only winning a pawn, but oh my goodness, we're doing it pinning our opponent as well.
So now if black goes rook g8, we can take bishop g6, or is there still knight g4?
I think you might want to use the rook on the h file, so I'm assuming you want to use the other rook to g8? Okay, and sorry, you were about to say bishop takes g6?
Does black still have knight g4?
Well,
or we just exchange and we're up a pawn, so.
And we're happy about them apples. That's an extra pawn. Still work to do, but yeah, it's a solid extra pawn. And I don't, you know, in these positions where you're queen and knight, you immediately start thinking, should I be playing for f3 and e4? But I'd grab the pawn first and worry about more material later. So we like Irina's, and then finally Bella, who's been on a roll, a roller coaster, I should even say. She started with 2 losses. She's had 3 wins in a row. She had the bye, but she's got a really good position. And this is the position where we left at king f8. Now I'm warming up to what you said originally, which was maybe we should just grab some space on the king side with the move h5. I kind of liked what Bella did, but on the other hand,
So Bella switched to black square. She's trying to dominate the black squares.
Yes, G5 and H6. But from Elisabeth's point of view, she's trying to put up some kind of a fearsome blockade.
Right.
Knight G7. Maybe on a good day, this bishop will come to F5, couple of trades, and she will ease out of her very cramped
Black
position.
is definitely happy they got G6, H5 in.
Indeed, exactly. And if I'm in Bella's shoes, I'm thinking, how can I open up the position advantageously? F4, where I was, if I were to play F4, if I don't get in F5, I'm a little bit concerned. So maybe I should be going F3 and G4. So for example, let's suppose I go Knight G5, just as a for instance. And in my mind's eye, I want to play the moves F3 and G4.
So Elisabeth played Knight A to C7. Okay.
Knight
trying
A,
to figure
C7.
out what was her last
Yes,
move.
exactly.
I can take Knight G5 and then maybe bring the other knight to E6.
Okay, very good. And again, very consequentially, you're threatening my pawn. Now, here's where I'm throwing caution to the wind, if you will. I wanted to play the move G4. So in my mind's eye, you're supposed to take my pawn and threaten a royal fork. I was going to take, and play F4. And I thought I was going to get in F5 until I saw the move bishop H4 check. And I realized I'm barking up the wrong tree. I have to do F4. And this is where, you know, Elisabeth is like, okay, I've got my blockade. It might not be the greatest blockade ever, but at least she's not losing the game what we feared for her, that she would be losing the game. So Bella's got to figure out how to best arrange her pieces. And by the way, she played the move Knight G3, anticipating that Knight G7. She's anticipating Knight G7, and she wants to stop the possibility of a blockade on F5. Was this the, oh, I see, Almira, that you have the game of Nana on your screen, and we're thinking Alexandra's got a great position. The Oracle agree with this?
He does, and I was thinking that if Alexandra wins this game, she has a chance, first of all, to narrow the gap between her and Anna Zatonskih, the tournament leader. So they will only be half a point apart. And, well, she is very much in the game. For the moment here, I was trying to consider the alternatives because d takes c4 is the strongest move in this position. Knight d6, bishop takes d6, bishop takes d6. I do like bishop f3 because it destroys
Sure.
yes, your structure completely, and you will still have to castle short. So here, there is a very nice move, queen e6, which forces you to take on f8. You don't have the time to take on c5. So bishop f8, king f8. I was thinking, what if queen d2? But it doesn't change anything in the position because one of the most important factors in this position is this square on d4. So knight c6, then on the knight is going to jump on d4 on the next move. So let's say if you castle, after knight d4, white's position is very difficult. I have troubles finding a move here, bishop d1 or rook e1, but then if I simply play yes, rook
I
e8.
just have to tell you, Almira, I find this position repulsive. Repulsive for white. The structure, the knight on d4, everything has gone wrong. It's
Yes,
just,
you know,
it's a terrible position.
I have this nature where like, well, I always sublimate things, but I'm having trouble to find one positive element in this position. I don't know what to sublimate here for white.
Exactly. It's just terrible. Everything is a disaster from start to finish.
So, but here, let's say Alexandra doesn't go for d takes c4. Does she have an alternative? So another natural move in this position would be d4.
Right.
But then white still has knight d6, bishop d6, bishop d6. And of course, I really like d takes c4 because it opens the position so much. But here you have the usual bishop f3, g takes f3, and the same, you can play knight c6, but then white has the possibility of taking this pawn, I think. And you see the evaluation changes dramatically here.
Right.
Because I don't think that you can play here knight e7.
Not what I wanted,
Yes,
no.
it's not what you want. And after queen d4, white is even much better. So, of course, you have to play queen e6 here, forcing white to take on f8. And after king f8, this position is still much better for black, but what I don't like is that in this variation you don't have the square on d4, which is taken by black's pawn. So I think d takes c4. Do we have it on the board or not? Yes, sir. What do we have on the board?
Let me just check for you. Sorry, we have the surprising move, d7, d6. D5 takes c4. That's a very, very natural move. I have a hard time understanding why you wouldn't do that. But I think from Alexandra's point of view, she's hoping that she's got a queen coming to c6. For example, knight takes. She didn't want to necessarily give up her dark squared bishop, but she's looking at an opportunity of trapping the knight. Evil intentions, I would say, is what Alexandra has in mind. But the move d7, d6 was a surprise move because d5 takes c4 is so natural. Just open the position and use your center. d6.
Can white take with the bishop?
Exactly. Or what about the other capture instead? Bishop takes. And here I don't feel like, for example, if you take, I don't feel that you're getting that terrible position where the bishop was capturing on f3. Like here I have time.
Maybe
right?
she wants to play a6 after bishop d6. Is that an option?
Okay, let's see. a6.
Or
a6.
Now you can go
knight c7. No, now I'm good.
Yeah,
now I'm good.
Works, yeah.
Now I'm good. Bishop takes d6. I'm thinking bishop takes d6, and well, Alexandra's lost a considerable part of her advantage suddenly.
Well, it's simply shredded. I think that after bishop d6, the position still looks very complicated.
Sorry.
But yes, but
it went zeros suddenly.
Zeros, and well, bishop d6 and knight d6. Knight d6 is a bit worse because after knight d6, if you play, let's say, queen c6, but white still has a few possibilities to trade, you know, like on b8, then on b7, then on d5, and escape with a draw.
I see.
Let's say knight b7 here, maybe rook b7 here. I don't know if c takes d5 should be included. And maybe now the knight is too active, so you can still take on c4, so maybe you can play queen c2 here. So, but bishop d6 is more accurate here, of course, and I don't think that black has anything anymore here. So let's say you will develop your knight, something like knight a6 or knight c6, but after knight c6, this pawn is hanging, so, and knight c7 is the threat, so you cannot do this. Then knight a6 protecting the c7 square. Yes, here. Yeah. But white can simply castle here.
Yeah, and with that castling move and without having to face consequences of bishop f3, white's right back in business. So, yeah, the move d6 was just a big inaccuracy, a mistake. It was a mistake. Alexandra allowed her opponent off the hook. d5 takes c4 was a really good move. I wanted to ask, Bella played the move knight g3, and much to my surprise, Elisabeth played king g7. I was betting dollars to donuts she was going to play knight to g7 and bring this knight, well, if you prefer, knight c7 to e8 to try to get a light squared belt played. She put her king in the way of the knight. King g7. Bella played knight at g5, and this time it's going to be hard to stop f4, f5.
What if I take on g5 with the
With
knight?
the knight, yep.
And play h4.
h4, so you kick me. Good for you. Why did I choose f1? In my mind's eye, my ideal square is f6. So I saw the maneuver knight h2 to g4 to f6.
So I'll try to stop at least f4, f5 idea.
Okay.
Maybe bishop e6 and queen d7.
Bishop e6. So knight f and queen to d7. Okay. I'm thinking about f2, f3, so that you'll be forced one day to
Oh, you're castling.
f3. Well, I'm thinking that my rook will be good on f-file if I get to play f3 and knight g4. By the way, you're not using your trump. Your trumps are the queen side majority,
Like needs to
but I don't
prepare
see
c5, but
I don't see c5 in the offing, whereas I do see white center and king side working. So I think Bella is definitely for choice. I'm just a little curious, Almira, if the engine thinks it's a big advantage. I really like white's position, but I'm wondering what's the evaluation?
Well, I have a line actually which I analyzed after knight g5.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's
Not
no
so
longer
much.
decisive.
Not so much.
But I really like the line that Nazi proposed. So knight g5. So let's say if you take h takes g5, h4, and if you play knight f1, I think that you should put your knight immediately to e6, so you're attacking the pawn on g5.
Okay.
There is no other way for you to defend it than to play f4, and
I
now
agree.
you strike with c5 in the center. And as you can see, black is already slightly better.
Wow.
So knight e6 is the key move. You want to develop your bishop, but for the moment, yes, you
Wow.
can leave it on c8.
Boy, that is a wake-up call for me, because I really thought that Bella was in cruise control, and that
if you
makes
take
all the
things
difference.
too slowly,
Yeah.
things can turn around.
Exactly. Well, it also means that knight takes, pawn takes, h4. I'm going to have to keep an eye on the center, and after knight to e2, if you do go in the same way, knight e6, f4, at least my knight is not on f1, and I'm more or less defending the d4 square, so that c5 takes, you don't have, as Almira was about to show, d4. But big advantages just kind of melted away here in these
the
last few moves. Yeah, last few
But I think
moves.
Irina's still keeping her advantage. She pushed the pawn to a6.
She got around to it. So let's see, how did it go? So after the move knight f6, rook to g1, knight e4 by Harika, pardon me,
Yes,
a6, b6, and I'm assuming f3? Right? Like,
There are some ideas, maybe even bishop takes e4 might be working now.
oh, I was looking very specifically for rook takes g6, and maybe on a good day,
Sure,
rook
that
takes
looks very
c6.
good.
So f2, f3, how would the line go?
Knight f2.
Knight f2. Gift me the pawn.
Queen c7.
Queen c7.
Just so I don't lose c6.
Exactly, and
I'm
okay.
still gonna lose c6.
A pile up, right? Just
Yes,
rook to
it's
c1.
looking really bad.
Yeah.
But
Here,
can I avoid it?
I don't know.
Is there knight g3 after f3?
It must be. It must be, because the alternatives look really
Yeah.
grim, I want to say. So knight g3, e4, eyeballing e5.
Yeah. Yes,
Still,
sir, but in
yes.
this position, after knight g3, because I also tried this very human defense, I think that black is losing after knight c5.
Whoa.
And I'm threatening
Knight
knight
takes.
b7. Yes, so knight takes. The pawn. Let's have a look in this
And
position.
now,
So
because your queen
knight
is
g3,
tethered
yes.
to the
Knight
knight
c5.
on
b6 hangs.
Yeah,
Yes,
b6
and
is hanging.
and you have to protect the knight on g3 as well. So it doesn't
Nice.
work at all. And
The
after
queen is overworked.
Yes.
yes, knight f2, I think that you can play rook g6. So queen e7.
Yeah.
Probably, yes, very natural. So that's why Irina, I think, included the move a6 here. So let's say now the rook is hanging. We should play something. Rook d g1. And after queen e3, the computer suggests a very nice queen b4 move. So he
Wow.
just simply leaves the bishop on d3. But I don't think this is a variation very easy to spot, because queen
No.
b4 is essential here with the idea of playing queen d6 and queen c6 and queen b7. Let's say if you take, of course, this
Mate.
is mate. So if she goes for this line, she really needs to calculate it precisely. But if not rook g6, then knight f2 can actually work, because then maybe rook c1. And I can take on d3, queen d3, and white's advantage is not that big here.
Well,
And Almira, sorry, I have one question.
And for Irina, now keep in mind the round 2 game with Humpy has been disqualified because Humpy withdrew. Irina started great.
Yes.
She almost started 3-0, by the way, because the game with Humpy, she was better. She started with a +2 score, but it's been a slide.
Since then. So now it's 50%, but she can
50%.
still finish strong, as today's game looks like is going her way.
Now remember, I'm a pawn grubber, so the move knight e4, I see that knight f2 tactically could maybe work for black. Suppose I just...
Pawn is on a6, by the way.
Oh,
You
pardon
gotta
me.
include a6, b6.
Yeah, I apologize. a6, b6. Let me get rid of this guy, and let me just come back, and I'm eyeballing queen f7 as my follow-up. And with the queen on f7, I'm always dreaming.
And you might pick up e4 and g6 pawns.
Oh, don't
On the way
tempt
to the
me.
checkmate.
On the way to the checkmate. Wow. I mean, normally I'm happy with a pawn, but you said 2 and a checkmate. Boy, that would be very, very nice. So if I just take on e4, play it, I want to say calmly. Just calm down, slow it down. By the way, knight c3, now I'm really warming up to bishop takes e4 because I have rook g4, and any knight f6 is allow rook g6. Why isn't this just very good for Irina? Like, very
That was
good.
gonna be my question for Almira. Does Irina have something better than f3?
I really like this move, bishop b4. I think it is a very strong positional decision.
Yes.
So bishop b4, d takes c4, followed by knight c3. What can you do here? Maybe you have to protect the pawn on
Right.
e4. Yes, rook h e8. And then rook
Simple.
g4, queen f7 is
Also very attractive move,
But-
queen f7.
I was thinking maybe it allows rook f8, then of course computer thinks that white is still winning, but then after queen g6, so queen g6, rook g6, rook f2, knight e4, maybe there is some way, to continue the struggle, so you will attack the pawn on, like if you can maybe play rook f3, rook e2, but the pawn on c6 is also
Yes.
hanging. Yes, so it can be a very nice endgame for white as well. So after d takes c4, knight c, not queen f7, knight c3, rook h8. Let's say, what if we try a very human move, rook g4?
Very nice.
There is one weakness in white's position, is the pawn on f2. So black has to do something in order to create,
Counter.
yes, some counterplay. I cannot even call this a counterplay. So queen f6, and here, like queen c2 was the move that I was looking at, and I think that then you can double your rooks on the g file, and it will be fine.
Looks terrific for Irina.
And she did take on e4. She just made that move.
Like that decision very much. And we have some questions from social media as we invite our audience to join the conversation. This one is from Will on Twitter.
What is your most memorable blunder?
Oh boy, you got yeah, exactly. You got a week. Ladies first.
I think the most memorable one is the quickest blunder I ever made, which was blunder on the third move.
On the third move.
Yeah, it's hard to manage, but I did it.
What did you manage? How did you do it?
It was Caro-Kann, and I blundered a pawn. It was. If you can pull up on, if we can show it on the board.
I'll just put it on the board. I'll start.
Just to teach everyone how not to play Caro-Kann.
Okay, this is the most memorable. Nazi's most memorable blunder.
Not D4, Knight C3.
Knight C3.
D5.
Yeah.
And Queen E2. I've never seen this move before in this game, and I thought, well, I didn't understand the idea. So instead of making a normal move like E6, I played G6. And that blunders the pawn on D5.
And this is what your opponent gleefully showed you.
And I was playing on stage against the Grandmaster, and this was very embarrassing.
How awkward. Over to you, Almira. Your most memorable blunder.
Well, I have so many of those,
Exactly.
and I think that where we are designed in a way that we should forget about them. I think that otherwise we will never be able to play chess for such a long time and have such a long career.
Right.
But I think most of them happen when I cannot cope with the pressure. And then my hands shake, my mind disconnects, and terrible blunders happen. I remember I just threatened my opponent with a mate in one, and she simply gave her rook, which I could have taken. And I was so obnubilated with this mating ideas that I didn't take. Like I had the queen on f6, she played rook h8, and I could have taken queen f6 takes h8. There was absolutely no other pieces on the board, but and I managed to lose this game as well. So I want to forget those actually.
Yeah, very hard to forget some of my blunders, but my most memorable blunder for sure was 2 games left in the interzonal. It was a qualifying event for the candidates tournament, and with 2 draws, simple draws, I would qualify for the candidates. And this was a very, very big deal to get to the candidates. And my penultimate round opponent was Viktor Korchnoi. And Victor was also fighting for the candidates. We both eventually qualified, but the bottom line was, in our particular game, I saw a draw. I saw a draw, but I had offered Victor a draw earlier in the game, and he had
denied.
Yeah, but in a way that kind of irked me.
Dismissed it completely.
Yeah, no draw. So I wanted to punish him. So I saw the draw, which would qualify me for the candidates, and instead I went for what I thought was a winning variation with a massive, massive hole, which he spotted, and he won the game. And it was sort of like,
What's the takeaway from that?
Kill yourself. I don't know what the take. I mean, it's just this horrible. I mean, the howler. Lucky for me, I did win the last game in a must-win situation. I did qualify for the candidates, but that was, really, really, super hurtful because I thought I had ruined my chances for a very, very nice
That's what
tournament.
I hate about blunders. There's no lesson to learn from it.
Yeah.
Because you're always going to blunder.
Right, but in your case, though, Almira, you kind of intimated that you understood that as the stakes are get higher, the more pressure you're under, you kind of feel that what you can do maybe to train yourself, like if Anna Zatonskih, who is always into time trouble, if she was to blunder into time trouble as her coach, I'd say, okay, let's work on your time trouble. Let's get you, we're going to play training games where you only have 5 minutes and I have 15.
Right.
And we'll see how you like it. And then we're going to play some training games where you have 15 and I have 5. And then we'll see how you like it. And maybe you'll start to play faster. But here's our our choices. I switched. I went from Kosteniuk to Krush because.
But yesterday when they were playing each other, you started to regret your
change.
Because
oh my
Kosteniuk
goodness.
defeated Irina Krush.
Well.
But we still all have, well, we're not allowed to pick Anna.
We
want
weren't,
to
because she was
that.
already a point
So we're
clear.
fighting for second place at this point.
That was the idea. And let's jump again to a social media question. Thank you very much for the question, by the way, Will.
Thanks for reminding us about
Right, we just love those blunder questions. This one, I'm going to need help on who's it from.
From Galin Kristev on Twitter. How come GMs play the Benoni, but each time I analyze it with the engine, it shows +1 for white?
Well, exactly. The engine is prejudiced in terms of those openings where white has a big control of the center. So if you play the King's Indian, for example, the engine is really going to say, hey, white's much better. Why go into a position where you're -1? And the answer to that question is that both the Benoni and King's Indian are very, very rich defenses in terms of counterattacking opportunities. So a lot of grandmasters play in open tournaments where they have to score 80, 85, 90% to get a top prize. You can't just play Queen's Gambit declines and Berlin's. You'll draw your way out of the tournament. So sometimes you have to take risks, and yes, the Benoni is a risky opening, but sometimes you win a lot of games too.
But do you agree, Yasser, that it's actually +1?
It is.
Pause. Yeah, I do think it's a good advantage.
Actually, I do play the Benoni and the King's Indian myself, so I've suffered a lot. But you're absolutely right. Yes, so those are the openings that offer so many counter chances, you know, to the player with the black pieces. But actually, I was still contemplating the question on the blunders, and I think what could be the moral of the story is that in some way, I think the chess players do not accept that they can actually make mistakes, because the mistakes can be absolutely fatal. So I think one of the conclusions for me over the years was that maybe we should be kinder to ourselves and accept that mistakes do happen, so blunders do happen, and well, life goes on, and the next game could be a masterpiece.
Yeah, for sure. Just one other nice little issue there with the question from our viewer, and that was that Viktor Korchnoi really liked to work with junior players. He liked to share his knowledge, but he also liked the passion of working with juniors, and he worked with one, beside myself, many other juniors he worked with, and one was Jeroen Paehtz. Okay. Jeroen Paehtz was a top junior from Holland and had become a 2,700 player. So he had reached the top 10, and Jeroen loved to play the King's Indian. Full stop and end of story. Loved the King's Indian, whereas Viktor loved to bash the King's Indian. Like, you can't play it, it's a terrible. And the joke was that Jeroen stopped playing chess because Korchnoi convinced him that the King's Indian was unplayable. And if you can't play the King's Indian, what's the point of chess? Chess just wasn't any more fun.
He was that loyal to the King's Indian defense.
Exactly. And we do have Knight C3. Harika did not respond.
Question to your story. Did Korchnoi ever play Kasparov in the King's Indian?
Oh, yes.
And what was the result?
And I remember this very, very, very vividly. It was Barcelona, the GMA World Cup. I was having breakfast with Viktor, which is kind of rare because I wasn't an early riser, but for some reason I was having breakfast. And Viktor had this unbelievable, like ridiculously unbelievable idea of how to crush the King's Indian. And he was going to play A2, A4 in a very specific line of the King's Indian. And he says, I will crush Korchnoi, I will crush Kasparov and send him home, you know, like with a tail between his legs kind of thing. And I was like, dang, if A4 works, the king's Indian's really unplayable. So he got the very position that he had been preparing, and Gary over the board refuted his preparation, and Gary won a really impressive game, and we were all like congratulating Gary.
He kept the king's Indian defense alive.
Yes, precisely so. He kept the king's Indian defense alive, and that was a marvelous game.
It's good to know. Then we had some younger generation, very strong players like Hikaru Nakamura and Rajabov continue to play king's Indian
Exactly.
and keep it alive.
Hikaru, I remember, won a really, really nice game at here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center against Wesley So. That was like a spectacular game, in fact. But I have seen the King's Indian get crushed, just like, you know, like snuffed out. You never had a chance. But when Black wins the games, they tend to be spectacular.
Yes, because they always end in a checkmate.
Exactly. And there was also one game, Garry Kasparov versus Jeroen Paquette. And
Wait,
Gary
who was
won.
playing Black in that case?
It was Garry Kasparov playing Black, and the winning move was knight on Black's winning move was knight on G3 to H1.
Oh, wow.
I know. It was really really spectacular move.
I'm gonna check
look
that
it
game.
up. Yeah. By the way,
As soon as
Irina
I
just
can.
played the move Rook G4, and the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm liking White's position. I mean, what's there not to like? Rook G1, E4, everything seems bad for Harika.
Queen F7.
In
available.
the pocket as well, Queen F7. And just a moment ago, by the way, I think we were looking, Almira was showing us Rook E8, Queen F7, and
Rook F8. Right?
Yeah, and I didn't understand one move here. I was thinking Rook takes G6. So the idea was...
Well, I can maybe mess up your pawns a little bit, go Queen A3 check.
Oh, how about
Just to
that?
double your pawns.
But you're losing time, right?
And probably a pawn, or two.
Or two, or three.
But A3, A6 are not the greatest pawns.
True that.
It's still, though, it looks...
It looks good. It looks good.
White.
So Irina's doing well. How is Nana doing against Alexandra? We thought the move D6 allows her back in the game. And Almira, back over to you. After Bishop D6, Queen D8, Bishop G3, and a whole new kettle of fish is on the board.
I no longer understand what is happening in this game.
You stop understanding chess suddenly, right?
Well, I'm trying to understand Black's idea now. So Alexandra just played knight c6 in white to take on d5, which is a very simple move. So Nana just made it on the board. So let's see, knight d5 here.
Right.
And White can simply castle. White has a slightly better pawn structure here. So do you have those two isolated pawns? And here, well, the knight on d5, of course, is very active. And what Alexandra probably wanted to achieve is still to keep the square d4 available for her knight, and at some point maybe to play bishop f6. So maybe she, after knight d5, she should try and play a6, because I'm trying to justify Black's strategy here.
Right.
So if knight c3, now maybe you can take on c3, but then it will take away the square d4 from your knight. So can you play knight d4 here? I'm not even sure. So knight d4, c takes d4, queen d4, then bishop f6. And then probably you will take on c3 and equalize. Okay, now I understand. Of course, probably this is the variation that Alexandra calculated. So she will not take on c3, but she will play knight d4 here. But what if knight goes to a3 and transfers it to c4? So
much more positional idea, yeah.
Yes, and I like this idea very much. So here, Black would have to come up with something else, because after bishop f6, then the knight goes to c4, protecting the pawn on b2, and White is much better here.
Yeah, no, I love that.
The c5 pawn is a serious long-term weakness.
Totally agreed, and I love the positional approach of knight a3 to c4 very much. Turning our attention to the game of Bella versus...
A very interesting development.
Truly. Elisabeth. So Bella did like my move, knight F1, and again, I was thinking that on a good day, I'm looking to transfer the knight to G4. There was a drawback. The drawback was knight E6, F4, and suddenly the counter-strike in the center was C5, and white wasn't ready to meet this counter-strike as C5. Elizabeth, probably feeling like ourselves, that she's the one under pressure, did not want to play C5 lower. She just wanted to complete her development, not to counterattack. Bishop F2, gift me the pawn, and Bella's looking to put her knight on E3. We do have the move H3, G3, and it's like one of those, I love suckering my opponent into, coming up the board, and this pawn
I think that pawn on H3 now has become a strong pass pawn instead of a problem.
And that's why chess is such a fantastic game. What for you is a strong pass pawn is for me a weak liability, something I will gleefully collect when I can. Why is it a strong pass pawn?
I guess we'll see who is right.
Exactly. It's a marketplace, and what are my bids?
Almira can cut the tie. What do you think, Almira?
I say the H3 pawn's a weakie and a liability, and the engine says, no, it's a powerful asset.
Well, I told you, Yasser, that your days were numbered. So black is better here, actually, and H3 is a trump.
Is a trump.
Position. Yes, I think so, because I think that Bella played way too slow. She gave Elisabeth the possibility to reorganize her pieces. Now her king is quite safe. But let's see, after this move B6, the computer actually thinks that white is better because yes, you can regroup and play knight H2 and maybe knight F3, support the pawn on D4. So maybe it's not so obvious
B6 was
here.
slow. What should she have played to keep her advantage?
Well, actually, I don't think it's the matter of being slow or more active. I think that the computer likes this move, and it's very, it's very systematic in those types of positions, because once you stabilize this flank, then you play A4, and well, you stabilize the queen side, and then you have a lot more squares here. So you play one move here, one move there. So because
knight
B6,
H2, let's say.
B6 actually weakens the C6 pawns, and I don't like it much. So let's say knight H2 here.
Right.
And here, okay, now I struggle to understand, because his strategy here is to play B5 and probably immediate B4 with rook B8.
Wow.
But still, yes, that's the idea. Okay, now because of B6 and not B6, not B5, you have this rook A6, and you protect the pawn, so you are not losing it. That's the huge difference. Let's say, while if you play B6 and I attack your pawn, then you don't have rook A6, while after A4, like A4 here, so knight H2, B5, if I play queen C2, you can still protect the pawn by rook A6.
Mm-hmm.
And then B4 is coming, rook B8, and I open all the files. Now, yes, I clearly understand why black is better. But let's have a look. After B6, what does
knight
it change?
H2,
Yes,
knight H2 on the board.
Why Elisabeth played B6? Because she wants to play C5 here and not B5, B4. So let's try C5 here. And maybe while you have the possibility, you still can castle here.
That's not a pawn that's hanging on C5? I couldn't capture the pawn?
You could, but I think it could be rather dangerous here. So let's say one of the ways.
Bishop.
Well, you still didn't castle, and then
as president of the Pawn Grubbers Association, I have to explain to my members why I didn't capture the pawn. And
because you open the B file, you say you castle here, yes,
right.
maybe rook B3, So I want to double my rooks on the b file. The position is open, and I'm a bit afraid because your knight is stuck for the moment on h2. The g3 is hanging here.
Exactly. I have to play a move like rook c3 and rook h8, and you're getting a very nice compensation, yes?
But if I take on c3, can you actually take with the queen?
I'll
It's like,
try.
because d4 now.
Right.
I open this long diagonal, so queen d2.
With that open diagonal, pawn on h3 just became 10 times stronger.
Yes.
True, true that.
And this is actually
Alpha
not an extra
zero.
pawn because you have a
Right.
double g pawn.
Exactly, exactly. So we do have in the position knight h2, b6, and okay, you wanted after the move c5 to simply castle and not capture the pawn, and that strikes me as a very decent move as well. How would the game unfold in this case?
Well, it's not so easy. Let's say here, I would feel that now that you've played c5, if I offer a human perspective, you need to put something on d8.
Exactly.
So, but then maybe you can take on c5. So if you don't, so which rook on d8? It's not so easy.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not sure. And you don't want to play knight a6 because you just played knight c7.
Right.
Another idea would be to play c4, b5, b4. But
so what's fascinating to me is how many times you switched your strategies.
Exactly.
From one moment you were playing a4, b5, b4. The next moment you're playing c5, sacrificing a pawn, and then playing c4. So really hard to keep track of what's going on. By the way, let's just drop in on Irina's game because Irina might be just simply
She
winning.
has a very nice endgame advantage. Queens are off the board, and Black has 2 weak pawns.
Exactly. Oops, sorry, I wasn't. When we left it, we just left it with the move knight c3, rook e8, rook g4, and we were saying, okay, Harika, what are you going to do? White is building up intense pressure on the e4 as well as g6 pawn. I'm going to play rook g1, maybe even on
Queen
a good day,
f7.
queen f7. Well, Harika said, I see the queen f7 dropping in. I don't want to deal with that. Let's trade the queens. Rook to g1, picking up a tempo against, and here Irina can just pick off the pawn, right?
Would you take with the rook or the knight?
Both are so tempting,
Both are good.
right? I mean, both are so tempting. Normally speaking, when you are attacking, you don't want to unnecessarily trade off attacking pieces. I would think that this rook is better than this rook, and this rook is better than this. See, 2 defensive rooks. On the other hand, I love the knight on e4 and the fact that you're not, no longer attacking the knight. That was why I was thinking I would take with the rook.
I think both are good. I like knight e4 because, like you mentioned, I think
Why
my rook is better, and I want
Yep.
to play rook f4 and use that rook on the open file.
Like
Maybe
to be
it can
able to play
get
rook
to
f7.
7th rank.
Yeah. No, this looks really, really strong. Are the clocks a factor?
Harika has 16 minutes, and Irina also has about 17 minutes.
Pretty even for 33 moves. No, I don't think time is a factor. As we take a break for round 7 with time control coming up. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
See you soon.
What chess player has mostly influenced your chess career and why?
This is a very difficult question. I am saying many times I don't have just one role model. I admire people for different skills, and this is definitely all world champions. And especially like I'm a mother, have 2 kids, and some chess players, women who combine their chess career and still playing like competitive chess. This is Pia Kramlin, who is still very strong in her age, and Monika Sochko, who had like 3 kids and managing like her chess career. And another is Ketivan Arahamia, who became a GM in very like late age, like around 40, I think she became a GM.
I studied games from a lot of good players, and I definitely did spend time on games collections, from the world champions. And I feel like probably someone like Botvinnik and his games collection, and just learning a lot of concepts from him. Opening things, strategic things, I would say probably him. It's where I got my appreciation for big center and bishop pair.
When I was a little kid, starting from Alyoshin, I think, to Kasparov, Karpov, Kramnik, and all of them. During this time, they were very popular.
I think it was Anatoly Karpov. I really liked to check his games with my coach when I was young. So probably it's just Karpov.
I'm a big fan of Anatoly Karpov and also Judith Polgar. So from my younger days, I used to follow their games, and their play has inspired me a lot.
Capablanca and Alyoshin was the ones that I really loved their games and their style. Casually was looking their games to learn how to play chess, so I would call their names.
I think Vladimir Kramnik, during my childhood days, I used to see a lot of his games, and I think somewhere I really like his style. And maybe not game-wise, but Judith Polgar has a lot of influence on me as a women player to be doing well in the men, to beat the strong men and to be there. So definitely these two, I think, have influenced me a lot.
I was a fan of Bobby Fischer's games when I was young. Also, Mikhail Tal was my favorite chess player. So I guess they influenced on my style of play.
Well, honestly speaking, my dad is a grandmaster, and he used to be professional when I was very young. So he had the deepest impact on me from everybody, because he taught me and my brother at the early age how to play. And of course, he went with us to tournaments. And he had been my teacher up till 16 before I actually met other trainers.
Oh, I wish I had such a player, such an influencer, mentor in a way, because when I was growing up, I wasn't really excited about chess lines and moves and champions in a way. I was excited about the psychological part of a battle, and I liked to read chess books, from chess champions, but not about chess moves or openings or middle games, nothing about that, but rather about psychological preparation and about how games went and how they prepared and what went wrong if they lost. So I didn't have a chess mentor in a way, and I feel that I'm lacking this information right now, because definitely your youngest years are the best in order to consume and be able to learn certain material. But of course, it's never too late with the chess book. And what I'm trying to do right now is to learn from those great chess champions and their games, because, you need to know history in order not to make the same mistake in your own games.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
Hello, everyone. This is WGM and former U.S. Women's Champion Sabina Feuscher. I'm very excited to be here in St. Louis at the 3rd edition of the Cairns Cup. I'll be taking over St. Louis Chess Club's social media accounts. So please, if you want to interact with me and see more behind-the-scenes actions and videos of the players, be sure to follow St. Louis Chess Club's social media accounts. Hi everyone, I'm here with International Master Gunay Mammadzada, who just won her game. Hi Gunay. Thank you for joining me for a short interview. Congratulations, first of all. I know you got a little bit lucky today with the win. How do you feel? It's the first round. It's always nice to win.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much thing to say because she just blundered in the opening. I don't know why. I suppose she doesn't play Mammadzada, so we transpose it from the knight f3, knight f6 to that position. So I suppose just she wasn't really aware of the opening, and there she had to play bishop d7 and took queen d2 and knight g4, so it would be her accurate idea, but the way she played is just blunder.
Yeah, she probably missed knight c6, knight takes c6 or bishop takes c8, one of those. Probably still jet lag. How do you feel yourself? I know you came the day before, so you had maybe a day to come back. How do you feel with the time zone and everything?
No, it's just a bit hard because I was expecting that I would be accommodating earlier, so I was kind of sleepy today.
I see.
But it's nice that I finished with the winning, and so I can have a rest more.
Okay, I won't keep you much. Thanks so much for stopping by. Good luck in the future rounds, and hopefully you get some rest and ready for future games. Thank you.
The Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
Welcome back, everybody. So far, we have one result today. It was a draw between Abdumalik and Mammadzada.
But in the 3 remaining games, boy, we're seeing good advantages to white players. White has advantage across the board, and Bella, especially her last move, I really, really like, Queen C2.
We had one game where advantage went from black to white.
That was the Alexandra game, and what a turnaround that game has been, because Nana was in trouble right out of the opening, but her last move, Knight C6, is bringing her, in my opinion, a very serious advantage. I don't know, Almira, but it sure feels like Alexandra has blown it.
And she has only 2 minutes left.
Ooh,
yes, sir. Yes, I think this is probably the most important factor now.
For how many moves?
Well, this is the move 25.
Wow.
Yes, so they still have 15 moves to make.
So the move Knight C6, the power behind that move is very clear. Attacks the queen on D4, attacks the bishop on E7, forces the queen to back up and to defend the bishop. But the problem, as I see it, is the move Rook D1 prevents you from playing Rook D8. There's no Rook D8 anymore, and I'm threatening to play the move Rook takes D3. Knight D4?
I think I have to get rid of your knight on C6.
Exactly, and she's done
Even
that.
if it's at the cost of the pawn.
Exactly, and here I pause for a moment because the move I really want to play is knight takes E7, queen takes E7, queen takes D3. I think I'm winning a very nice extra pawn.
And maybe more?
Well, you're probably going to have to go into a major, because you don't want to face a consequence of the bishop to D6.
So if we back up just a move, white has to decide here which endgame they want to go to.
Precisely.
Bishop versus bishop?
Right.
Knight versus bishop, or just queen and rook endgame?
Exactly. Because just as you described it, we do have alternative choices. Queen takes D3, and this is with bishops or with major pieces. And there's where your judgment and, well, just your experience comes in handy. By the way, knight D4 on the board, because Alexandra's knight is in danger of just simply getting trapped. Rook takes D3, knight takes E7 on tap for Nana, knight D4 on the board. And what's going on in the game between Bella, who's been on the streak, right? We talked about the streak of Fabiano, 7 in a row. Well, she's been putting together a 3-0 streak. And
what is happening here? Look at these pawns. The pawn structure is so difficult to evaluate.
What is this pawn doing on H3?
All white pawns are on the black squares, and
Checkers.
Bella has the black squared bishop.
Right.
So that should be bad.
Yes.
But I think it's good.
Okay.
Now I would agree that pawn on H3 is a weakness. Without the white squared bishop, it's a weakness.
Okay, the training's working. But it's concrete, right? Because the last move, C5, Black is ready to play knight E6 and presumably fix a lot of her problems. So are we taking the pawn? What do you think? Are we grabbing the peshki?
Why not?
Takes, I suppose, right? Rook takes, knight E. So
Take
that's peshki number 2.
C8. I was going to play rook Yeah. C8 or B8.
Well, if you drop back, this
Rook
is what
B3.
I was thinking, is I'm trying to win somebody back. The knight on e6, by the way, is making a very powerful impression on me. It's actually, if you do manage to get rid of the g3 pawn, the knight could, it's not that
Well, you know
clear.
what white could do instead of winning the c5 pawn?
Please.
Let's win the h3 pawn and f5 pawn. Knight f3, going to knight h4.
Like it. I like it very, very much. So knight h3, knight to d4, knight to h4.
Unless, can you
Here it
take on
comes.
h4 here?
Well, I mean, desperate
have to.
times call for desperate measures. The problem is when you take the pawn on f5, you don't just win the pawn on f5. It just feels like my position collapses.
Yes.
You do it with check and you hit the bishop. So, okay, close your eyes and just see what this position might bring you.
King d2.
King d2.
And I think once I kick your knight out with bishop e3 or g3.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me which way you're going to kick me out, because I might
see.
might invite myself to. And by the way, 36 seconds and ticking for.
36? Oh no, Bella has 8 minutes.
Oh, 8 minutes.
Yes,
Sorry, I thought that was a 0 on the left. Apologies.
But Elisabeth has 2.5 minutes.
Gotcha.
So she's.
Apologies.
And they also have about 12 moves to go. If Bella finds this idea, knight f3, knight h4, I think she can increase her advantage, and then Elisabeth, in time trouble, will have to make that decision, sacrifice the exchange or not.
Well, again, I don't see much of a choice. Knight f3, knight e6, knight h4. Like you said, not only are you winning this pawn on f3, but you might be winning the pawn on h3 as well. That's why it's got to go.
Should white have been more patient, and instead of knight h4, let's make king d2 or some move that prepares me for.
I understand what you mean. So let's say king d2. Let's say I play c4. So again, I'm inviting you to
bishop e3.
Ah, that's yet another preparatory move. Gotcha. But
because if I don't have to rush, I would rather not give you any counterplay.
That's not
but
very
this is interesting.
kind.
Even after I play knight h4 here and you take, my bishop is like a big pawn.
But it's a big rook.
True.
So, okay, so let's be really gross about it, if we will. We'll do some kind of crazed fortress variation. Magnus famously said, "I don't believe in fortresses." Here, what I'm trying to say and what you stated is the bishop is a big pawn.
Yeah.
It's not really, it doesn't feel like a big bishop.
And it's, I desperately need a white squared bishop or a knight.
Doesn't exist. Interesting position. But let's jump to the game of Irina for a moment, because she was a pawn up, but somehow the a6 pawn, but wait a minute, rook a1.
Yeah, she wins the a7 pawn. Because on king b7 there is, what, knight d6?
Let's see how we just got here. Okay, so she won the pawn, and there goes Harika trying to win her pawn back, but she's invited rook a1. And after rook e1, if king b7,
knight d6,
knight d6
king
check.
c7
She's
back.
played rook a1. So king b7 check. King here.
You can just play rook f6.
Oh, you like rook f6?
Because on knight f7, maybe it still continues.
Does
rook
it
h7,
really?
Knight g5, rook h5.
I was going to take.
Oh, okay. That works.
I was
well,
gonna
king b7?
King b7. Sneaky. Wow. And yeah, sorry, king b7. Didn't
But
see that
Harika
one.
played g5, not king b7.
So rook a1, g5. Oops, sorry. Rook a1, g5. Okay, let me just pause for a
Free pawn?
second.
Oh yes, Harika wants to go king b7 and not allow knight d6 check
Right.
anymore.
Well, just a second. So first of all, I like what you said. Free pawn. You had me at free pawn. Rook, knight takes.
I had you at free.
Free pawn. Knight f7. So I'm kind of trying to trick you here.
Do I have knight takes? Nope, I don't.
Knight takes b4.
Yeah, not enough.
And knight d6 check, right? Knight d3 check, sorry. Time a factor here?
Not really. Irina has 5.5 minutes, Harika 11 minutes, and they are only 3 moves away.
Besides g5, besides knight takes g5, just...
I mean, knight g5 and knight f7 looks like you're winning a piece. Well, maybe not a piece, but...
It's good enough, though,
Yeah.
you're saying. Just knight takes g5 and knight f7 is good enough. And Irina feels the same way. Knight takes... And she's looking at this knight f7. She's looking at crashing down. Can I play knight takes b4? No. I can't,
rook
because
a7.
anytime, if I put my king either d8, well, d8, I walk into
Right.
rook f8. That's bad news. But d6, I'm walking into knight f7 check, aren't I?
Yes.
And that's dreadful, simply dreadful. Okay, so I don't have knight b4 for Harika. Knight takes g5. We're not seeing it, Almira. We think Irina is winning this game. What game caught your eye?
I was actually analyzing the
Bella's
the
game.
position between Bella Khotenashvili and Elisabeth Paehtz. It was a comedy of mistakes, I think.
Uh-oh.
Today is a very strange round. But let's say Bella decided to take on c5. So here in this position,
No knight f3.
Elisabeth, instead of taking with the pawn on c5 and forcing Bella to take, because now Bella actually is not forced to take, maybe she can have another move, but okay. She played, after bishop c5, I think she can play knight f3. You have this wonderful d4 square castle, but then Bella took on c5, b takes c5, rook c5, knight f6, knight e6. So, and Bella didn't take on d5. She played rook c2. I was thinking rook c8, rook c8, rook c8 here. Let's say king d2, because you need to
Stop
keep an eye, yes, on c2 square. So rook b8. And actually, just a very interesting variation, because this is very natural. So, but after rook b3, knight f1, knight c5, black is actually winning.
Wow.
So you
pawn on h3 is a great asset.
So you should make, of course, a very different move after rook b8. I was thinking about king c2, but then what if knight d4 check?
Right.
Yes, so if you're going on d3, then I will go knight e6, and it will be a perpetual or repetition.
Right.
But then after knight d4, what if king b1? And as you can see, after rook b3, black is winning once again. So I think that they're heading for
A
this,
repetition.
yes, a repetition.
Well, for Elisabeth, that will be a tremendous save, because we thought that out of the opening she stood really, really badly, and she fought her way back to a draw. That would be, and it would be Bella's very first draw of the tournament too, by the way. And the variation you're showing is very consequent. You rook to c8. You don't want to see the rook landing on c1, so trades, rook takes c8, rook takes c8. You don't want to see the rook landing on c2, so you defend the square, and, well, you've got a...
White has to be careful.
Exactly.
Because if you let knight and rook come in, then h3 pawn is just winning.
Precisely, precisely. So, and 2 minutes for Elisabeth?
Yes, and 5 minutes for Bella.
Okay. So, but a draw would be a great result. I really thought that Bella was going to take this game. And what's happening between Nana and Alexandra?
So Nana's up a pawn, and they went into the major piece endgame. Queen
Right.
and rooks.
And she did go capturing the knight. Quick pause here for just a second. How would you recapture?
I actually liked f takes g.
Me too.
It's rarely the right take.
Yes.
But I think this might be one of those
One
times.
of those very rare occasions. Because in my view, there's a possibility of a queen and pawn endgame. There's a small possibility. So taking with the f-pawn, playing h3 and king h2,
I know you
getting
like
that
that.
cocoon
Yeah.
is very nice. She took with the hg, nothing wrong with that, and we're quickly caught up with the players. We've been seeing some rook and pawn endgames, some major piece endings with this, I want to say, extra b pawn. How would you evaluate this? Would you say 90%, 60%?
I have a little bit of bias here.
Yes.
I had this game against Valentina Gunina, who won the first Cairns Cup in 2019.
With a remarkable
I was
score.
down 3 pawns in queen and rook endgame, and I won.
You were down 3 pawns.
Yes.
Wow.
So I believe queen and rook can create a lot of counterplay.
Okay.
Because her king was a little bit weak.
Vulnerable.
So I found a way to win. I was not expecting to win, of course, but
Right.
and since then, anytime I get queen and rook endgame, whether I'm up a pawn or down a pawn, I cannot relax.
You're not
'Cause I
prepared to
know
say this
the
is
game
a
is still for
cruising-
3 results.
Cruising
Yeah.
to victory. Almira, jump in with the engine's assessment of this extra pawn for Nana. This ending, I like white's extra pawn, but is it a major advantage?
Quite, because I think that the computers evaluate this position as technically winning. But
Technically.
yes, Nazi shared her personal experience, and I really think that there is a possibility for black to create some counterplay in different positions. But here you want to bring the rook on h6, but unfortunately all the files are open. So here white has a very healthy pass pawn. So your best way would be to block it, of course. I don't know if you should try and play queen b5 immediately or to put the rook on b8, but let's say if you play queen b5, then maybe you should take on e8, rook takes e8, and well, this will be actually easier to defend, Yasser, don't you think, with one rook? Because now you have all these possibilities which are with the possible mating threats.
I think that's the key in this major piece endgame, that it's not easily winning because any rook endgame is a draw.
Right.
And how do we make progress without offering any exchanges? That's the problem.
Indeed. By the way, we did see h7, h6, which to my eyes is a very human move. I mean, you want to just make luft. I agree you're giving up any ideas of checkmating down the h file. But h7, h6, very quickly, rook takes e8, rook takes e8, queen to d3. Again, it's about advancing this pawn as far as you can.
One question. So I
Please.
really want to play queen e2.
Okay,
But then my ideal rook endgame is if my rook is behind your pawn.
precisely.
But of course, white will play rook b1.
To stop you
And now,
from...
is this still a draw?
No, I would say
It's
that
low?
this is winning, winning for white.
Can
Because,
my king get there fast enough? Maybe king f8?
right, are you in the square?
Nope, I'm not. In the triangle?
And the triangle.
I'm not.
No, you're not. You will, unfortunately for black, after rook b1, you probably have to withdraw your rook, blockade it, and, well, you might end up in a game like Alekhine Capablanca from their World Championship match, where the rook behind white went on to win. So the desirable queen e2, you need to do it in a better way. Makes me ask, if you want to put your rook behind the pawn,
But rook b1?
well, weren't you telling me about, I don't know, counterspiel?
b5? I think I can easily defend because it's just the f2 pawn, right?
Well, just a second, it's not just.
Is queen e3 here still good enough rook endgame?
Ooh,
Should be, right?
I wouldn't be so dismissive, but
She
by the
did
way,
play
rook
rook
e2, all I can suggest is that when you're defending these endgames pawn down, play actively. play actively. Usually when you defend them passively, then you're giving your opponent everything that they want. And in this case, I applaud the move rook e2, and I do like your rook b1 too. And the question you asked is a salient one. Is this ending where you've kind of voluntarily dinged your pawns a win or not? I don't know. Would you feel?
My king needs to run, sprint.
Sprint. Sprint to the queen side. Everybody's king sprints to the king side. This looks closer to a draw, I want to say, but I'm not sure. I'm just not sure.
Yes, sir. Actually,
yes, please.
I have a small question.
Please.
In the position before rook e2 was played, let's say I will make a natural move, rook b8, because this is not even the line suggested by the computer, but after rook b1, what if I play rook b5?
Right. Interestingly enough, I think this was precisely the position that Alexandra was trying to avoid, which was, blockading in front, if you will. I guess the move that she didn't like was rook c1, threatening.
Rook b8.
Yeah, threatening the back rank mate, and I guess rook to c5. And again, if I get to play b5 and your rook is passive, but I understand what you're saying with the move rook b5. How am I going to break the blockade? But I think rook c1 and rook c8 is what Alexandra didn't like.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
By the way, queen...
Maybe she wants to go to some queen ending, because now that after Nana took on g3 with the h-pawn, white king cannot easily hide from the perpetual check ideas like queen d1, queen h5.
Sorry, say that again, please. I was just refreshing my board.
I was saying that maybe Alexandra wants to play the queen ended.
Right.
With possible perpetual checks, queen d1, queen h5, because Nana took on g3 with the h-pawn.
Right. Exactly. So...
king h2, and
let's say here, queen. I just to
queen
put
b4
your
maybe,
just to put your position up on the board.
Right.
So no, I'm doing it the wrong. How do I allow? What I want to say is that thanks to white's pawn structure, you are vulnerable to a perpetual check between h5 and the d1 squares. What you wanted, but. Okay, she's going for the queen ending, and this one,
But you just demonstrated that it's very hard for white to put the queen on such a bad square.
Right? Okay, so queen takes e1. So let's see. Alexandra thinks...
Queen d3 here, or queen e2?
Yeah, Alexandra thinks that this queen ending offers her better chances. I'm not sure she's right. In my view, if I get to play g4 and g3, then I'm going to go queen, check, and queen c6. So I'll have my king on the long diagonal, and you won't have any perpetual checking ideas. So again, if I'm in Nana's shoes, I want to play g4, g3, setting up so that there's no perpetual checks, and then I want to bring my queen to the c6 square.
By the way, they just reached move 40, so... They will get additional 30 minutes, and Nana will figure out where to put her queen and the king to avoid all the checks and convert this game.
And for Nana, what a relief this position is. She knows she's playing for 2 results, and out of the opening, she seemed to be playing a game of suicide, I would almost say. She was in real trouble. So what a turnaround this has been. What about Irina's position?
I think Irina's converting her advantage.
Have they also reached the time control, by the way?
Yes, they just made move 40.
Knight f7. Check. And, uh-oh, I was about to say, Irina...
Rook a6 and rook f8?
Exactly. Irina's got a very straightforward win on the... Harika will not have a good answer for the move rook f8 check.
Yeah, white is just simply
2
winning
pawns
in
up.
this endgame. But we should jump to Bella's game, because that's the only game that still hasn't reached move 40.
Okay.
And I think Elisabeth blundered again. She had the draw, But
Uh-oh.
now,
When we left it in this position, and take on h3, and you said, and now, sorry to...
and g4 is a fantastic move, which she may have missed.
Oh. Uh-oh, the old
But I think
double attack.
knight b3 was already going in the wrong direction. She
Yeah.
could have played rook c2 here.
After knight f1? Yeah. No, knight f1, rook c2 makes perfect sense.
Keep the knight on a very good square on d4.
Okay. I'm
Rook
going to have to
h3.
play rook h3.
Rook takes b2.
Exactly. Rook takes h3, rook takes b2, and knight to e3.
Rook a2. Picking up a3.
I was hoping to distract you on the d5 pawn, but I did not. Rats.
Be careful,
No.
Nazi. Knight d5 here.
Knight d5.
Oh, is there a mate?
Is there
Yes,
there a
it's
checkmate?
winning. Yes, it's winning
Wow.
for white. So, but you have a more precise move here. After
Didn't expect a checkmate.
this
Hello.
knight d3, you can
May
play.
I introduce?
Yes, rook b3 actually is a more precise move here.
Rook b3.
Yes,
Now
rook
with
b3
knight
because
d5?
after knight d5, then you can
rook
make a
d3
rook
check.
d3 check.
And then discovery check.
Oh.
Yes, and then
Very
you
nice.
were taking the knight on d5 with check.
Gotcha. Okay. By the way, those f6 and
They're
c6
both
squares are
under
prime squares.
1 minute. Elisabeth still has 2 moves to make. Bella needs 1 more move.
But it's this move g4 that's rocked Elizabeth's world, because this double attack of g4 takes f5. By the way, talk about mating nets.
Those pawns.
Yeah, that is a mass of pawns enveloping Black's king. g4 takes f5, and rook takes b3. How does a computer assess this? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 7.
Check.
Rook
Check.
c1 is the best continuation, of course, but the computer thinks that white is winning. So let's have a look. Rook c1, king f2, rook c2,
Yep.
then king f3.
King f3, Oh.
Yes, because
stepping in the way of the rook, huh?
But then knight d2 check after knight d2, rook
Okay.
d2.
Right.
Not obvious once again, but the winning move, according to the computer, I just saw the line is rook h4, and I'm trying to understand it. Yes, you force black to take on g4, but what if any other rook moves? Let's say, what if I try rook h6?
h4 is crazy.
Yes, but after rook h6, actually, it seems that the position is equal. Let's understand. Rook h4 he gives us winning, but if rook h6.
Is it because black can win the g4 pawn?
Yes, because rook d3,
Yes.
king g2, and then even if you go on g2, I can repeat. So rook d2, king give 3, and rook d3.
And the
And by
players,
the way, have the players reached time
yes,
control
they
finally?
just made move 40.
Okay.
But I know computer said king f3 is winning, but why not just king d3 here? It seems simpler to me.
King David 3? Do I
Yes.
have rook f2?
Knight g3?
Knight g3. I took us. I take a
Take
pawn.
on g4. No more mate, huh? Knight
I'm-
f5 check.
Oh.
Almost made,
That's a
but...
nasty one. King g6,
Oh, king
knight
g6.
e7.
No, king g6, rook h6.
Oh, that's pretty. You don't see a mating net like that every day. That is very
Beautiful.
pretty. No king g4, no king e4. Nice. Nice catch.
And you don't have king f8, but you do have king g8.
Okay.
And then I don't know how to win. Oh, okay. Knight h6 check, take on g4.
Knight h6 check, king g7, knight takes g4, rook takes
I'm
f4.
going to miss that f4 pawn.
You sure are. Yeah, that's the foundation of the structure. Wow, and this is such a huge game for our standings, as both ladies, you see their
Right.
point totals. They're Elisabeth Paehtz with 3.5 points and Bella with 3. the outcome of this game is going to really impact the standings. King F3, is that the only, oh, hold on. So we've just been looking at King D3, Rook F2. So King F3, is that the only winning move?
Well, it just that the advantage is much bigger in this line, but let's have a look at the variation that you were analyzing. So
Sure.
King D3, Rook F2.
Okay, King D3, Rook
Rook
F2.
F2.
Yep.
And then the computer suggests G takes F5.
Wow.
So rook
sacrificing a knight. Rook
yes,
takes
you
F1.
sacrifice the knight, so rook takes F1. Then G6.
G6?
Yes, G6.
What?
I love
wait
this
for it.
horde. This horde of pawns. So I'm threatening Rook H7. So I'm forced to capture on G6.
Then F6.
Wow. I
King
assume,
G8.
Yeah, I got to back up.
And E6 here.
Is this win it for white?
Well, it's +1, so
Wow.
let's have a look.
Only
Can you take on
Knight
F4? Of course not, because after
That's five,
E7,
king E2.
yes, you're winning.
Right.
Then Knight C5.
Knight C5 check, King E2.
King E2.
And
Rook F4.
E7.
No, E7 is actually losing, so F7. You have to
F7.
start.
King
Yes,
G7.
very strange.
Wait,
But then, wait for it
King
once
F8,
again.
right?
King G7, Rook H7,
Right.
King H7, and E7. I think this is the end of the
Beautiful.
line.
It seems like some kind of study. But by the way, even though I'm queening, am I winning that?
I think that's why it's only +1.
Right? Yeah, I mean, you make a queen, but rook and knight, I feel like I've got some chances
Yeah.
of holding this crazy game.
You also have the D pawn. You can push it to D3, and then it will always be a problem for white.
Right? Wow. I don't want to say 3 results, but it just feels it's not easy for Bella at all. I just want to put it like that. And that variation that you just cited, that's crazy.
So she needs to find King F3 and Rook H4.
King
That
F3, Knight D2 check, Knight takes D2, Rook takes D2. I don't have time to take because in this game, in this case, my king is no longer in the square. The square being from here
Even though I'm
to
up
here.
3 pawns?
Even though I'm up 3 pawns, right? Yeah, exactly. I'm not in the square, so black actually wins that case. So I have to play the move Rook H4. And the idea is that any trades, well, I can happily accept a trade. Maybe even I can take with the king now, actually. And,
Rook takes B2.
well, here, I think my pawns just...
Of course, 3 against 1.
Yeah, that's enough. So you can't take, but you could play rook check, king,
King F2.
Okay.
king f2 takes. You take with the rook.
Yes.
Yes. And what is
King
this?
G6.
I'm trying to play actively.
Oh, Rook G3 here.
Oh,
Rook D2.
you want to play rough, huh?
Rook D2, King E1, and you can win the D pawn.
And even king f3. Boy, this is a tough rook
King
ending.
F3 will come in King F5.
Just a second. What? King f3, king f5, g6.
What's happening?
Winning. Hello.
Wait,
Rook
so if I
G5
play
check.
Rook D3, take on G3. Oh, you have G takes F.
Oh, let me show you what you might have missed. g6. And the point is, I'm threatening to... Yeah. Nicely done. Wow. Just a second. Let me give myself a kiss. Remember, at the board, when you see variations that charm you, be kind to yourself. You go, wow, that's a really nice like you calculated well, right?
Yeah.
So when you see variations like this, let it give you confidence. trust yourself.
I think it's easy to find these lines when you know there is a win. When someone tells you have a win, you just have to find it.
Yeah, but nobody's
But at the
there
board,
to tell you
you don't
that
know
you're
if it's a
winning.
draw, if you're winning. And when you see an artificial line like this, king f3, rook h4, you don't really trust that line.
I don't know. I counted a lot of material. By the way, counting a lot of material, I'm in the game between Harika and Irina for just a second because they followed that line all the way to the end. Rook takes, king takes, and Irina's thinking because
she's up only 1 pawn, but the thing is she has 3 connected pass pawns, and that's why it's easily winning.
2 connected.
Okay, sorry. 2 connected pass pawns.
Yes, but I agree with you. She's easily winning thanks to the 2 connected pass pawns and the fact that this pawn is backwards and always vulnerable to capture. But yes, king c3, f4, get those doggies going. Play f4, e4, up the board, push them, baby. How would you stop yourself from playing rook takes a7 and rook g2? Would you not think that maybe you were winning this rook ending?
With white?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't see how I'm not winning.
That you are winning this rook. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So in this position, do you make the decision to take on a7 or do you make the decision to play king c3?
I think both
with
are
your
winning, but
2 connected pass pawns?
I think I would go rook a7.
You would?
Yes.
And so rook takes a7, rook here, king c3, rook takes. Would you play rook c6 or rook c7 or b5?
I might take it back. I thought I was winning c6 as well after rook c7.
I was going to go rook f6.
Yeah.
But this is actually a very funny ending.
I like that
because,
black's king is cut off.
Well, I wanted to say after the move b5, Bella won a game where she had 2 connected pass pawns against an outside pass pawns, right?
This is would be her 3rd time.
But she'll get the 2 connected pass pawns against the outside pass pawn, and maybe
Should
this
be
is
winning, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I would feel that that White's
She's gonna
in
show
the driver's
us
seat.
another endgame technique.
Wow.
This is Irina's.
Irina.
We confused the players.
Right. But this is the current position in Irina. I would play king c3 myself. I like just nursing the pawns up the board, bring my king over, and I like the fact that this a7 pawn's stuck. You might end up having to play passively with your rook, and I like my active rook. So I would play king c3. The players have made time control. Very, very nice.
And Bella has made move king f3. We'll see now if she will find rook h4 as well.
After knight d2 check.
Right.
And I think knight d2 is basically box, right? The forced
Not really.
move.
What about rook c1?
Okay. Rook
Although
c1.
knight g3 it looks very unpleasant.
Knight g3, unfortunately, you might just get mated.
I want to go d3, but I'm allowing knight f5, so that's...
Exactly.
No way White's not winning here.
Exactly. Knight takes f5.
Well, king g8, let's try it. It's not our game.
All the way to the end. Let's go. Okay, first of all, I can always, and that's reassuring that I have this move knight e3 to deal. But why don't I have my pawns?
What's the clearest way? Right?
Exactly.
You want to push some g6 or this has to be something here.
Exactly. Exactly. How can I mean, magically put my pawn on f6 so that I have a mating net? It's not that simple.
You have... nope.
Should I tell you?
Yes, yes,
This very quiet voice. Tell us a nice bedtime story. Put us to sleep.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But here, knight f5 is actually a mistake. And the position, gets equal once again because you have to play knight h5 here to win the
put
game.
the knight on f6.
Because you cannot go on f8 because of knight f6, and here, yes, it's completely winning. But then after knight h5, f takes g4. Sorry.
Oh, we're in check.
No, knight h. Yes. Here, yes. G takes f5, king f5. Now you have knight g3 back. Yes, so you can no longer go, I think, on g6. So the computer suggests rook e6, then Rook
check.
h6, yes. King d5, so rook d6.
Makes all the difference.
Yes,
in the
king
world. This is
c4 and then
beautiful.
rook c6.
Yeah.
And that's how you stop.
The pawn.
Yes, everything. Because when knight c5, you have knight e4, I think. So then d2, you can simply take it. So.
Yep. Very, very nice variation, and it starts with knight h5 check.
But actually, after knight f5, that's what I wanted to show you here in this position. At d3, if you take knight f5, look at the evaluation, it drops almost to, well, to zero.
Nothing, yeah.
So after king, and here it is, after king g8, the computer evaluates this position as equal, so it's not so easy to stop the d pawn here. So rook h6,
yeah.
d2, knight e3, and you will have to give the knight away if.
Right.
And then white could lose this, you know?
Yes, exactly, because black can try knight d4 here. So rook e4, king e4, and rook e1.
Hello.
So, yes, now I'm threatening to take on e3,
right.
but you still have this move, king d3, rook e3, and king d2.
Crazy variation, Almira. Nice. Wow. But I really like this knight h5 check and knight f6. Very early in my career, looking at the chessboard as a battlefield, and I came up with this idea that there are prime squares for pieces. And when you're white, the f6 and the c6 squares are the best squares for the knight, or f3 and c3 if you're black. And the e4 and the d4 squares are the best for the bishop.
Right.
Those squares you control the most, you attack the most number of squares from.
But you got seduced by the free pawn on f5.
I did. I did.
I have
King
another
f3
question,
on the board, please.
maybe for Almira. In this position, can black just go d3?
In the position that the actual
On the
position,
board.
King
yes.
f3, yes.
The
Let's
one we have
try
on the
the
board,
move
yeah.
d3 here. The computer suggests g takes
D2?
f5.
D2.
So d2, then knight e3, rook
Not
c1.
even check, huh? Wow.
Rook c1, yes, but all these variations have to be calculated because it's not so obvious to a human mind. For example, that e6 is actually winning here. So
not
let's
f6.
yes,
Wow.
let's have a look. E6, because if you make maybe a more natural move, something like rook h6, but then yes, the same ideas, knight d4 and rook e1, as we saw, I think, in the previous line.
Like last time we were going to
Yes.
put our rook on the d file, but the knight d4 check blocks the rook. That's a very nice variation.
Let's have a look at e6.
Right.
So if you play knight d4 here,
King.
king e4, and well, this is no longer true because you cannot play, I think, rook e1 here, because you will have f6, then king g8 and e7. Yes. That's why you need to play.
Question, if
e6.
instead of e6, white plays more natural looking move f6 check, is that not winning anymore?
Let's try f6 and
Yep.
look.
Yeah,
king
drop.
g8,
Yeah, I
yes.
saw the valuation drop.
I was hoping I
precipitate-
had knight f5, knight e7, still checkmate, but d1 comes with a check.
Check. Yes.
Yeah.
So, but how does it go after e6? I still. He wants after f takes e6 to play
Now
immediately
F6 check.
f6. Yes. So I think that this position has to be played with a tempo all the time. So e6, f takes e6, f6, and so if you play king g8 here, now you play g6.
Right.
And you cannot parry all the threats here.
Of f7 check and promoting the pawn. Wow, some great stuff. I love it. Bella and Elisabeth in the current position. Elisabeth thinking over knight d2 check. What is that rook and pawn endgame going to be like after trades? Rook h4. She's thinking about d3 and, you know, who gets there first with the most.
Rook c1's also an option.
And rook c1. Difficult choices as the players have made time control. Let's go back to the game of Nana and Alexandra. This is the queen ending. And a little bit of a surprise to me that the pawn isn't already on g4 and g3.
I think it hasn't been provoked, so no need for it yet.
Right. Oh, by the way, I noticed that now with the queen on b8, it's all about sheltering my king, right? And with the queen on b8, maybe I can even just put my pawn on f3 and trundle because there's no perpets.
So wait, queen d1 check? Oh, sorry, I mean check first.
Hey,
King
first.
e6.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Hold on. My pawn was supposed to be on
I'm
f3.
going from b4 to d1.
Exactly. And I was going to stop you from going to d1. I thought she was going to put her pawn on f3 so that she could put her pawn on g4 and her king on h2 and no perpets, right?
But black doesn't even have queen d1 yet, so...
Correct. So there's no reason to rush. She has played in the game queen c7 check, king e6.
So now she can just push b6?
b6, because again, if the queen was on d1, we'd have the perpetual check pattern that we're also familiar with the king.
Queen d6? Please take the queen.
Queen d6. I just want to make sure, because your king is going to be so far away.
Actually, that might also be...
I was just a little bit worried that, could it? No. I mean, I'd need my pawn on f5 in order to, you know what I mean, worm my way up the board. The queen d6, I think, is actually legit, right?
Because I'm also threatening queen d1.
As before, correct.
Right. But
And
it could
then I
give queen
go-
c4 check.
Yes. So,
Also queen h4 just in case. Covering the h5 check.
right, so that...
And then b7, yeah.
So that in this case, whether I go queen f1 or
Or queen h4, yeah.
queen h4, Nana should be winning this game. Irina, what did she do? She chose
She took on a7.
to take on a7.
Because she's winning another pawn. Forgot about this move, rook a6.
Me too. Shame on me.
Shame on both of us.
I'd like to win the pawn that way. That's pretty easy. Yeah, that's a nice
But
one.
I guess
and
black can play king d8, rook
Okay.
b6, king c7. It should be lost, of course, but Irina
Keep
has to
kicking.
display the technique.
Exactly. Keep kicking. Rook to e2, king, rook to b2. At least my rook will be passively placed on a4 if I have to do it that
It's going
way.
to be a long endgame.
Truly. And finally, before we go on break, let's just once again check in on Bella. No, Elisabeth, after this move, king f3, definitely stuck. But it does look like we're going to get some very seriously nice, decisive games as we return from our break on the other side. We'll see you soon.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premier season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act. Single tickets are now on sale at muni.org.
The Muni in Forest Park.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield. Thank you so much for accepting to be interviewed by me. The tournament, the Cairns Cup, which I know it's named after you, it's set to start very soon today. And I would like to ask you a few questions about maybe your, how did you feel when the club, in a way, decided to name the tournament after you?
Well, I kept trying to persuade them they didn't need to, right? Because we already had a Sinkfield Cup, but this is sort of cool. Yeah, I would have gone into it. You know, it was a time we needed the top women players to be celebrated.
I agree, and I'm very appreciative of that. It's great for me as a chess player, and also for the chess fans to see more female tournaments being played.
For those who are like, you see the best men players, they're actually the best players, but the women's tournaments, it is just so much more fun. they're faster and they're do what I call things that, you know, some of the top players would find too risky, but the women are going, we're just going to do this crazy stuff and you're going to get confused and you're running out of time and I'm going to beat you. So I think it's just a little bit more fun, you know?
So you think, because you also, you know to play chess, I know you often mention the story about how you introduce Rex to chess?
No, not me. Rex was raised in an orphanage, and he learned how to play when he was in the orphanage.
Okay.
And then he played in high school, and then he played as long as we were dating and married. He's been playing since he was a little boy, you know. We started playing a little bit when we first got married, but I decided that he cared more about it than I do.
I see. I thought maybe I misunderstood oftentimes when you're telling the story that...
well, I beat him, but that was many years. We've been married 50 years, and that was before we got married. Was the last time I was able to beat him, okay? And now I don't even try.
Okay, well, maybe you can take some, you know, lessons to surprise him a little bit with some opening. Do you have an opening that you like to play sometimes with?
I wrote the booklet, Learn to Read and Write Chess to Understand Literacy, and that was when I learned literacy.
I see. So now you know.
That was when I was in my 70s.
It's impressive.
No, I don't have a I just play. A lot of people worldwide just play for fun. They don't write it down, but if you want to play in a tournament, right? You want to replay your games, you want to read books. So I thought I figured out how through the literacy I could get better, but there were no booklets.
Yes.
So now we got it. For those of you out there, there are 13 languages, okay?
I love
If there
this.
is a language that's not covered, okay, and you're a great chess player, I need translators. And all the people you see translated did it for free.
Yes, it's very nice.
And took it back to their countries. So this year, in the fall, the Ukrainian Chess Federation is using Christian Silla's translation into Romanian. Sorry, there's so many languages.
Yes.
in the schools.
Yes.
So they're going to have a booklet.
The read and write that you wrote.
So that a lot of players who maybe don't have coaches, if they can learn the literacy, they can learn books, they can replay their game. Do you see?
Yes, that is very important.
So the rich kids might have coaches, the rural kids maybe not so much. This is just a way of getting everybody to
play, and everyone is invited. It's the kind of game that anyone can play at any female, male, any age. As long as you're, passionate about the game, you can keep going on.
Now in St. Louis, there was a pro football player, retired, and he was helping the football teams. Demetrius Johnson, he just passed away. He was requiring every football player to learn to play chess because he felt that it taught them how to conceptualize their roots and stuff.
Very nice. That is very nice. Definitely, if anyone speaks one of the languages that does not have the booklet translated, please do contact the St. Louis Chess Club, and we'll try to get it. We'll get it together, translate it in another language, and make it accessible to as many people in the world.
The latest languages are Swahili, Armenian, Uzbek.
Nice. Very nice.
Russian, there's Indonesian, Malay.
Nice.
There are lots of
languages. Hopefully some new ones will be contacting us.
I don't know. They just keep showing up. People get jealous because so-and-so. I think we're going to get Georgian soon.
Okay, that would be very nice. I really appreciate you joining me for this very short interview, and I want to ask you one last question about the Cairns Cup. There are 10 players playing in this tournament. You might not be willing to answer this question, but do you have any favorites to win this?
Well, obviously for the American side, Irina would be nice.
Okay.
So you just don't know.
You don't know.
You don't. You know, it's been a little bit of a while because of the COVID, and
of course, it's
and
been
we
2
have
years.
some new players that are brand new.
That's right.
And remember, the Sinkfield Cup was won by an 18-year-old young man from
That's right.
Iran who was
Who's
working
in France now, Alireza.
You're gonna love this story. You know what he did starting at 12? He listened to all the online video that the chess club puts out and watched all the commentary for the game. So when he came here, it's like he'd been playing these players for years.
That's right.
So you out there, you can
learn from these players. Maybe one day.
Unfortunately, it's in English, but you know.
But that helps with the language learning too. If you don't speak the language and you try your best to understand the chess and kind of listen to the commentary, maybe you get the chance to learn.
Yeah, it'll help you a
That's
little
all.
bit in English, you know. Of course,
Yeah.
you got to listen to Yasser Seirawan or something.
That's right.
And maybe some of the jokes don't translate.
That is true. That is true. Well, I do appreciate you being here. I hope there's going to be beautiful games, like you're saying, attacking games.
Fun, interesting.
Let's hope there'll be that. And for future generations, female chess players who are aspiring to come to this tournament, maybe do something similar as Alireza was doing. Follow the live broadcast, try to learn the moves, learn the players, and come here in a few years and try to win the competition.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jeannie. I really appreciate the interview and looking forward to the event. Thank you.
And come to St. Louis, the chess capital of the U.S.
Of course. Thank you so much.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. So far, we have one result. It was a draw between Abdumalik and Mammadzada.
Lots of games in progress, but lots of results, it looks like, as a number of decisive games.
All decisive results we're expecting.
Indeed, and I just like this move, this last move that Nana has played in her game with Alexandra. This move, King H2, basically saying you're not going to get any kinds of perpetual checks, and in the meanwhile, I've got a runaway passer that you cannot deal with. Her last move, I like this move a lot. If you if you rush, this is like you feel this incredible feeling of absolute anger and disgust with yourself by
And desire to flip the table.
the desire to flip the board. Do not allow the perpetual check. But this move, King H2, sidesteps all of that, invites the move Queen takes F2, and now after B7, if you try once again to set up this mechanism, I do have a check. You'll go back. I do make a queen, and I'll have Queen H3 to block the check. So very nice move, King H2 by Nana, and boy, what a comeback she had, because her opening was simply atrocious. What about Bella? When we left it,
I think Elisabeth is still... oh, no.
No, she did play the move Rook C1. So in this particular position, we were mesmerized by both Knight D2 check, D3, and Rook. There was like 3 really important moves that Elisabeth had to choose from. She chose Rook C1, But it was pointed out to us after knight g3, d3, do not play knight takes f5 check. That throws away the lion's share of your advantage. Rather, bring your knight to the f6 square
And checkmate.
and set up a checkmating pattern that we're all familiar with, rook check and rook e8
But
mate.
even this looks so risky because that d pawn is now completely unstoppable.
Right.
So unless there is for sure a checkmate, black's about to have an extra queen.
Except there's a for sure checkmate,
But
right?
Bella has to make sure.
That's right, too. Yeah, she does indeed. So, but she's got to see in this moment, and it's, I mean, it's a hidden, because,
gem.
right, because you're so attracted to knight takes f5 with
Yes.
a check.
Knight f5 also looks like I'm creating a checkmate net. That's
Doesn't
why
it?
it's deceiving.
Yeah. This is really terrible that you get to this position and you're kind of stunned that you don't have some wonderful breakthroughs that do provide you with a checkmate. But the knight is just misplaced on f5. It needs to be on f6. So in this moment, it's knight to g3 to h5, which will bring Bella victory. In our third game, how's Irina doing?
I think she is converting the endgame with 2 extra pawns.
And when we left it, she had just played the move rook to a6. She picked up the pawn indeed, and you're right, 2 extra pawns should be good enough for sure.
Yes, even if she splits the pawns, let's say she plays d5, b
Yep.
and e are winning too.
But d5, king, d6. I agree with you completely.
Yeah, I was
that
just
this
giving an
was winning,
example, yeah.
right? Yes. Yeah, just
Oh, actually on king d6, I'll take on c6.
no. That is very attractive. Oh.
Rook e1,
Rook
and
e1, king
one more
d2.
move, king
yes. Not to get skewered. Shish kebab. And reminding everybody, Anna Zatonskih, our tournament leader, had a bye today.
Yes, she's resting today, watching the others play, and tomorrow she'll be playing Zhansaya Abdumalik.
Right.
And in the last round, big matchup against Irina Krush.
I mean, all of the clashes that have taken place between Anna and Irina over the years, and to think that the Cairns Cup 2023 could very well be decided in the last round. Wow. And Anna enjoys a 1-point lead, and if she can finish at +3, she's currently +3, she finishes at +3, it's a Grandmaster norm. And round
Tournament of
8,
her life.
yes, in round 8, if she wins, she will secure definitively the Grandmaster title.
And to remind everyone our schedule, on Sunday, players will play round 8. On Monday is the last round, round 9, unless there is a necessary playoffs, which will be on the next day, on Tuesday, June 13th.
Exactly. And what have you got for us, Almira?
Well, I'm still waiting with the move here because I think this position is the most interesting one. So, knight g3 is a winning line. And I tried to find something different here. So let's say, can you make another move than d3 and then enter this line with knight h5? But
What if I take on g4, try to make your king go farther away?
Yes, exactly. So take on g4, king stays g4, and now d3. But
That's
then,
just, yeah.
yeah, either of those moves apparently, yes, are winning. So let's try the most obvious one. So knight h5, king f8. Rook d3. Yes, actually here, yes,
that's
you're
the
winning.
simple, yeah.
So I thought then black is actually running out of resources here after knight g3.
Well, it has to be d3, and you just hope that your opponent does not see knight h5 check.
So king g6, take on f5, and that's the same variation where the rook h6, king g7, rook d6,
d2,
d2. Actually, that was not the variation that we analyzed.
I think you go knight h5 check and knight f6 again. You don't even need rook d6.
You mean after knight g3?
Yes.
Yes. No, we actually haven't analyzed this variation. I think that was the other line where your rook was going rook h6, rook d6, rook c6 is when the king was on d5 and on c4.
Okay.
It's another line. Let's try f5 here, but then...
Wow.
Yes, I think, well...
Why not?
You cannot take it
That's
here,
mate.
of course, that's mate. So f5, king g7. Now you can play knight h5 with the same idea, and knight f6.
And we get the move f5 as a free extra tempo.
Yes, and rook h8, so
Nice.
well, with a very important threat, yes.
Mate is mate,
Rook
exactly.
e8, yes, and I don't think that there's anything you can do here. So maybe this is a very clean line here. So
Yes.
f5, yes, and then knight h5 and knight f6.
Absolutely. Thank you, Almira. Very nice. I'm looking at the game of Alexandra for just a moment. After king h2, Alexandra is laying a cunning trick. She wants to offer her queen trade, and normally speaking, going into a king and pawn endgame with an extra pawn, you think you're winning. You might be ruefully surprised. But unfortunately for Alexandra, her best trick, unfortunately, will not bring her success.
If I play queen b5 here, still threatening perpetual.
The Paehtz, right? Check.
Oh, I see. And then just b7, right?
Yes. But hold on. Let's not give it up yet. Check here back.
Oh, and then back.
Right?
Queen g4?
Oh, dear. Queen g4. I'm afraid that I will maintain the pawn, and then that's good enough. So, yeah, queen g4. Nicely done. Nicely done, Nazi. Nice.
Nana did 99%. I just found
the final touch, what Almira calls the delicate touch.
The delicate touch would be queen takes d7. I didn't really understand why.
Does queen takes d7 win?
Of course it wins.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I thought it was a beautifully laid trap. Queen. Why does queen d7, king d7?
But your king is so far away. Let's say g4. I'll bring my king.
So g4, king.
King g3. You will have to play g6.
Right.
Yes. So
at a certain moment.
No, king h4. I think is is very important. And then after black plays g6, you will play f4 and f5.
And then you'll just worm your way into the position this way.
Yeah, it's winning, but requires calculation.
Oh.
And we are too tired. Yes, at the end of the day.
We are too tired. Oh.
And I imagine so is Nana. So she played queen b8.
Why didn't I? How?
King g6. King g6.
And g4.
Oh,
king g5, and I have a tempo g3. Or g4 might be better. Yeah.
Nice. And to quote Tom, I'm zugzwanged. I'm zugzwanged. Queen b8, though, was, I want to say, Nana's choice, and I can't fault her. But I do like your idea of at least, before one last cheapo, before I give it a rest. Queen b5. And I've been pounding the table for some time to get the pawn to g4. I think that also is a good way of just avoiding the patterns.
By the way, in Bella's game, we do have knight g3.
Let's do it. Knight g3, but okay, the key moment.
The key moment is here after
d3.
d3.
After d3.
Which way does the knight go?
Well, we fell for it first. Let's be fair. I mean, if Bella plays knight takes f5, she'll have only been repeating our mistake.
Yeah.
The actual nicely winning line is knight h5 check, so that after king f8, you put your knight on the f6 square, so you support mates on e8 as well as g8, patterns that we're very, very familiar with.
And it's crazy that black can't run even here. If I start with king e7, you still have rook h8, and I don't have king e6 or anything. I'm still mated.
Exactly. That indeed is the case. Gotcha.
Knight and rook, a very strong combination.
Yeah. It was interesting for me that they called this the Arabian mate, the rook and knight combination. over the many centuries of chess, over the years, the nomenclature of chess is really interesting. Like for me, I'm really upset with the world of chess. You know, we have these sports where a player score touchdowns and they make goals. In chess, we have checkmate. It's like, what? Checkmate.
You think it's not exciting enough?
Yeah, right. What kind of combination of words are checkmate? And it comes from the Farsi. The words in Farsi for king is Shah, the Shah of Iran, yeah? So in chess, when you attack your opponent's king, you're supposed to say check.
Right.
Shah, you're Shah, Shah. And when the king is dead in Farsi is Shah Mat.
That's very similar
and that becomes
to Russian.
Checkmate.
Because
Yes?
in Russian, check is shach, and check, the mate is mat.
Yeah.
So shachmat is,
And
like
the-
shachmat means chess. I confused myself.
But and in Russian, how do you say checkmate?
Mat.
Mat.
Yes.
Just simply mat. Yeah. So Shah Mat. And just to remind everybody about what's coming up after the Cairns Cup.
Magnus is back. He will play in the Super United Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia, July from 3rd to 10th.
Exactly, as the Grand Chess Tour picks up. And later in the year, we will also have, of course, the Rapid and Blitz here in St. Louis, as well as the Sinkfield Cup. Well, let's take a look at the whole schedule, in fact, so you can see how to plan your vacation.
So upcoming events, the first tournament will be the Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia.
Yep.
After that, in St. Louis, there will be U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships.
Let's break that down. There's going to be the U.S. Girls and then the U.S. Juniors Open. So girls are qualified for the Junior Open, but there'll be the girls, juniors, and seniors.
Right, and then in September, there will be Chess 9LX.
That's Bobby Fischer chess for those of you who are Chess 960.
In October, there will be U.S. Men's and Women's Championships, where I think I'll change my roles and I'll be the player.
Oh, we'll miss you. We'll miss you. But then you can come back and tell us how you won your game.
Yes.
Fair? Okay.
Sounds good.
We've got a plan. All right. And how is Bella doing? Because this is the key moment coming
And
up,
Elisabeth is down to 6.5 minutes.
right? She hasn't played D3 yet. What?
Maybe
else
she
could
sees that
possi-
Knight H5 is winning.
Well, yes, but it's sort of like, you know, you've got to test your opponent, right? And
Maybe-
there's no other really testing move. Sorry.
Is there a tricky move? Maybe I start with the king move, king f8, just to provoke knight takes f5. So start with king f8.
F8.
Now here you wouldn't play knight h5. That looks
No,
crazy.
no, I would play rook h8 check for sure, because I would be thinking if I could bring my rook to d8, I'll be dealing with your passed pawn. So I would go like rook d8 and
King e7?
Yeah.
No, I'll
king
go
e7?
king e7, yes.
I'll put my rook behind, but if you go king to e7, well then I can take the pawn, right?
With the check, king d7.
King to d7, and she has played d3, so she's...
Moment of truth.
Yes, exactly. Bella, well, you find knight h5 here. I'm actually looking at...
I think maybe you can take the fourth pawn and then sack the knight for the pawn. So like rook f8 or something. and
Yeah.
Then on d3.
Yeah, it feels like I should have... I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, moves like g6 were also winning. But this is the key moment. She's played knight g3, d3. We know that knight h5 is the winning move. But again, I just want to emphasize, we looked at knight f5 first.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, in this position we were sitting and analyzing knight f5 and we couldn't find a win for a couple minutes, and then Almira's like, should I tell you?
She was anxious to
Yeah.
tell us. I mean, she was like, oh, I have a secret I want to share with and the problem is that there wasn't any beauty follow-up
Which is
with
surprising.
e6, which is surprising, yeah. And the whole point is that after knight e3, it's not that I'm going to happily win your knight. I'm going to play rook e1. and I'm going to make it very awkward for you to give up your knight for my pawn. So that's why knight h5 to f6 is the winning move. And let's just drop in on the Nana versus Alexandra game, as we think resignation's imminent here. Oh, yes it is.
Nana's about to have an extra queen.
And they're good call. Well done. Just a second. Let me give myself a pat on the back. As wow, Alexandra is going to look ruefully back on this game and say, why didn't I capture on c4? Why did I play d6?
Yeah, the chance to have such a huge advantage in the opening with the black pieces doesn't happen that often.
No, it's so rare.
And in such an important match.
Exactly.
Definitely disappointing for Alexandra, but what a relief for Nana.
And indeed, for Nana, very much so. And Irina, she did go for that d5 move that you suggested, because she knows that the two pawns are definitely winning. Which game did I have? I believe it was a U.S. Championship game. I think against Vitaly Zaltzman I have lost. Yeah, and I thought, for some reason, don't ask me why, I thought a position like this, I had some defensive chances that I really did not. And he won an adjourned game very exactly.
So I think the only time two split pawns are a draw, it's when A and C or F and H.
Right, exactly.
Bishop and rook pawns, yeah.
Yeah, but this one is really, well, gone. I mean, and you just have to decide which pawn you want to escort up the board. Normally,
and good news, Bella did play knight h5. Well, good news for Bella's fans.
For Bella fans.
Knight h5 on the board. And Elisabeth played king g6.
King g6. Pawn takes on the board, king takes on the board.
I think Bella still needs to make the accurate move that Almira suggested, knight g3 check. I think that was the right move, right?
Definitely, and she's done it.
She's done it.
So this was the line where somehow the king took a walk over to the d file.
King c4.
King c4.
Rook c6 probably. Knight c5.
I think it was knight e4.
My king is very close to the d3 pawn.
Exactly. So, knight g3 check on the board. And king e6 really is the only move here. But for Bella, I mean, this is extraordinary. I mean, how do you start the tournament with 2 losses and you snap back with 4 wins?
I have an easy explanation for that.
Please.
Terrible, terrible jet lag.
Well, that explains the 2 losses. Tell me how you get the 4 wins. We'll put it in a can and sell it for $1 million.
That's just her being a very strong grandmaster.
That must be it. And once again, our results so far.
We have 2 results. Zhansaya Abdumalik drew Gunay Mammadzada.
I want to say a theoretical dispute that ended in a standoff draw, yeah.
And Nana Dzagnidze just defeated Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Huge result for Kosteniuk that really hurts. 2 games remaining. We think Irina has got a technical win, and we think Bella is the life of the ball. She's got her 4th win in a row. If she can just guide this game to victory.
I mean, today's game was pretty rocky. It went back and forth.
Yes. At times, I even felt that it was a 3-result game. But once again, you got to give Elisabeth a lot of credit, because she had a terrible opening. This move e4 rocked her, and she fought back to nearly save the game.
Yeah, she certainly did.
4 minutes, 30 seconds here. Well, it's not the clock that's the problem. It's the position.
And if king goes to g6, then f5 was winning, right?
Yes, that was the nice move, f5 check. We get to sneak in f5, and that's why...
and look how confidently Bella's playing right away.
She expected this move, king e6, and she pounced immediately, rook h6 check. The king has to go to d5. You go to e7.
Knight f5 comes
Knight
with a check.
f5 comes with a check, yeah. So king, rook check, king, and rook check. Any trades of rooks will just mean that the g-pawn will promote after e6 some pawn breakthrough. Yeah, this looks really, really nice. And once again, your best streak
My best trick?
of grandmasters, top players, not just winning an open tournament 5-0 or something like that, but yeah, your best streak.
I don't think it was more than +3.
Really? You
I
didn't
can't
have
remember.
Bing, 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 bing in a
Well,
row?
against strong players. I
Yes,
mean.
strong
in
players.
the youth, world youth and European youth tournaments I used to play, sometimes I had 7 wins in a row.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But against strong players, not more than +3. Because
Okay.
it's very hard.
It's very, very, very hard. Yeah, and that's why for many of us, the Bobby Fischer streak of winning 6-0, 6-0, and
Yeah.
the interzonal so that he had a
And I think
20-0.
Fabi did it once also. In,
7.
Yeah, 7
Yeah.
against the strongest players in the world.
Brilliant, brilliant. Loved it. Here in St. Louis for the Singfeld Cup, 2016, 2015? Not sure which year it was. As,
And we see this end game that's easily winning, but it's not fast. She has to make slow improvements.
Exactly. And as Irina makes slow improvements, we have a guest in studio with Almira.
Thank you, Yasser. I'm joined in the studio by Nana Dzagnidze. Nana, congratulations. You just won a very complicated game. And one thing that I wanted to do today, I switched off the computer because I really want to understand, well, all the lines that you've been calculating. Were you surprised by C5?
No, actually. She had one game, this move with C5, but I don't know, computer evaluate this position after E4, that for white has a big advantage, but during the game, I don't know. Maybe after bishop D6, I shouldn't have played bishop E3. When she, bishop D3, I remember computer was showing this, but I don't know, bishop D6, right?
Right, yes, bishop d6 is a very good move. But did you evaluate or consider this move, knight
course
c3
I
as
was
well?
And okay, knight c3, b takes c3, and I don't know, d65 or something like this. I was thinking.
Oh, d6. Okay, this.
But
Let's have a do you want me to switch the computer
yes,
on?
please. Because I remember that computer was suggesting e4 when I played e4. But I don't know. During the game, it was very difficult to play this position. I was worse when I played bishop c7. After
Let's
bishop
have a look.
c7, yeah.
Let's
I was here, yeah. I think, yeah, instead of queen e8, I didn't like queen c8 for me, yes. Yeah, and very bad position. After queen e8, I don't know, I got some ideas related knight d6 somewhere, so I went bishop e2.
What did you want to play after d takes c4?
I was thinking here castle and also knight d6.
Okay, so castle.
Castle d5, yeah, so castle is not, maybe knight d6, yeah. Knight d6 I have to play. Bishop d6, yeah, I was calculating this, bishop f3, g takes f3, knight c6, I was calculating this, but I didn't have a choice. I
Yes.
got such a position that I didn't have much choice, so I went on this line.
Well, it happened during this game, but when it happens in general, do you talk to yourself during the game?
Yes, sometimes, yeah, when I am too disappointed, yes, I'm talking to myself.
Yes, I wanted, well, to know, but okay. So let's. I think that here
But
Alexandra
not
made
nice things telling to myself.
She made well. a
Yeah,
mistake
d6.
here,
Yeah,
yes.
this d6. So yeah, here I already got some chances. Yeah, bishop d6. I didn't know. I don't know what was her idea when she played d6, but here I have already normal position.
So then you played rather accurately here,
Yeah, here I have even bit advantage. Yeah? And after
yes,
knight a3.
knight a3 is a very good
very
move.
good.
Yes.
Yeah, later on.
Maybe knight b4 is not accurate here.
Then what? I was thinking bishop f6 with knight d4 idea, but still I like my position bit.
So knight c4 and knight d4 here.
Yes, I have this d6 square for my knight somewhere. So yeah.
Sorry. D6,
But later I think when we went this end game somewhere,
okay, here you played perfectly, yes.
But I didn't know that my position was such a good +1 and 3. I thought it was more or less equal. Okay, please continue. Knight a5, yes. And it is equal. Just computer evaluates this pen.
But you are winning a pawn in every line, actually.
Yes, but still, I mean, for human being, I think it's just draw because we exchanged this pawn, and I think her mistake was when she exchanged the rooks.
Okay, let's have a look here.
Yeah.
This position.
Yeah. This position must be draw. But okay, one rook, it's okay. But to exchange the second pairs, I think it's already must be much better.
Yes, actually the queen's endgame is absolutely winning, of course, and that was a better practical chance, yes, to.
It was, I think, better practical chance for her to play a rook endgame than queen endgame, I think.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So
more chances for draw, maybe.
So how do you feel now after this win?
What to say? I have nothing good to say, because when I won this game with Koneru, and after 3 hours I got message from the chief arbiter that my result cancelled. I was so shocked. I mean, I wrote immediately that I didn't agree this, and this is absolutely unfair, and this rule is totally nonsense. But I mean, nothing. And then against Bella, Khotenashvili, another shock I got, because I think I played one of the best game recently in the quality of game until CD5 was perfect, I think, for me. And I got totally winning position, and I didn't play rook h8 and queen f7. I think it was influence of the previous day. So yeah, after that, I don't know. I'm trying to survive here. So yeah, it is what it is. Now I'm 2 games more, so.
Well, today you went all in, you know, and this
it
was
feels already nice, of course. Yes.
It's a very complicated game, so there are a few rounds left, and we hope that you will come back even stronger.
Yeah, I hope to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nana, and I understand her shock completely as she's talking about her game with Bella. She played such a beautiful game. All of those quiet moves, king g2, remember, queen f6.
Queen d4, queen f6.
Everything was beautiful. She set the table for a victory, and the victory was with checks and checks. So those were the easy moves. She found all the hard moves, and then she missed rook e7. And just once again to remind everybody that Humpy, Koneru, our defending champion, our #1 seed, withdrew from the tournament after 4 games.
Right.
And because she withdraws before the halfway point is passed, her result is annulled.
That's
and,
the FIDE rules.
Yes, that's exactly right. And so all of the opponents in the future rounds receive a bye, and but essentially the games she plays are rated.
Yes.
But they don't count for the tournament standings.
Yeah,
Everybody
it's
gets
the
a bye.
only consolation prize for Alexandra and Nana that at least they're still taking the rating points home.
Because of their victories, indeed, they did. And I just saw that Bella just played a really nice move. I liked it a lot. And for those of you, this is how Bella got to this position. She started with 2 losses.
Yes, and came back
No line score. Apologies.
We'll get
2
the graphic
losses,
later.
And 3 wins, and she's
So
winning
far.
so far. But it looks like she's got a 4th win lined up. She's just played this really nice move, e6, that sets up a back rank checkmate. The pawn on e6 now protecting the d7 square. That forced Elisabeth to trade. Elisabeth didn't want to play king to the d file, which would allow rook d6 check and takes, so she played king f7. Now comes rook to d6. Elizabeth doesn't have better than d2, but this very sneaky move, g6 check, and if you drop,
King e8?
yeah, king g8 once again. Oops, that's the back rank mate.
King f8 is also checkmate, so king e8 is the only move.
Right, and then we have g7.
King f7?
And then a check. Oops.
That's it?
That's it.
That's all she wrote?
That's all she wrote. Yeah.
I
And
have a line for you.
please,
Yes.
Almira, jump in.
Yes, I really love this position. There's still a few tricks, that you have to be aware of. So after e6, f takes e6, rook takes e6, you could have tried king f8, and after g6, knight d4.
Oh,
So
nasty.
knight d4 and d2.
And the engine gives zeros.
Yes, exactly. So this is a very beautiful move. So
Wow.
knight f5 here. You need to play g7 to
Right.
lure the king on g7, then to play knight f5. So let's say king f7, and now I don't know why rook d6. He wants to sacrifice the rook immediately, but maybe rook e7 here. But still, no. I think rook d6 is a better move here. So d1, and you take on d1 and.
Yeah, this
White.
is no longer winning.
And this is
Wow.
a draw.
Right.
So many tricks in chess game.
I know. And it looks like an innocent position, too, where you wouldn't expect there to be this many tricks. By the way, I noticed that Elizabeth has just tried another little tricky cheapo, I want to say, rook
That's the
f1
trick.
check.
If I play, I actually have a cheapo myself, I think.
Okay.
King g2.
King to g2. Okay.
Rook.
Takes
Or rook f6 check.
rook
And I'm picking up your
f6 check. And no matter where I move my king, you get a discovered check. That's a nasty cheapo. Gosh darn it. I think, well, that's, that takes away my.
What was yours?
I was hoping that you were going to play king to g4.
Okay.
And then I was going to give a check. And then the difference was that I put my rook behind the g pawn so that I could play d2. And with g6, I would take it. But I love your move king g2 in the current position. That's a really nasty move. The desired rook f4 fails completely to rook f6 check.
Yes.
That's nasty.
I think you were more likely to see king e3. Just come
That's
closer
the
to the
most-
pawn.
yeah.
And still threaten g6.
It does, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
I
if you-
could. No, your rook is protected.
take
I'm
on
sorry.
d3, yes.
I'm sorry. I was going to shish kebab your skewer your rook, but you're right. Your rook is protected. So, yeah, no, king e3. Yeah, that's very human move too. But I like your king g2 best. So this game heading for victory for Bella, Irina. Also, again, very, very slowly but methodical progress as now the king. So what you do, the secret to winning this ending is pretty straightforward. You force the king towards one pawn or another. If the black king was on the b6 square, then you would put your king on e5. Now, with the black king on the e6 square, you step in front of the pawn and you escort the pawn home. So something like rook c5, rook takes, and king c7, and then the b pawn.
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable, exactly.
But it's still interesting how, in order to win this endgame, you have to give up one of the pawns.
Right.
Sooner or later, it has to be sacrificed.
Exactly, exactly. In order to push one pawn home. So rook c5, king c7, very straightforward. Victory.
Irina has less than 3 minutes, but I don't think she needs more than that time to win this game.
I was asking her, Irina, that is to say, why she lets her time tick down to 1 second. And she says it's not a conscious thing, that, you know, she's not trying to give her parents heart attacks or her coach a heart attack. It's just like
it just happens.
It just happens, and it's not intentional. And I was like,
but she
Irina,
doesn't panic when she looks at the clock and it's 2 seconds. She just makes a move.
Yeah, with a casual ease, you know, no shaking of the hands or the table. Yeah. So rook c5, rook takes e4, king to c7, and then the pawn just goes right
let's
through.
say I try to give you checks, rook h4.
Yep. b6.
Rook h7.
King.
Oh, I don't even have checks.
No more checks for you. Eventually, whether you try to come down the end. Here I do have rook b5, but king c7 and b8 will be more than sufficient. So Irina's well on her way to going, and let's just see what Bella did, because
she played king g3.
King g2 was the move, and I thought that the king g3 was the cheapo. King g3, d2, but that's interesting. I thought Elisabeth's intention was to play rook check, but g6, king e8 on the board.
So if g7,
that's the
g1
winning
check.
move, right? g7, rook g1 check, king f2.
Rook g4, only move.
And king up, I'm assuming.
Rook g1 back.
Maybe knight back, right?
King f7.
And now a check.
King g8, only move.
And now, which one do we like best, huh? I guess this one.
Maybe h5. Oh, actually, both are good.
Both are pretty good, right? I'm just going to go...
Wait, d1? Oh, never mind, I'm too late. Knight h6.
What? No, d1
Oh, wait,
is
d1
check.
is with the check.
What
so
am I saying? Oops, d1 was with check. Sorry, my bad.
I believed you.
Good for you. It's the Jedi mind trick. Oh dear, sorry. So what have we got? What have we done?
But I do like knight e3, and Bella is about to make it.
Knight e3.
And on rook g1?
Rook g1, king f2. Now you don't have rook g4.
Nice.
Exactly.
Very
and
nice.
we're covering, very importantly.
Yeah.
That was a bit embarrassing.
And then
No
you
one
can
noticed.
simply push f5, I think.
Yes. Well, it's a tempo, and we're going to...
Yeah.
So we have to play rook e1, and then king f2, just to protect the knight. And then, as you say, f5 is going to show up very shortly. That will be winning.
Let's continue. Knight c5.
And let's just go back to Irina, because we think it's about to be a handshake. As when we left it, no handshake yet. Check.
And there
And,
will be in a few moves. b7?
well, b7, king b6, right?
Well, b8 check.
Oh, that's true. You just
Queen
make
e5, I should win the rook right away.
You'll win the rook right away. So, yeah, I was trying to set up a nasty double attack, but no.
So after b7, I have one more check, rook h8. But your king comes up to c7 and then hides on the 6th rank.
Exactly.
On b6 and then rook c8.
That's it.
Yasser, I have a
Yes,
question.
please.
Before Irina wins. Who was the most difficult opponent for you?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thanks for the reminder. I went through quite a series. So I come from the Northwest, and we had a grandmaster from Canada, Peter Biasis. And Peter won a lot of tournaments, and I think my first 6 games I lost before I started defeating him. Peter was soon replaced by one Walter Sean Brown. Walter won, again, maybe the first 5 games before I started beating him. Eventually, Walter was replaced by one Ulf Andersson. Ulf had a very, very nice score against me, and I like to joke with Ulf that if he ever made a book, My Most Decisive Games, it would be a very thin book, and there would be 4 chapters devoted to our games. And then after Ulf, there was one Gary Kasparov. Oh. I did get a win against Gary, but he got like 4 wins, lots of draws. But yeah, Gary was tough on me. Yeah, I must say. And by the way, Irina didn't go for that queen.
It's very
ending.
nice of you to list 4 different opponents.
Right? They were the blacklist. That was the blacklist. And for yourselves, Almira, who was your hard opponent? And
for me, actually, she's on the screen right now. It's Harika Dronavalli.
Really? Harika's...
She has +4 and no draws.
And no draws.
Yeah.
And no losses, no wins for you.
No wins for me, no.
Oh man, that's hurtful. Almira?
Actually, I've been going through my games because I wanted to know what is my result against the players of this field, which are very strong. So actually, I'm not doing so bad, but I think my worst opponent was Arkady Naidich, because I had to play a match against him, and he was, well, extremely strong and young at that time, so I lost. And I think he's the opponent against whom I played the most games in my life, which is very strange because we played in leagues, so we played a match. And so at some point when I saw him in front of him, I told him that I can't take this anymore.
By the way, I should also throw in one Alexei Sherov. Sherov won quite our early games with us. So yeah, there have been some opponents that somehow, strangely enough, I don't match up very well, and then others I match up like incredibly well. Who was your favorite customer?
Valentina Gunina.
Really?
Yes.
Our Cairns Cup champion.
It was incredible. I was lost in every game and I would win every game. It happened 5 times in classical games. To the point where I think she just hates seeing my face across the board.
Wow.
But she finally got revenge at the Olympiad. She beat me once.
Okay. And for you, Almira, did you have a favorite customer?
Well, not that I can think of, because you don't play against the same people all the time.
Right.
Yes, so I struggle to find
a good name.
Yes, well, a good name.
Nice.
But I'm just so happy to win a game.
A game these days.
By the way,
Bella is cruising. She just played the move G7, and I think that's a real clincher.
She's about to have another queen or checkmate.
Absolutely. Yeah, G7 on the board. So I'm thinking King G8, right? And would you play Knight F5 or Knight G4?
Is there a difference?
Well, Knight G4 is threatening
Gives
mate.
you 2 different. Oh,
right.
Actually, threatening mate, yeah.
Mate on, so any queen is just mate. Knight F5 also very, very strong. King G8 on the board.
Oh, but now on Knight G4, I have Rook E6.
I beg your pardon, sorry.
It's
Knight
not
G4.
like I'm winning, but I'm avoiding the checkmate for now.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
F5. Yeah, that's a tough move to handle right there. Yeah. So a choice, I think, of wins: Knight F5 or Knight G4.
But after Knight F5, if I still go Rook E6. Oh, there's Rook D8. Never mind. There's Rook D8 check because pawns defended on G7.
Exactly. Knight F5 has the double threat. What you've just described: Rook check and Queen, as well as Knight check and Queen. So double threat. Knight F5. That was her choice.
I think one thing we can learn from this tournament is that Bella is amazing in endgames.
True. She's played them very well.
Very precise in the endgames. Doesn't give opponents any chances. It's
Nice.
3 times we've seen that already. I think.
Right. Knight f5. And once again, Anna is sitting there saying, I'm looking really pretty. I'm doing very well. I'm taking nothing away from her. But she's looking behind her, and Bella's won 4 in a row. And Anna's probably saying, okay, somebody just, stop her,
Yeah.
As this move king 3, that's pretty, that should be enough. The double threat, triple threat now of knight h6, rook d8, and king takes e2 should all conspire against Elisabeth.
We will see a resignation very soon. And there she goes.
There we have it.
Bella.
Wow.
4th win in a row.
Done deal.
Wow.
Yeah, nice.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And if we switch back to Irina's game, we have the... Do you know the name for this position? There's a name for this theoretical endgame.
Yeah. I
Can't remember it. Lucena?
The Lucena.
Build in the bridge.
Yeah.
It's called Build in the Bridge.
Right. Yeah.
But there's some grandmasters.
I know. Sorry. It gets late doing these broadcasts, but B7, and the whole idea is that after moves like rook...
I'd say rook a3. I keep my rook there.
Rook a3?
So I don't let you out easily.
Okay, so rook a3, I'll give you a check.
Yes, that check is important. Kicking my king farther away.
And I will play rook here, and then I'll go here, yeah? And...
Rook c1.
Oh, excuse me, I meant to play rook c1. Apologies for that. King b6, rook, and here.
And next move is rook d5, rook b5.
Exactly. Let me just refresh my board for a moment as we have a different position on the board. And again, rook d4, yeah. Definitely Irina's well versed in her classic rook endings.
And Irina recovering from a tough loss.
Yesterday, yes. I mean, that's what champions do. They bounce back, and boy, was that ever a tough one. I spoke with Irina and asked her why she didn't play the move queen g6, and she said, well, exactly at that point, I was thinking I was better, and I wanted to keep my queen centralized. A few moves thereafter, she was looking to trade queens, and she ended up losing a pawn while doing so.
Yeah, sometimes we push too hard.
Exactly.
And then unexpected happens. You actually end up losing.
I know.
Cold shower.
It's the most definitely.
Now just 2 moves away from covering checks with the rook.
Exactly. King c6.
Almira wants to say something.
Almira.
No, Almira wants some help, actually. Yes, I'm going through the database because I think that Bella is going to be in our studio very soon. So I want to understand if...
what has happened in the opening,
yes,
yeah?
Queen b3, because this move has been actually played.
Just until Bella joins us, we'll just hold off and watch the current ending that's going on. Irina about to receive a handshake, I think. Harika doesn't.
She just doesn't want to resign.
No.
Because it does not feel good.
It does
to
not
resign.
feel good, no. No. Well,
But Irina today, she got an advantage out of the opening and just outplayed her opponent all the way.
I really liked her decision of bishop takes e4 earlier. And now the simplest is just rook d5. Same idea as before. You just want to build a bridge for your king, rook to d5, so you can play rook to b5, and I'm sure she'll play it without too much thought.
She's just confirming. This is my final move, rook d5.
Rook d5.
And there's the handshake.
Wow. A really, really nice bounce back by Irina, losing yesterday.
To Kosteniuk.
Yeah, and typical of her tournament, up and down.
Yes, she started wonderfully, winning 2 games. She had 2.5 out of 3. And then came the loss, draw and another loss. I'm sure that was unexpected for her, but she recovered very quickly with a win.
Right.
And she has 2 more games to play, and in the last round, she's gonna be playing the tournament leader.
Yeah, we were talking about Anna's road ahead and what Anna is facing, and Bella's road ahead. I mean, I'm feeling sorry for round 8 and 9, her opponents for round 8 and 9. I mean, they're saying, what the heck is going on? 4 in a row.
Yes,
what a streak.
The little bye stopped her for a moment.
Exactly, with the bye.
Yeah.
Once again, our standings after 7 rounds in the history books. Here we go.
We have Anna Zatonskih in the clear lead with 4.5 points. Bella Khotenashvili closely following with 4 points. And sharing third, Elisabeth Paehtz and Irina Krush with 3.5. So it's interesting, after Elisabeth lost today, she's still in the 3rd place.
Exactly.
And in the clear 5th, we have Alexandra Kosteniuk with 3 points. But just to remind everyone, some of these players still have a free day coming up, a bye,
Right.
where some of the other players will have a chance to catch up with them.
Indeed. And I wonder if we have in studio, not quite yet, getting there, as, well, the belle of the ball will be joining us very, very shortly as she won. Nice game. It was out of the opening, by the way, that Elisabeth really got tricked. And if you don't see it, right here, this is where she acquiesced bishop e7. Knight takes e4 is a very nice move. Knight takes e4. Now, if you think of d takes e4 and you see knight g5 and bishop c4,
Pretty
you
scary.
think, I'm busted. I can't do that. I can't play knight to... You have to see queen e7, which is a rather hidden move. At first, I didn't see this idea at all. But
And if
to
bishop
ask...
g5 or knight g5, that would be f6.
Yes. But to ask and answer all of her questions, Almira's studio with Bella.
Yes, Bella has just joined us in the studio. Congratulations, Bella, once again. I wanted to tell you, we love you. You don't have to win all these games. You can stay.
I love it.
So how does it feel? Like you won the 4th game?
Yeah, I'm surprised myself, but it feels really good. I'm delighted that I could manage won 4 games in a row.
Bella, was it a bluff?
I felt that it was interesting during the game, so...
But you didn't prepare this move, or you did?
No, I wasn't prepared against this variation, so...
Okay, yes, it was an interesting variation, but what if knight e4? Nazi suggested this move.
Knight takes e4.
Queen e7?
Yeah, I was thinking something like this. Maybe just bishop e2 and castle, I don't know.
Only bishop e2 here. Then
or first knight f6, knight e5. This is possibility or not? No, f6 is coming.
Yes, there is a f6 as well. So I think maybe one of the moves here was also bishop g5 or
yeah,
knight
but
g5.
that's something should be.
So let's have a look at the game. But here you have a clear advantage.
Yeah, here I was thinking about knight e4. Probably it should be better. Bishop d3 and f5. But I think after it takes f6, it should be better. Anyway.
Knight f6, yes.
So she chose this plan to transfer this knight on e6.
There's a very interesting maneuvering game.
Yeah.
So we didn't understand what was going on.
So I wanted to play knight g3, knight f5
at some point.
But
here
somehow I did not.
You didn't manage, yes.
Yes,
But did you consider the long castle also at some point, or not at all? You were always
Yeah.
castling short here. Okay, so
Just instead of h5, I was thinking maybe c5. I don't know.
Probably I have to take and queen d1 or
Take on c5.
knight takes c5 and queen d1.
Queen d1.
Yeah, it should be better after b6, knight d4 probably. Yeah.
This or
I
this?
don't know.
Just a very nice position, but maybe you can castle because
Yes.
here after bishop a6, yes, I think you have a very comfortable advantage here. So Elisabeth tried to stabilize the things here with h5, and I think that
Interesting plan, I think.
here maybe knight g5 was not the most precise move.
Maybe, but I could not find any
Maybe.
better.
So knight g5 and h4, and then here to h3. Yes, there was an interesting position. Let's see here. You played very well, and you took on c5. Did you consider the move knight f3 and knight h4 here?
Yeah, I did.
What
But
didn't you
after
like?
knight e6, knight h4, I don't know. I thought that maybe rook takes h4 was possible, and that knight takes f4, and somehow I think that taking on c5 was better.
But
decision.
Here,
I don't know.
here actually, we thought that there is a draw. Like
Oh.
after, yes, because then instead of, if you take on c2 and
check,
yes. How can you defend? Because I want to bring my rook. King b1.
Probably.
Then yes, then the evaluation changes completely. After knight d4, the computer thinks that black is much better. Yes. We were thinking about king d2, but then rook b8 and draw.
I was thinking something like this, but
well, that was anyway. That was a quite complicated position in the time travel, and then I think that your opponent missed g4 here. Yes.
I don't know actually, but I think after rook c2, knight f3, king f3, she had a chance. Knight d2. No.
Ah, yes, that was a very, very interesting moment. So
yes.
What did you want? Just don't look here. What did you want to make here?
I don't know. I was thinking about this position for a long time, and I could not find a really good move.
So the computer, you know, what is the winning move? Suggests rook h4.
I think it's the only move, yes. But after rook d3, king e2, rook e3, king d2, probably.
But I think here you have to play king f2.
And does it
It
matter?
does matter,
Because
yes. There is a tempo, a very important
taking
tempo.
on g4 and then king g6. I don't know what is this.
Yes, so he suggests this.
Just rook g3.
Yes,
And taking on b2, it's not
no, because
king
you,
is
yes, the
coming
king
on
is
e4.
coming.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, yes,
And
that's
here with the
much
king f5, you have g6. Yes, but
Okay,
it's
it's nice.
nevertheless, yes, it's a very complicated position. And here you're already completely winning, so you just have to be precise.
Yeah.
So let's have a winning position here. So Bella, you're still in the race for the first place in this tournament. 2 games left.
Yeah. 2 games left.
So we are looking to seeing you in the studio more.
Thank you. I hope.
I think they're scared now. You know, when you enter the playing hall, you know, they run away. Thank you, Bella.
Thank you.
Bella, our congratulations, but a very quick question for you. What is your best winning streak?
What is your best winning streak?
Streak?
Yes. Did you win 4 games in a row, 5 games in a row?
Actually, I don't remember.
So this might as well be your best winning streak, yes?
Probably.
Yes, in such a strong tournament.
Yes, in such a strong tournament, probably.
Well, very, very good luck indeed, Bella. You're thrilling us with your victories, and 4 in a row.
Amazing.
Wow. And
Congrats, Bella.
her road ahead, that starts to get very, very interesting suddenly, too, because we know Anna's road ahead,
Yeah.
Zhansaya and Irina.
Right.
And, well...
Bella's only half point behind.
Exactly, exactly. So much to play for. Well, as we wrap up yet again another eventful broadcast, is round 7 games, we have to say that the number of decisive games keeps impressing us, because we started today with an overall score of 63%.
But increased it today.
But we increased it with the 75% score of today, as we have another guest in studio getting all set up with Almira with Irina.
Irina, congratulations.
Thank you.
Another important win, but we were mesmerized by this move A4. I'm pretty sure that this is your opening preparation. How far did you know?
I guess, the computer liked this move. But in general, like white is, the main idea is in this position is for white to play on the queen side. And, black can either play A5 here or queen B4. And actually on queen B4, I kind of improvised because, I knew there was this bishop E2, knight E5, knight D3 idea, but I was like, okay, I kind of want to start with king A1 because it's useful pretty much in every position. And that way there's like none of this like knight C4, knight A3 business, right? It really discourages that. So that was me basically like disagreeing with the computer and, trying my own thing. But eventually I went to the, bishop E2 plan.
Well, so king B8. And we had the feeling that everything went your way in this game. It was a very clean game, so your opponent failed to find any counterplay.
Yeah, well, of course, during the game, it felt a lot more complicated. Like, okay, the move F5 really surprised me because it looks very anti-positional, but a few moves later, then I was kind of questioning that. I was like, oh, okay, she's improving this light squared bishop. Maybe I somehow messed up. I think her main idea in F5 is if I go, for example, G5, I think she's going for F4. Yeah, that's, for example, the nice point of her move, that she's going to be improving the bishop. If I take, there's bishop F5, bishop D3, and then takes, I have to take with the rook, and at least like rook H, F8. And basically I have a lot of weak pawns, and so I didn't want to go for that. So it wasn't like so simple for white to just take the dark squares. So I played knight E5. She played knight D7, knight D3. Here was like a really big thing for me after queen D6, because again, I was thinking, should I go for G5 and allow her to play H6? And basically, for example, H6, let's say I go H4, let's say takes, G5, rook H1, and then basically like, let's say queen E7, right? So this, okay, I see the computer wants me to just give away the G5 pawn. That wasn't so obvious, because basically on F4, bishop G8, she has some play against E3, and I wasn't so sure about this position, and that's why I had a really long think. I went for A5, and then I kind of realized, okay, she wants to take on G4, play H5. It seems reasonable. We can go there, and she took with a knight. Yeah, I'll tell you what I think was my best move of the game. What's coming up?
We like the knight.
Yeah, knight A4. Like, okay, that's pretty standard. So she went for this, and then I think this rook HG1 was like kind of important. Because I have some choices. I can take on G6, but I think this move, No, it's funny because at this point I was like, oh, my conception has worked out, right? Like I hadn't been so sure, but at this point I was like, this is really quite nice. And after knight E4, white just has like a huge choice of how to play. A6, B6, and I'll just tell you the other big line that I thought about after A6, B6. I was thinking about F3 here, with the idea like knight G3, because knight F2 doesn't work, and then, okay, I was looking at E4, and I thought this was really good. She kind of has to play knight H5, I'm probably going to win a pawn, so it was kind of like a question of choosing, between this position, and here I was even going to go like bishop C2 and then E5, And it was a question of like choosing between this position and the other one, and it was quite a difficult choice because they're both good.
But here your opponent is completely deprived of any counterplay, so you converted.
I have to say rook DG1. Yeah, my technique was not so bad here because at first I was just going to take the pawn, but then I realized like, no, I should not just make automatic captures. I think Yasser taught me that one.
Have I done?
Yeah,
I'm innocent.
We discussed the fact that maybe I should see some, kind of intermediate moves first. And B4, like that whole thing worked out quite well. So it looked like, yeah, my technique was all right here.
Yes, and Irina, one question once again. If you wouldn't be a chess player, what job would you choose?
Yeah, wow. I've always enjoyed writing, so that's one possibility. And when I was little, I had this idea that I could also be a lawyer, because in general, I like arguing, I like digging for the truth, analytical thinking, and I think I got that sort of pit bull style, that would work for law.
Thank you very much, Irina, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Our congratulations as well, Irina. I mean, bouncing back after a very, very tough loss in
Very
the manner
impressive.
that she did. Hat tip, just very, very, very well done. Really, really good game, and kept the pressure up from start to finish.
Yes.
And let's just take a look once again after 7 rounds of play. Here are our standings.
We have Anna Zatonskih in the clear first with 4.5 points, closely following Bella Khotenashvili in the second place with 4 points, and sharing third, Elisabeth Paehtz and Irina Krush.
Exactly, Alexandra. And when Anna comes back tomorrow, our pairings are as follows.
Alexandra Kosteniuk will be playing Bella Khotenashvili. We'll see if
Very,
she'll manage
very big game.
to stop Bella.
Right.
Harika Dronavalli against Nana Dzagnidze. Gunay Mammadzada against Irina Krush. And our tournament leader, Anna Zatonskih, will be placing Zhansaya Abdumalik. And bye round for Elisabeth Paehtz.
Exactly, a bye round for Elisabeth. And Almira, sum it all up for us, your final thoughts of this round 7 of the Cairns Cup.
Yes, this was another exciting round. So we have 3 decisive games today, another 75%. And while Anna was not here, I wanted to underline that she's about to make history if she wins this tournament. So she's writing her own history. She's so close to her first GM norm. And while I was looking at the at the results and at the standings, so I was thinking that how physical chess is and what is the difference between the players who had played a few tournaments before and they played the Grand Prix and those who didn't play. And actually now the players, they do feel it. So the physical dimension, which we do not describe very often, actually is very important. It's a sport.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
And you come with a lot of energy or you come tired having played in a very important competition before. Yeah.
And this tournament is very long, so being in good physical shape and having enough strength to finish well is extremely important.
Absolutely. Well, once again, I just want to say it was really a lot of fun, Nasi. Been great calling the action. Thank you so much for sharing your day with us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and we'll see you all tomorrow for round 8 of
Join
the
us tomorrow.
Cairns Cup. Nice.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.